Hello everyone.
About 70% of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be very happy if you did.
I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Story 1. I had just finished a long day, my mind tired from the endless tasks that seemed to fill my every moment. The house was quiet, the only sound the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I sat on the couch, scrolling through my phone aimlessly, trying to wind down before bed. As I swiped through the screen, a new notification popped up, catching my attention. It was a text message from an unknown number, but the message itself sent a jolt through my body. "You'll regret this." The words seemed to linger in the air, echoing in my mind. I felt a knot form in my stomach, the familiar sensation of anxiety creeping in. I stared at the message for a few moments, trying to process it. It didn't take long for the recognition to settle, and this wasn't just any random number. This was my ex. I hadn't heard from him in months, and yet here he was, reaching out in a way that sent a chill through me. I hadn't expected to hear from him, especially not after everything that had happened. We hadn't parted on good terms, and I had made it clear I wanted nothing to do with him. There were too many unresolved issues, too much hurt on both sides. So why now? Why this cryptic message? The words hung there, heavy and ominous, like a threat waiting to unfold. I debated whether or not to respond, my fingers hovering over the keyboard as I considered my options. What was the point of engaging? There was nothing he could say that would change my mind, nothing that could undo the past. And yet, a part of me couldn't help but feel the pull of his words. What did he mean by "you'll regret this"? Was it just an empty threat, or was there something deeper behind it? I stood up, pacing the room as my thoughts began to spiral. What if this was just the beginning? What if he was trying to provoke me, to make me question my decision? I had moved on, or at least I thought I had. I had built a life without him, one that was peaceful, calm, and free of the chaos he had brought into my world. But now, with just a few simple words, he had disrupted all of that. I felt a strange mix of anger and fear, my emotions shifting rapidly as I tried to make sense of it. I looked at the message again, reading it over and over, trying to decipher the meaning behind it. There was something unsettling about the way it was phrased, like a warning or a promise. What did he think I would regret? Our relationship, the way we ended things, the fact that I had moved on without him. The questions swirled around in my mind, but the answers remained elusive, just out of reach. I tried to push the thoughts aside, but the more I thought about it, the more the unease grew. Why now? Why after all this time? It wasn't like him to reach out after everything that had happened between us. He had never been one to communicate unless it was on his terms, and this message felt like a departure from his usual behavior. It was almost as if he was trying to regain control, trying to reinsert himself into my life in some way, even if it was through fear. I sat back down, my phone still in my hand, the screen glowing in the dim light. I could feel my heart racing, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe it was just a random message, nothing to worry about. But then again, maybe it wasn't. Maybe this was his way of making me doubt myself, making me question everything I had worked so hard to build. I glanced at the clock on the wall, the minutes ticking by as I sat there, lost in thought. The room felt smaller, more suffocating, as if the weight of his words had filled every corner. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that this wasn't just some random message. It felt personal, targeted, like he knew exactly how to make me feel unsettled, to make me question my choices. I decided to block the number, my thumb moving over the screen with a sense of finality. I wasn't going to let him control me, not again. I had made my decision, and no cryptic message was going to change that. But as I pressed the button to block the number, a sudden wave of doubt hit me. What if this wasn't over? What if he had more to say, more to threaten? I couldn't help but wonder if blocking him was the right thing to do, or if it would only escalate things further. I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, my mind still racing. I tried to calm myself, to find peace in the silence, but the message lingered in my thoughts. You'll regret this. What did it mean? And why couldn't I shake the feeling that it wasn't just a warning? There was something deeper, something darker behind those words that I couldn't quite grasp. The next few days passed in a blur. I tried to focus on other things, to move past the message, but it followed me, haunting me in quiet moments. I kept expecting to hear from him again, but the silence remained. No more texts, no calls, no further communication. It was almost as if he had disappeared completely. But the fear didn't fade. In fact, it grew stronger, more insistent, as the days went by. Then one evening, as I was walking down the street, I saw him. It was brief, just a flash of movement from the corner of my eye. But there he was, standing in the shadows, watching me. My heart stopped, and I froze in place. The fear I had been carrying with me all this time came crashing down in that instant. He had been right. I had regretted it. I had regretted everything. But this time I wasn't going to run. This time I would face whatever he had planned. I had to. For my own peace. For my own future. Story 2. I was going through my phone, checking my messages and reminders for the day. As I scrolled through the Notes app, something caught my eye, a list titled Daily Routine. At first, I thought it was just something I had written to stay organized, but when I opened it, I felt a chill run through me. The list looked normal at first. Things like waking up at 7 a.m., having coffee by 7:30 a.m., and working on tasks by 9 a.m. But as I continued reading, I started noticing details I didn't recognize. The list included things I didn't remember ever scheduling, things that were so specific it made my stomach twist. There was a note to take a walk at 11 a.m., something I'd never done. Then it listed an appointment at 2 p.m. with a name I didn't recognize. I had no memory of making any appointment like that. I scrolled down further, and my heart began to race. There were items on the list that I had never done before, like pick up package at 4 p.m. and call mom at 5 p.m. I couldn't recall any of these tasks, but they were listed as if they were a normal part of my day. I closed the app quickly, feeling my palms sweat as I tried to calm myself. It had to be some sort of mistake. Maybe I had written the list in my sleep, or maybe someone had added it while I wasn't paying attention. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I went back to the list, hoping to find something that would explain it, but the further I read, the more confused I became. There were specific times and events that seemed so familiar, yet I couldn't recall any of them. I had a dinner with a friend listed for 7 p.m., but I hadn't seen this friend in weeks. Even more unsettling, there was a note that said, "Look in the basement at 9 p.m. That one caught me off guard. I had no reason to go to the basement. I hadn't even thought about it in days. The idea of following this list felt wrong, like it wasn't my own. I stood up from the couch, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over me. I tried to push it aside, thinking that maybe it was a simple case of forgetfulness. I grabbed my phone again, but this time I noticed something else, a notification about the 2 p.m. appointment. It was from a calendar event that I didn't remember setting. The details were so specific, even down to the time and place. It mentioned a coffee shop that I had never visited. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. I needed to find out what was going on. I called my best friend, hoping they might have some answers. But when the phone rang, I noticed something odd. The list on my phone wasn't the only thing that had changed. My friend didn't answer, but there was a voicemail waiting for me. I listened to it, hoping it was just a simple mistake, but the message sent chills through me. It was from a number I didn't recognize, and all it said was, "You've been following the list. Keep it up, and you'll be fine." I froze, my blood running cold. What did that mean? How did they know about the list? I checked the time, and it was already 2 p.m. The appointment was due to start soon, but there was no way I was going to go there, not with everything feeling so wrong. I decided to ignore the list, to leave everything behind. But the more I thought about it, the more impossible it felt to simply ignore it. As the hours passed, I felt a strange compulsion to follow the list. It was like something was pulling me toward it, pushing me to complete every task it had set out. I kept fighting it, telling myself that I was just being paranoid, but the voice in my head urged me to follow through. By the time 9 p.m. rolled around, I couldn't resist anymore. I went to the basement, the final task on the list. It felt strange, almost like I was doing something I shouldn't, but I had to. I opened the basement door, my breath shallow and uneven. The air was thick, the house eerily silent. I stepped down the stairs, my feet heavy on the wooden steps. When I reached the bottom, I turned on the light, but there was nothing there. Just an empty, cold room. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something on the floor, a piece of paper with the same handwriting from the list. My heart raced as I picked it up, and it felt like everything inside me stopped. The note simply read, "Well done. Now you can leave." I didn't understand. Leave? Leave where? I ran upstairs in a panic, my phone ringing once again. It was my best friend, but I couldn't bring myself to answer. I locked all the doors and turned off every light. I needed to get out, to get away from everything. But the list was still in my mind, the last words echoing in my ears. I stood by the door, unsure of what to do next, as the fear started to consume me. Who had been behind this? Why was my life being controlled by a list I didn't make? All I could do was stand there, waiting for the next task to appear, knowing that whatever was happening wasn't something I could stop. Story 3. I had been exhausted from the long day and decided to get some rest. As usual, I placed my phone on the nightstand beside my bed, the soft glow of the screen still faintly illuminating the room. I lay there, drifting off to sleep, my mind foggy from the exhaustion, unaware of anything out of the ordinary. The last thing I remembered before falling asleep was the gentle hum of the air conditioner and the quiet stillness of the night. When I woke up the next morning, the sunlight filtering through the curtains was the first thing I noticed. I stretched, my body aching from the previous day's work, and reached over to grab my phone. But when my hand reached for the nightstand, it wasn't there. My heart skipped a beat as I looked around the room, but the phone was nowhere to be found. I quickly sat up in bed, panic creeping up my spine. My phone was gone. I checked the floor, the bed, even the bathroom, but it wasn't anywhere in sight. I began to get out of bed, more and more confused by the second. How could I have misplaced it? I was sure I left it right next to me when I went to sleep. I checked the nightstand again, as if maybe I had overlooked it, but it was still empty. As I made my way into the kitchen, hoping to find some clue about where it had gone, I froze. There, on the kitchen counter, was my phone. It was just lying there, as if it had been placed carefully on the counter. I didn't know what to think. How had it gotten there? I hadn't been out of my room all night, at least not that I could remember. My mind raced. Was I sleepwalking? But I didn't have a history of that. Had someone come into my house while I was asleep? The thought made my skin crawl. But there were no signs of forced entry, nothing to suggest that anyone had been in the house. I stood there in the kitchen, staring at the phone, my pulse quickening. I picked it up, checking the screen to see if there were any clues. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. All the apps were where they were supposed to be, and there were no new notifications. But the nagging feeling in my chest wouldn't go away. Something wasn't right. I sat down at the kitchen table, trying to make sense of what had happened. I retraced my steps, thinking back to the night before. Had I been sleep deprived enough to just wander around in the middle of the night and forget about it? The more I thought about it, the more questions I had, but no answers. The day went on like any other, but the unease never left me. Every time I glanced at my phone, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, that something wasn't quite right. It was almost as if the phone itself was different somehow, though I couldn't pinpoint why. That night, I did my best to push the strange occurrence from my mind and went to bed again, making sure to leave my phone right where it had been the night before, on the nightstand beside me. I told myself I wouldn't let it bother me anymore. It was probably just a strange accident, something I'd forget about by morning. But when I woke up, the phone wasn't on the nightstand again. I shot out of bed, my heart racing, and immediately ran to the kitchen. There it was, lying on the counter just as it had the day before. This time, my pulse didn't just quicken, it surged. Something was happening, something I couldn't explain, and the thought of it terrified me. I stood there in the kitchen, staring at the phone, and the only thing I could think of was that it wasn't just an accident anymore. It was intentional. Somehow, in some way, my phone was being moved when I wasn't looking. I checked the screen again, desperate for any clue, any sign that would make sense of it all. But nothing had changed. The apps, the messages, everything was exactly as it had been before. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone or something was manipulating me. There was no way I could explain this away as a simple mistake or coincidence. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, trying to convince myself I was just imagining things, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. I couldn't keep pretending this was normal. The more I thought about it, the more the fear crept in. What if it wasn't me moving the phone? What if someone was doing it for me? But why? That night I took extra precautions. I set up a small camera in my bedroom, hoping to catch whatever was happening. I needed to know the truth, even if it terrified me. I went to sleep, my mind racing, my thoughts tangled in knots. Every time I closed my eyes, all I could think about was my phone mysteriously moving on its own. The next morning, I rushed to check the footage, praying it would offer an explanation. What I saw on the screen left me speechless. The camera showed me asleep in bed, just like every night before. But as the footage progressed, I saw my phone move on its own. It slid across the nightstand, slowly at first, then dropped to the floor and slid toward the door. And then, as if guided by an invisible hand, it made its way out of the room and down the hallway. I felt the world shift beneath me as I watched. There was no one else in the house. No explanation for how it could have happened. The phone hadn't just moved, it had been carried somewhere. And I had been completely unaware. I stared at the footage in disbelief, but deep down I knew that I couldn't ignore it anymore. Whatever was happening, whatever was behind this, it wasn't just a simple mistake. It was something far worse, and it had already begun to escalate. Story 4. I was lying in bed, drifting in and out of sleep when I first heard it. The soft sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere in the house. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I listened closely, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. It wasn't the house settling, it was too rhythmic, too steady. Someone was walking, and it was happening in the dead of night when I knew I was alone. I got out of bed quietly, not wanting to make a sound myself. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up as I tiptoed down the hallway, straining to hear any movement. The footsteps were faint but unmistakable, echoing through the empty house. My mind raced. Maybe it was the neighbor, or maybe I had left something on that was making a strange noise. But no, this sounded like someone was walking through my living room. My heart raced and my stomach twisted with unease. I crept down the stairs, my pulse quickening with each step I took. The house was eerily quiet now, but I could still hear it, the faint tapping of shoes on the hardwood floor. It was coming from the kitchen. I moved toward it, my breath shallow, the chill of the night air creeping down my spine. I reached the doorway and peered inside, my eyes scanning the dimly lit space. The kitchen was empty, nothing out of place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stood there for a moment, trying to steady my breathing, convinced I was imagining things. But then, I heard it again, clearer this time, closer. It was coming from the hallway behind me. I turned around quickly, my body frozen in fear. But the hallway was empty. Nothing moved. No shadows lurking. It was as though the footsteps had never been there at all. I felt a wave of dizziness, unsure whether my mind was playing tricks on me or if something was truly wrong. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and dialed my friend, my hand trembling. "I think someone's in my house," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I heard footsteps, and there's no one here. I'm alone." My friend tried to reassure me, telling me to check the doors and windows to make sure everything was locked, but nothing seemed off. The doors were locked, the windows secure. There was no sign of anyone breaking in, and yet the footsteps continued to echo in my mind. I stayed on the line with my friend as I cautiously moved through the house, checking each room one by one. My breath caught every time I opened a door, expecting to find someone standing there, watching me. But every room was empty, just as I had left it. The silence was deafening, almost suffocating. I was beginning to wonder if I was losing my mind. Maybe I had heard something else. Maybe I was just tired. I sat back down in the living room, my phone still in my hand, and listened to the silence. The footsteps had stopped, but my mind wouldn't let go of the thought that someone had been in my house. What if I wasn't imagining it? What if someone had been there, hiding, waiting for the right moment to strike? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something I couldn't explain. As I sat there, trying to calm myself, I noticed something on the coffee table, a piece of paper. I didn't remember it being there before. I picked it up, my hand shaking as I unfolded it. The handwriting was unfamiliar, messy, as if written in haste. "I'm here," it said, the words clear but unsettling. My heart skipped a beat as I read them again. "I'm here." The cold chill that had gripped me earlier intensified. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me, and I hadn't even known. I rushed to the door and checked it again, but it was locked, the deadbolt secure. There was no sign of forced entry. My mind spun in circles as I tried to make sense of it. How could someone leave a note without breaking in? How had they gotten in and out without me noticing? I was starting to panic, every creak of the floor, every gust of wind outside, making me jump. I didn't know what to do. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, listening for any sounds, any signs that someone was still here. The footsteps never returned, but the silence felt oppressive. When morning came, I checked the house once more, but everything seemed normal. The note was still on the table, and the house felt like it always did, empty, silent, and cold. But the question lingered: who had been walking around in my house? How had they gotten in? And why had they left the note? No answers, only more questions. I locked the doors, checked every window, and stayed vigilant, but the sense of unease never fully left me. It's been days now, and every creak of the floor, every shadow in the corner of my eye, makes me wonder if someone is still watching, still waiting. I try to convince myself that it was just a bad dream, but deep down I know it wasn't. I can't shake the feeling that whatever or whoever was here is still here, waiting for the right moment. Story 5. I was getting ready for bed when I heard the faint sound of paper sliding across the floor. It was almost imperceptible, as if someone was carefully pushing something under my door. I stood frozen for a moment, listening, waiting for another sound. When I finally walked over and knelt down, I saw it a letter, plain and unmarked, tucked just inside the edge of the door. My heart skipped a beat as I reached for it, uncertainty creeping into my chest. I opened the letter slowly, my hands trembling. The paper felt cold and heavy in my fingers, and I could barely make myself read the few words written in stark, bold handwriting. It said, "I know where you are." I stood there, staring at the letter in disbelief, unable to comprehend what I was reading. The message was simple, but the weight of it sank in like a stone in my stomach. Someone knew where I lived. Someone had been watching me. My breath caught in my throat, and the air seemed to grow heavier around me. I looked around the room, feeling the walls close in on me. I checked the door again, making sure it was locked, then peered through the window, half expecting to see someone standing outside, watching me. But there was nothing. The night was quiet, too quiet, and the darkness outside seemed to press in like a suffocating blanket. I felt like a target, exposed, with no way to protect myself from whoever had sent this message. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here, close enough to slip this letter under my door without me noticing. I thought about calling the police, but what could I tell them? That I had received a letter with a vague, ominous message. It sounded so ridiculous when I said it out loud, but then again the words were clear and deliberate. Whoever sent it wasn't just playing games, they were trying to scare me, and it was working. The more I thought about it, the more my mind raced. I tried to think of anyone who might have a reason to threaten me, but no one came to mind. My life had been normal, too normal, it seemed. Nothing out of the ordinary. But now, with this letter in my hands, everything felt wrong. I couldn't stay in the house anymore. I needed to get out, to go somewhere safe, even though I didn't know where that would be. I grabbed my phone and tried to call a friend, but the signal was weak. My fingers fumbled with the screen, and I felt a surge of frustration. My heart was pounding in my chest, and the feeling of being watched was becoming overwhelming. I ran my hand through my hair, trying to calm myself, but I couldn't shake the paranoia. Whoever sent that letter had been here. They had to have been close enough to slip it under my door without making a sound. The thought made my skin crawl. I decided to leave anyway, grabbing my keys and heading for the door. But as soon as I reached the handle, I hesitated. What if someone was waiting for me outside? What if I walked right into a trap? I took a deep breath and opened the door slowly, my eyes scanning the area in front of me. The hallway was empty, as was the parking lot outside. No one. But the feeling of being hunted, of being tracked, didn't fade. It followed me like a shadow. I walked down the street, trying to keep my composure, but my mind was spinning. The streetlights flickered above me, casting long shadows that seemed to move with me. I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder every few steps, half expecting to see someone following me. The air was cold, the kind of cold that felt like it had seeped into your bones. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stay there. I couldn't go back to that apartment with the message hanging over my head. I ended up at a nearby diner, hoping the crowds and noise would help drown out the growing sense of dread. I ordered a coffee, but I couldn't bring myself to drink it. My hands were shaking too much. I sat there, staring at the door, my mind racing, trying to figure out who could have done this. Who would send a message like that? And why me? The longer I sat there, the more it felt like the world had become a little more dangerous. Like someone was out there, waiting for me to slip up. I couldn't relax, couldn't settle. Every person who walked through the door seemed like a potential threat. Every car that passed by seemed like it might stop, and someone would step out with a plan to harm me. Hours passed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen, that I was being led somewhere, herded like a sheep to slaughter. I didn't feel like myself anymore. I felt like I was living in a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. I had no choice but to go back. It didn't matter how terrified I was. I couldn't keep running forever. When I got back to my apartment, everything was the same. The silence was deafening. The lights were dim, the door still locked. I walked in cautiously, the dread sitting heavy in my chest. I couldn't help but feel like someone was there, waiting for me, just out of sight. I checked the apartment one more time, every room, every corner. But nothing had changed. I was alone. The letter still sat on the table, taunting me with its cryptic message. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out, my hands trembling. It was a message from an unknown number. I know where you are, and I'm closer than you think. I dropped the phone in shock, the words echoing in my mind. It was a warning. Whoever had been sending these messages was getting closer, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I had no answers, no way to escape. I was trapped, and there was no one who could help. The silence in the apartment felt suffocating, the walls closing in on me, and I knew without a doubt that I wasn't safe anymore. Story 6. I opened the door to my apartment to find all the lights off, and everything was rearranged. The sudden darkness hit me like a wave, the air thick with an uneasy silence. I fumbled for the light switch, my heart pounding in my chest, but when I flicked it on, nothing happened. The power was out, but that wasn't what disturbed me the most. It was the way everything in the room had been moved, the way things had been shifted from their usual places. The couch, which had been against the far wall, was now in the middle of the living room. The coffee table was on its side, and my bookshelves were completely turned around, their contents scattered across the floor. My kitchen was the same, everything out of place. The dishes had been emptied from the cabinets and placed in the sink, neatly stacked, but there was no reason for it. No one had been in my apartment. I hadn't had any visitors. I stepped further into the room, my feet shuffling across the floor, the cold air pressing in around me. My stomach twisted with fear. Had I done this? Was it possible that I'd been sleepwalking or somehow rearranged my apartment in a daze? I tried to reason with myself, but deep down I knew it wasn't me. Something was wrong. I walked into the bedroom, my breath shallow, and froze in the doorway. The bed had been stripped of its sheets, the mattress pushed to one side. The dresser drawers were open, and my clothes had been pulled out, scattered across the floor. But it wasn't just the disarray that disturbed me, it was the feeling of someone else having been there. Someone who had been in my space, rifling through my things. My mind raced with possibilities, trying to figure out what had happened. Maybe I'd left the door unlocked. Maybe someone had broken in and made a mess. But the more I thought about it, the less sense that made. If someone had been there, they would have left a trace, wouldn't they? The door was still locked, and there were no signs of forced entry. It was as if the intruder had simply vanished into thin air. I checked every room, turning on my phone's flashlight to see in the dark. The apartment felt off, as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. The silence was deafening, and the unsettling feeling that someone was still there, lurking just out of sight, grew stronger. I was never alone in this apartment, not anymore. Then, as I passed the hallway mirror, I caught something. A glimpse of movement just over my shoulder. I spun around, but no one was there. My heart raced, my breath quickening. I looked into the mirror again, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, but there was nothing. Nothing but my reflection. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks, but the dread in my chest wouldn't go away. I stood there for a moment, staring into the mirror, trying to calm myself when I heard it. A soft noise coming from the kitchen. It was faint, barely audible, but it was there, like someone tapping on the countertop. I froze, my entire body stiff with fear. I slowly moved toward the sound, the kitchen looming ahead. My footsteps felt too loud in the heavy silence, and every nerve in my body screamed for me to run. But I didn't. I couldn't. I had to know who or what had been in my apartment, why everything had been changed. When I reached the kitchen, the sound stopped. It was as if whatever had been making it was waiting for me. I turned on my phone's flashlight again and scanned the room, but nothing seemed out of place. The dishes in the sink were stacked neatly, the countertops spotless, like no one had touched them. Yet the feeling that someone was watching me lingered, suffocating and oppressive. I stepped closer to the table, and that's when I saw it. A small piece of paper, tucked underneath my coffee mug. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but now it was impossible to ignore. My fingers trembled as I picked it up. On the paper, written in neat handwriting, were the words, "I've been waiting for you." I dropped the paper in horror, the blood draining from my face. The message was simple, but it was the weight of it that crushed me. It wasn't just the words, it was the knowledge that someone had been in my space, had been watching me. They had been waiting for me to return to the apartment. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I backed away from the table. I needed to leave. I needed to get out of the apartment, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was too late. Whatever had been here was still here, and it wasn't leaving. I grabbed my phone and called a friend, desperate for someone to talk to make sense of this. As the phone rang, I scanned the room one last time. The apartment felt colder now, like it had become something else, something unwelcoming. The walls seemed to close in around me. "Hello?" My friend's voice came through the phone, but it felt distant, like I was hearing it from far away. I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. There was no need to explain. I could feel it now, the presence that had been waiting for me, the invisible weight that had followed me back. "I think I'm being watched," I whispered into the phone, my voice barely audible. But before I could say anything more, the phone went dead. The line went silent, and I stared at the screen in disbelief. The lights flickered once, then went out completely. The darkness around me deepened, and I knew without a doubt that I wasn't alone anymore. Whatever had been in my apartment wasn't leaving, and now it was waiting again. Story 7. I had just finished my day, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me as I sat on the couch. My phone buzzed, its sharp vibration pulling me from my tired thoughts. At first, I thought it might be a notification or something trivial, but when I checked the screen, my heart skipped a beat. The message was short, almost too simple, yet it sent a cold chill through my body. "I'm closer than you think." I stared at the words, trying to make sense of them. Who could it be? The message was anonymous, and there was no number attached, just a blank space where the sender's name should be. I checked the time, hoping that maybe it was just a prank, a harmless joke. But it didn't feel like a joke. It felt too intentional, too unsettling. I stood up, my heart racing. The room suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in around me. The silence in the house felt heavy, almost oppressive. I walked over to the window, half expecting to see someone standing outside watching me. But there was nothing, no movement, no shadows, just the quiet of the night. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was nothing. It was just a random message, maybe even a wrong number. But the words kept echoing in my mind, "I'm closer than you think." The message was too specific to be random. It felt like a warning, like whoever sent it knew something. I looked around the room again, trying to find some comfort and familiarity. Everything seemed in its place, nothing out of the ordinary. But the message had already planted a seed of fear in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, someone who knew more than they should. I tried to focus on something else, anything to distract me from the growing unease. But the phone was still in my hand, the message still on the screen. I couldn't ignore it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Whoever sent it was closer than I realized. I sat back down on the couch, trying to think logically. Could it be a mistake? Maybe someone was sending these messages to the wrong number. But deep down, I knew it wasn't a mistake. The message felt too personal, too deliberate. I needed to do something, but what? How could I find out who was behind this? I decided to check the security cameras around the house, hoping to find something, anything that could explain the feeling of being watched. As I pulled up the footage, I noticed something strange. The cameras outside were all blurry, the footage distorted, as if something had interfered with the signal. My pulse quickened. I rewound the footage, looking for any sign of movement. And then I saw it. For a split second, the footage cleared just long enough to catch a glimpse of someone standing near the side of the house. They were far enough away that I couldn't make out any details, but the silhouette was unmistakable. My stomach turned, and I felt a wave of panic rising in my chest. The message wasn't just a coincidence. Someone had been close. I ran to the window again, heart pounding, but the outside was just as empty as it had been earlier. I couldn't see anyone. I felt trapped in a nightmare, my mind spinning with questions. Who was this person? How did they know where I was? Why hadn't they come inside? I grabbed my phone again, staring at the screen, hoping there would be another message, something that would explain it all. But there was nothing. No new texts, no calls, just silence. The kind of silence that was deafening. Hours passed, and the unease never left. Every creak of the house, every shift in the air felt like a warning. The message had triggered something inside me, something primal, a need to protect myself, to figure out who was out there. But the more I thought about it, the more the fear grew. Then, just as I thought I couldn't take it anymore, my phone buzzed again. This time, the message was different. "Look outside." I froze, staring at the words. I didn't want to look. I couldn't, but I knew I had no choice. Slowly, I turned toward the window, my breath catching in my throat. Every part of me screamed to ignore it, to turn away, but I couldn't. I pulled the curtain back, just enough to see outside. My eyes scanned the yard, the street, the shadows. And there, just at the edge of the driveway, was a figure. I couldn't make out any details, but I saw the shape clearly. It was standing still, staring directly at my house. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there as if waiting for me to notice. I felt a cold sweat break out across my skin. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. Was this the same person who had been sending the messages? How had they gotten so close without me hearing a thing? The figure didn't move, but I didn't need to see more. I already knew. The message had been true. They were closer than I thought, and they were watching me. I didn't know what to do next, but I couldn't stay there any longer. I grabbed my phone, called the police, and told them everything. They promised to send someone right away, but the wait felt like an eternity. I couldn't take my eyes off the window, unable to look away from the figure standing just outside. When the officers arrived, the figure was gone. There was no sign of anyone in the yard, no trace of movement. It was as if they had never been there at all. I never did find out who had been watching me or why they had sent those messages, but I never felt safe again. Story 8. I had just finished cleaning up after a long day, my mind still occupied with work and the usual mundane thoughts. The house was quiet, calm, just the way I liked it after the hustle of the day. I walked to the front door to check if I had left it unlocked, a habit I always made sure to follow. But as I reached the door, something caught my eye, a mark, a strange, dark smudge right in the center of the wood. I stopped, staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The mark was unlike anything I had ever noticed before. It wasn't dirt or mud, not a typical stain. It looked more like a deep, irregular scratch, as if someone had clawed at the surface. But there were no signs of it being done with a tool, no jagged edges or any trace of force. It was smooth, almost as if the mark had appeared on its own, a part of the wood that hadn't been there earlier. I reached out to touch it, my fingers brushing against the cold, rough surface. There was no moisture or residue, nothing to indicate that it was fresh. It seemed almost as if the mark had been there for much longer than I thought, even though I couldn't recall seeing it before. My pulse quickened as I pulled my hand back, a sense of unease creeping up my spine. How had this mark appeared? I had no explanation for it. I stepped back from the door, my mind racing through possible explanations. Could it have been an accident, something I hadn't noticed when I moved in? But no, I had checked the door countless times before. I was certain it hadn't been there just this morning. The more I stared at it, the more it seemed to grow, to shift in a way that made my eyes play tricks on me. The mark didn't look stationary. It felt as though it was almost alive, pulsating with a strange energy that I couldn't understand. I quickly ran to the window, looking out onto the street, but there was no one in sight. It was a quiet evening, nothing unusual. No one had knocked on the door, no one had come by. I couldn't think of anyone who would have been near it. My stomach churned as I turned back to the door, considering the possibility that someone might have been messing with me, pranks, vandalism, something to explain away the mark. But it didn't feel like a prank. It didn't feel like anything I had experienced before. There was something about the mark that made it seem intentional, as if it was meant to be there, as if it was trying to communicate something to me. I examined the edges of the mark closely, but it remained smooth and unbroken. I couldn't get a clear shape from it, just the unsettling impression that it was wrong, out of place. I pulled myself together, deciding that the best course of action was to lock up and forget about it. I stepped back, grabbing the key to secure the door, but before I could turn it, the mark seemed to change again. This time it wasn't just shifting in appearance. It was as if the door itself was reacting to my touch. The wood groaned slightly, a low, unnatural sound that made my skin crawl. I stepped back, heart racing, unsure whether I had imagined it or if it was real. I stood there for a moment, frozen, not knowing what to do. I wanted to call someone, ask for help, but the thought of explaining this to anyone made me feel foolish. No one would believe me. So I decided to do what any sensible person would do: ignore it, lock the door, and go inside. But just as I reached for the handle, I noticed something else, a faint, almost imperceptible scent in the air, like burning wood or something metallic. I turned back toward the door, the smell growing stronger, more pungent. I backed away again, but this time I felt it like a pressure building in the air around me. a weight that wasn't there before. It was as if something was trying to pull me back to the door, something invisible, yet very real. My feet moved against my will, as if I were being drawn back toward the mark, toward the door that had now become more than just a simple entryway. It felt wrong, so wrong. But I fought against it, shaking my head and trying to focus. I had to get away, to leave the house, to escape whatever this was. I turned around and started walking briskly toward the back door, the feeling of something following me intensifying with each step. But as I reached for the back door handle, I heard it, the faintest scratching sound, coming from the front door. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. The sound of something dragging against the wood made my blood run cold. It was the same sound as before, the sound that had made my heart skip a beat when I first noticed the mark. But now it was louder, closer. It wasn't just a scratch, it was a deliberate, purposeful movement, as if something was trying to get through the door from the other side. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. The scratching continued, growing louder, more frantic, as if the thing on the other side was desperate to escape. I thought I might faint, but I forced myself to turn and run. I flung open the back door and sprinted outside, the night air cold against my skin. But as I glanced back at the house, I saw it just for a split second, a figure standing behind the door, looking out at me through the glass. I didn't stop running. I didn't look back again until I reached the neighbor's house, my heart pounding in my chest. I knocked frantically, desperate for someone to help, but they weren't home. I turned back to my own house, my eyes darting between the shadows of the trees and the dim glow from the windows, half expecting to see the mark again, half expecting to see something or someone waiting for me. The next morning I returned to my house, bracing myself for whatever I might find. But when I checked the front door, the mark was gone. There was no trace of it, no sign that it had ever been there. The door looked exactly as it had before, ordinary and unremarkable. I reached out to touch it, hesitating for a moment, but when my fingers brushed against the wood, I felt nothing but the smooth, familiar surface. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, that the stress of the day had gotten to me. But deep down, I knew something had changed. I knew the mark had been real, and whatever it meant, it wasn't over. I wasn't sure what I had just experienced, but I was certain of one thing: it wasn't the last time I would see that mark, or whatever it had been. Story 9. I heard my voice echoing back at me from the other room, but I was alone. It wasn't just a faint sound either. It was clear, as if I had spoken just seconds ago. My heart raced, my pulse quickening in the quiet room. I stood frozen, not knowing what to do. The voice was mine, but there was something wrong about it, something off, like it didn't belong to me. I called out, just to be sure, my voice breaking the silence. Hello. My words hung in the air, and for a moment, I thought I might hear the echo again. But it didn't come. It should have been just a quiet house, yet the air felt thick, like something was lurking just out of sight, waiting. My breath hitched in my chest, and I took a slow step toward the door that led to the other room. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to see what might be there, but the curiosity gnawed at me, tugging me forward. I reached for the doorknob, my fingers trembling. When I opened the door, I was greeted with nothing but the dimly lit room ahead. It was empty, just like I expected. There was no one there, but the silence felt wrong. It wasn't the peaceful kind of quiet, it felt heavy, like something was hidden, something watching. I took another step into the room, my eyes scanning the corners, the furniture, nothing unusual. But then, there it was again, my voice. Why are you standing there? The words came from behind me, clear as day, but my mouth hadn't moved. I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest, but the room was empty, as it had been before. The fear that had been building in me suddenly exploded. I stumbled backward, hitting the wall, my breath coming in shallow gasps. "Who's there?" I shouted into the empty room. The silence answered me, suffocating. I was alone. Or was I? I turned and fled back to the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the empty house. Every shadow seemed darker, every corner deeper. I could feel it now. That strange presence, the sensation that I was being watched. My phone, which I had forgotten about in my panic, buzzed in my pocket. I yanked it out, hoping it would be a distraction, something to make sense of what was happening. But when I checked the screen, there was nothing. No new messages. Nothing at all. I stood there, my mind racing, trying to understand what had just happened. My voice, my words, echoed back at me, yet no one was around. I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. Had I imagined it? Was I hearing things? No, I couldn't have imagined it. The voice had been too real, too clear. It was my own voice, but somehow not. Suddenly I heard the sound again, faint at first, but growing clearer. "Why don't you come closer?" The words were identical to the ones I had just heard, but now they seemed to come from everywhere. I turned around quickly, but again, there was no one there. The air felt thick, as though it was holding its breath, waiting for me to make the next move. I bolted down the hallway, but my feet felt heavy, like I was moving through thick mud. The sound of my own voice calling to me grew louder, more persistent. "I'm waiting. Come find me." It wasn't just coming from the other room anymore. It was coming from the walls, from the floor, from all around me. Panic surged within me, and I ran faster, my heart pounding in my ears. I had to get out. I had to escape whatever this was. But the closer I got to the front door, the louder the voice became, until it was screaming in my ears. "You're already here. You've always been here." My hand reached for the door handle, but I froze, my blood running cold. The voice had come from behind me. "Don't leave yet," it whispered. I turned slowly, dread filling every part of me. There, standing at the end of the hallway, was a shadow, a dark figure that looked like me but wasn't. It had the same shape, the same height, but something was wrong. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, and its smile. It wasn't my smile. It was wide, unsettling, as if it were waiting for me to join it. The figure stepped closer, its movements slow but deliberate, and my body refused to move. I felt trapped, like a puppet on strings, unable to do anything but watch. The figure's smile widened, and in a voice that was unmistakably mine, it said, "I've been waiting for you to wake up." The words sent a chill through my entire being, and the world around me seemed to blur. My legs finally moved, carrying me toward the door, away from the figure. I was desperate, panicked, running, not looking back. But when I reached for the door handle, it didn't turn. My heart sank. The door was locked. "Let me out," I screamed, pounding on the door, but the sound of my own voice echoed back at me, mocking me. "I've been waiting." The figure's voice came from behind me, cold and relentless. I turned, but the figure was gone. Only the sound of my breathing and the echo of my voice filled the room. I could hear the voice again, this time quieter, fading into the walls. "You're never leaving. You've already woken up." Up. I slammed my fists against the door, but it wouldn't budge. The house, the room, it all felt suffocating, like I had been pulled into a nightmare I couldn't escape. I was trapped. My own voice surrounded me, echoed by the walls, the air, everything. And then, as I sank to the floor in defeat, The door slowly creaked open by itself. I didn't hesitate. I bolted from the house, the cold night air hitting me like a rush of reality. I didn't stop running until I reached the street. I turned back once, half expecting to see the figure standing in the doorway, waiting for me. But there was nothing, just the quiet, empty street. I didn't know if I had escaped or if I had simply walked further into the trap. I didn't know if I was still dreaming or if this was real. But as I looked around, I heard it again, my own voice softly calling from the darkness. I'm waiting. Story 10. N. I woke up to the soft hum of my radio playing, its usual static filling the room. The room was still dark, the early morning light barely peeking through the curtains. I had no memory of turning it on, but the sound was comforting, almost soothing. It was strange, though something felt different about the station. The voices on the radio weren't the usual morning show hosts, or the familiar music I had heard so many times before. This time it was a conversation, a quiet, intimate discussion that seemed too real. At first I thought it was a live recording, maybe an interview that was being replayed. But as I listened more closely, I realized the conversation sounded oddly familiar. The voices, they were mine, my voice and someone else's. It was a conversation I had no recollection of having, but it was unmistakably me. The words they spoke were clear, and they seemed to be discussing things I had long forgotten, things that felt so distant, like memories I had buried away. The more I listened, the more I felt a sense of unease. I had to get up and check the radio, make sure it wasn't some weird malfunction, but my feet felt heavy, as if the very act of moving was too much to bear. The conversation continued, the voices exchanging words like they were in the same room with me. The other person spoke gently, but the words they said sent chills down my spine. I know you've been thinking about it, the other voice said, soft but unmistakable. You just don't want to admit it. I sat up, my heart racing. The words didn't make sense. I hadn't been thinking about anything like that. What were they referring to? I tried to shake off the feeling that something was wrong, that I was hearing things I shouldn't be hearing. But I couldn't turn off the radio. The voices were still talking, now more intense, as though they were aware I was listening. It felt as if they were directly speaking to me, even though they were coming from the past, from a time I didn't remember. I got up, moving toward the radio, my hands trembling as I reached for the dial. I tried to turn it off, but the volume wouldn't budge. The voices were getting louder now, the conversation more heated. I could hear the other person laughing softly, like they knew something I didn't. You'll remember soon enough, they said, and my stomach dropped. I didn't want to remember anything. I didn't want to know what this conversation was about. But there was something in the back of my mind that made it impossible to ignore. The words felt like a warning, like they were trying to tell me something I wasn't ready to hear. The radio crackled again, and for a moment there was silence. Then, the voice returned, more urgent this time. You need to come back. It's been too long. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. What did that mean? Come back. Where? The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. And why did it feel like they were speaking directly to me, even though the conversation had taken place in the past? I quickly unplugged the radio, the silence settling over me like a heavy weight. But the words from the conversation still echoed in my mind, haunting me. I felt like I was drowning in a sea of unanswered questions. I hadn't been able to make sense of it, but one thing was clear: this wasn't some random broadcast. It was something that had been meant for me. A message from the past, a conversation I shouldn't have heard, but that was somehow meant to reach me now. I stood there in the dark, the radio still in my hands, unsure of what to do next. What had I just heard? And why did it feel like I was supposed to remember something? something I had forgotten long ago. Story 11. Untamed. I had been sitting at my desk for hours, going through old files and organizing paperwork. The room was dimly lit by the soft glow of the desk lamp, casting long shadows across the room. I had been meaning to clean out the drawer for a while, but never seemed to find the time. Today, though, I was determined to finally get it done. As I opened the drawer, my hand brushed against something unusual. It was a small, folded piece of paper tucked into the corner, almost as if it had been placed there on purpose. I pulled it out, my fingers trembling slightly as I unfolded it. The paper was yellowed, the edges worn, as if it had been there for a long time. I felt a strange sense of unease wash over me as I read the words written in thick, blocky letters, "We're coming for you." The message was simple, but the weight of it hit me like a punch to the stomach. My heart raced, and I felt a chill crawl down my spine. Who had written this, and why was it in my desk drawer? I stared at the paper for what felt like an eternity, my mind spinning with questions. The handwriting was unfamiliar, the words unsettling in their directness. There was no explanation, no context, just those chilling words. I looked around the room, half expecting someone to be standing in the doorway watching me, but the room was still, the silence deafening. I set the paper down on the desk, trying to make sense of it. I had no enemies, no reason to believe anyone would want to harm me. So why had this message appeared in my drawer, hidden away like some forgotten secret? The more I thought about it, the more I realized how little sense it made. There were no threats, no signs of danger in my life, at least, not that I knew of. Still, the feeling of dread lingered, gnawing at me. I grabbed my phone, thinking I might find something, some explanation, some clue. I checked my messages, my emails, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. No strange calls, no ominous notes. I called a couple of friends, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched, but they were all busy. I hung up the phone and returned to my desk, my gaze falling back on the piece of paper. The words on it hadn't changed, but I couldn't shake the thought that they were meant for me. That whoever had written this knew exactly who I was, where I lived, and somehow had been watching me. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest, and began pacing around the room. Was I being paranoid? Was this just a prank? But as I thought about it, the more I realized it didn't feel like a prank. It felt like a warning. There. I felt trapped, like the walls of the room were closing in on me. I tried to push the thought out of my mind, but the more I focused on it, the clearer the message became. "We're coming for you." The words echoed in my mind, growing louder with each passing second. Who were we? And why me? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I grabbed my phone again, this time looking for any signs that I wasn't alone in this. Maybe someone had left the paper there as a joke. But even as I searched, I knew deep down that this wasn't a joke. It wasn't funny, and it wasn't something that could be ignored. The message was real. It was personal, and it was meant to frighten me. I sat down again, my hands trembling as I tried to think. What was I supposed to do? Should I call the police? But what would I say? That I found a strange note in my desk drawer. How would that sound? Ridiculous, probably. I didn't have any real evidence that anything was wrong. But that note, those words kept circling in my mind. "We're coming for you." As the night wore on, the feeling of being watched didn't subside. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, made sure everything was secure. But no matter how many times I checked, the unease refused to leave. It clung to me, a constant presence in the back of my mind. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant sound outside made me jump. The hours dragged on, and I eventually went to bed, though sleep didn't come easily. I lay there wide awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house around me. It was quiet, too quiet, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw the words written on that paper. "We're coming for you." The next day, I decided to go to work as usual, but something felt different. The air felt heavier, and the people around me seemed more distant. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. When I returned home that evening, I immediately checked the desk drawer again. The paper was gone. I froze. My heart raced as I looked around, my mind spinning. Who had taken it, and why? Had someone been in my house? I searched the room, looking for any sign of someone else's presence, but there was nothing out of place. Still, the dread gnawed at me. I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid or if something was truly happening. My hands were shaking as I went to check the locks once again. They were all secure, just as I had left them. Days passed, and I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, checking for signs that someone was following me, watching me, but nothing happened. The message had faded from my mind, replaced by the hum of daily life. Yet deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. That whatever this was, it wasn't finished with me yet. And then one evening, as I was walking to my car after work, I noticed something. A small piece of paper was stuck to the windshield. My heart skipped a beat as I pulled it off and read the words written on it. "We're closer than you think." I froze, the blood draining from my face. They weren't done. Story 12. I was making dinner, the familiar hum of the kitchen surrounding me as I moved around, preparing the meal. As I reached for a utensil in the drawer, I noticed something odd. A set of keys sitting in the back corner, gleaming under the dim light of the kitchen. I froze. They weren't mine, at least, not to my knowledge. I had never seen them before, and they certainly didn't belong to anyone in my household. I picked them up, examining them closely. There were no labels, no markings to indicate what they might open. Just a simple set of 3 keys, all identical in shape, attached to a worn keychain with no distinguishing features. A strange sense of unease settled over me. I hadn't placed them there. No one else had access to my kitchen, so how did they end up in the drawer? I started to go through the possibilities. Maybe someone had accidentally left them there, or maybe I had forgotten about them. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I had no memory of ever seeing these keys before. My heart began to race as I tried to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I walked through the house, checking every door and lock, trying to make sense of the keys in my hand. Each one seemed to match nothing I could think of. I tried them on the locks of the back door, the garage, and even the small storage shed in the yard. But none of them fit. My confusion deepened. What were these keys for? They seemed so familiar, yet so foreign at the same time. It was like they had a purpose, but that purpose was just out of my reach. The more I stared at them, the more I felt a pull towards something. I couldn't explain it, but something inside me urged me to figure out where these keys belonged. I kept thinking about the shed outside, wondering if I had missed something. Maybe there was something hidden in there, something I had forgotten about. But the keys didn't fit the shed door, nor any other doors I tried. I went back to the kitchen, feeling a growing sense of dread. I placed the keys back in the drawer, trying to ignore the nagging feeling in my chest. But I couldn't stop thinking about them. There was something about those keys, something unsettling. The way they felt in my hand, the way they seemed to belong to something I couldn't quite remember. I closed the drawer, but the thought of the keys lingered. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those keys, their gleaming metal staring back at me. I kept wondering if I was missing something, something important. Why had they appeared in my kitchen? Was I supposed to find them? The thought consumed me, and no matter how much I tried to distract myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to know what those keys opened. The next morning, I decided to try something different. I took the keys to the local locksmith, hoping they might have some answers. The locksmith looked at the keys with a curious expression, running them through his hands. "These are strange," he said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I've never seen keys like these before, but they look like they could be for an old building, something that hasn't been used in a long time." My heart skipped a beat. An old building. My mind raced. Was it possible these keys were connected to something from my past? I had no recollection of any old buildings, no memory of a place that would require these keys. The locksmith's words only added to the mystery. I went home that afternoon, the keys still heavy in my pocket. I couldn't let go of the feeling that I was being drawn to something I needed to find. I spent hours searching the house again, looking for any clues that might explain the keys, but I found nothing. There were no hidden compartments, no secret rooms. It was as if the keys were simply a riddle with no answer. As the days went by, I couldn't stop thinking about the keys. They were always with me, a constant reminder of the mystery I couldn't solve. I started to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The more I searched, the more frustrated I became. And then, one night, as I lay in bed, it hit me. A memory, long buried, surfaced in my mind. I remembered an old house I used to visit as a child, a place I hadn't thought about in years. It was abandoned now, the windows boarded up, but I had spent many afternoons playing near it, exploring the overgrown yard. I didn't know why, but in that moment everything clicked. Those keys had to be for that house. I couldn't explain why, but it made sense. The old house was the only place I had ever seen doors that seemed to require such keys. I had to go there. I had to find out if the keys really did open something in that house. I grabbed the keys and drove to the house. The journey felt surreal, like I was following some invisible force that had been guiding me all along. When I arrived, the house stood silent and foreboding, just as I remembered. The yard was overgrown, and the windows were dark and empty. I walked up to the front door, keys in hand, my heart pounding in my chest. I tried the first key. It didn't fit. I tried the second. No luck, but when I tried the third, the door creaked open, as if the house itself was waiting for me. I stepped inside, the air thick with dust and the smell of old wood. The floorboards groaned under my weight as I moved further in. It felt like stepping into another time, a place I had forgotten but was now somehow drawn to. I explored the house, each room more unsettling than the last. But it wasn't until I reached the basement that I found what I was looking for. A small wooden chest, tucked away in the corner, covered in dust and cobwebs. I knew without a doubt that this was what the keys were for. I opened the chest, my hands trembling. Inside was a pile of old letters, papers, and photographs. I sifted through them, my breath catching as I recognized something, a picture of me, much younger, standing in front of the very house I was now standing in. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. This house, this place was part of my past. I had forgotten about it, buried it deep in my memory. But the keys had led me back, to uncover something I had long since lost. As I stood there, holding the photograph, I understood some things are never truly forgotten. Story 13. Unwind. I had just finished a long day of work and was sitting in my living room, trying to unwind. The house was quiet, the only sound the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. As I sat there, something caught my eye through the window. In the distance, just beyond the yard, there was a figure standing still in the shadows. It was hard to make out any details, but the shape of a person was unmistakable. I felt a chill run down my spine, my instincts telling me that something was wrong. I stared at the figure for what seemed like an eternity, my mind racing. Was it a neighbor? Someone passing by? But the figure wasn't moving, just standing there perfectly still. The longer I looked, the more unsettled I became. The shape seemed to be staring directly at me, though I couldn't make out any features in the dim light of the evening. My heart began to pound as the silence around me grew heavier. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just someone standing there, minding their own business. Maybe they were waiting for someone or just lost in thought. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't right. The figure remained frozen in place, making no attempt to move or leave. After a few moments of staring at it, my nerves got the best of me. I had to know who or what it was. I couldn't just sit there and let my mind spiral. I grabbed my jacket and rushed to the door, my hands shaking as I opened it. I stepped out onto the porch, the cool night air hitting my face. The yard stretched out in front of me, empty and silent. I squinted into the darkness, searching for any sign of the figure, but there was nothing. No one was there. The yard was completely empty, and the figure had vanished. Confusion gripped me. I had seen it, there was no doubt in my mind, but now there was nothing but the quiet rustling of the trees in the wind. I stepped further into the yard, my breath coming out in shallow gasps, scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, not even a footprint in the grass. It was as though the person had never been there at all. I backed up to the door, my nerves on edge. What was going on? Had I imagined it? But it didn't feel like a hallucination. It felt real, and the fear that had settled in my chest was too intense to dismiss. I closed the door behind me, locking it tightly, and stood there for a moment, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Maybe the stress of the day had gotten to me, or maybe it was a trick of the light. I sat down again, attempting to relax, but the feeling of unease lingered, refusing to leave me. Every time I glanced at the window, I half expected to see the figure standing there again, staring at me from the shadows. But as the night wore on, the sense of dread didn't fade. It only grew stronger. I kept hearing strange noises, creaks, and whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. The house felt colder, the air heavier. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as if the figure had somehow followed me inside, though I couldn't explain how or why. I stayed up late that night, my mind whirling with questions. What had I seen? Who was that person? Why had they been standing in my backyard watching me? And why had they disappeared the moment I opened the door? I had no answers, only more and more questions that seemed to circle around in my head. The next morning I woke up groggy, the events of the previous night still fresh in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I decided to go outside and inspect the yard again, hoping to find some clue that would explain what had happened. But as I stepped out onto the porch, everything seemed normal. The grass was undisturbed, the ground wasn't wet, and there were no signs of anyone having been there. I looked around, but the yard was as quiet and empty as it had been the night before. It felt like I was chasing ghosts, trying to make sense of something that couldn't be explained. I spent the rest of the day on edge, constantly checking the backyard, half expecting to see the figure standing there again. But there was nothing, only the empty expanse of grass and trees. The days went by, and I tried to move on, telling myself that it had all been a figment of my imagination. But every now and then, when I looked out the window or stepped into the yard, the feeling of being watched would return. The sense of unease would settle in my chest, and I would find myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting the figure to reappear. Weeks passed, and life returned to normal, but the memory of that night never truly left me. I couldn't forget the figure in the backyard, nor the strange sense of being observed. I began to wonder if I would ever really know what had happened that night, or if it was something I would never be able to explain. But one thing was certain: I would never look out into the backyard the same way again. Story 14. I was sitting at my desk late one evening, scrolling through my inbox, when something caught my eye. A strange email subject, something I didn't recognize. It had my name in it, and for some reason it made my stomach tighten with unease. I opened it cautiously, expecting some sort of spam or unwanted advertisement, but instead I found a document attached. The file name had my full name on it, and as I opened it, I realized it was a formal document, a contract of sorts. I stared at it for a moment, confused. The document looked official, filled with legal jargon, and in the signature line was my name, signed neatly as if I had agreed to whatever it was. But the strange thing was, I didn't remember signing anything. In fact, I couldn't recall even receiving a document like this, let alone agreeing to its terms. My heart began to race as I skimmed through the document. It detailed something about a service I supposedly had signed up for, with a hefty fee attached. I didn't recognize this service, nor had I ever heard of it before. But there it was, in black and white, my name, my signature, and a clear agreement. I immediately checked the sender's email address, hoping to find some explanation for this bizarre message. It looked like a legitimate address, one I hadn't seen before but appeared professional. It didn't look like spam, and the document itself seemed too polished to be a scam. My mind was reeling. Had I somehow signed up for this without remembering? Maybe I had clicked something by accident. But I was usually so careful about those things, so cautious about my online activity. I didn't recall agreeing to anything, especially not something like this. I sat back in my chair, trying to calm my racing thoughts. There had to be a mistake. Maybe it was a phishing attempt, but it felt too real. The more I stared at the document, the more unsettling it became. The contract outlined specific obligations on my part, things I knew I hadn't agreed to. It was as if someone had forged my signature, but it didn't look like a forgery. It looked too real. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it someone trying to mess with me? Had my personal information been compromised? I decided to take a step back and check if I had received any previous emails from this address. After scrolling through my inbox, I found nothing. No prior communication, no hints of this strange contract or the service it described. I thought about contacting the sender, but something stopped me. What if this was some kind of trap? What if they had expected me to react, to click something else, to open another link? I couldn't risk it. I tried to shake it off, but as the hours went by, the feeling of unease grew. I kept coming back to the document, rereading it, even though I didn't want to. It gnawed at me like something just beyond my reach, a puzzle I couldn't solve. I even checked my bank account to see if any unexpected charges had been made. There was nothing. No fees, no withdrawals, no sign of any transactions related to the document. But the contract remained in my inbox, a haunting reminder of something I couldn't explain. The more I thought about it, the more questions arose. How had they gotten my name? How had they known about me? I checked my social media accounts, my online profiles, looking for any signs that someone had found a way in, but everything seemed secure. I hadn't clicked on anything suspicious lately, and I had kept my personal information protected. Yet here it was, a document with my name on it, a signature I didn't recognize, and a service I couldn't recall. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Maybe I had signed something and just forgotten. But no, I was certain I hadn't. My memory was usually sharp. I remembered every contract I'd ever signed, every sign of any agreement. This was different. This was something that felt wrong from the start. It didn't make sense. The next morning, I called a friend and told them about the email, hoping for some clarity. They tried to reassure me, suggesting that it was probably a mistake or a simple error. But I wasn't convinced. Something about the document felt too intentional, too precise. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, tracking me, and they were trying to pull me into something I didn't want to be a part of. My friend suggested I report the email to my email provider or to some kind of online fraud prevention service, but I wasn't sure what to do. What if it was too late? What if they already had more than enough information on me? I decided to forward the email to my provider, asking for advice on how to proceed. But even as I hit send, I couldn't help but feel like I was in too deep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the signature, my name neatly written at the bottom of the document. I couldn't escape it. It was like someone had planned this out, carefully constructing a scenario where I would doubt my own memory, doubt my own actions. I tried to distract myself, tried to do something, anything, to take my mind off the email, but it lingered in my thoughts like a shadow. As the days passed, I didn't hear back from the provider. There were no follow-up emails, no updates. I kept waiting, hoping for an answer, but nothing came. My anxiety grew with every passing hour. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me, waiting for me to make a move. Maybe I was being paranoid, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. The document hadn't been a mistake. It was a warning, a reminder that someone or something was in control, and I was just a pawn in their game. I couldn't go back to sleep without thinking about it. Couldn't go through my day without wondering what else they knew. And then, as I sat there staring at the screen, a new email popped up in my inbox. It was from the same address. My breath caught in my throat as I opened it. The subject line was simple: "It's not over yet." My hands trembled as I clicked on the email, and this time there was no document, just those words. And then my heart sank beneath the text. There was a photo. It was a picture of me, taken in my own living room, sitting at my desk, staring at the screen. Someone had been watching me the entire time. Story 15. I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone, when a message popped up. The screen flashed brightly in the dim light of my living room, and I paused. The number was unfamiliar, and I couldn't recall giving my number to anyone recently. I opened the message, my heart already racing in anticipation. The words were simple but chilling: "You're being watched." The message was blunt, almost too casual for something so terrifying. I stared at the screen for what felt like an eternity, my thoughts scrambling to make sense of it. Who would send this? I didn't recognize the number, and I certainly didn't know anyone who would say something like that. I quickly checked the time, late but not too late, and looked out the window. The street was quiet, the only movement the occasional car passing by. My heart thudded louder in my chest. It felt like the world around me had suddenly become too still, too quiet, as if something was lurking just beyond my line of sight. I immediately began scanning the apartment, checking corners and windows as if expecting someone to step out from the shadows. I didn't know what to do. The message was unsettling, but it wasn't exactly a threat. Still, the thought of being watched sent waves of panic through me. I walked over to the window, peering through the blinds, but nothing was out of the ordinary. No one was standing across the street. No one seemed to be paying attention to my apartment. I convinced myself it was probably a prank, some random text from someone trying to mess with me. Yet a voice in the back of my mind kept telling me that it wasn't. I returned to the couch and tried to ignore the message, but my mind kept racing. Who could be watching me? I didn't have enemies, at least none that I knew of. I didn't have any reason to think someone would be stalking me. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling the idea became. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been following me for days, watching my every move without me knowing. The idea of being watched from the shadows made my skin crawl. I decided to respond, asking who it was, but I didn't get a reply. I waited for several minutes, but nothing came through. The silence only added to the unease settling in my chest. I felt like I was suffocating, as though the air around me had thickened. I grabbed my phone again, wanting to check the number, maybe search for it online. But when I tried, the screen flickered and froze. It was as if my phone didn't want me to see anything. That was when I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I turned quickly, eyes darting across the room. The feeling intensified, almost as if someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. My pulse quickened, and I forced myself to stand and check the apartment again. I felt foolish, but I couldn't ignore the fear creeping up my spine. I checked the closet, peeked behind the curtains, and looked under the bed. Nothing. But the feeling didn't go away. The silence was deafening. The phone buzzed again, and my stomach lurched. Another message from the same unknown number. My fingers trembled as I opened it. "You think you're alone, but you're not. I've been watching you for days." My heart dropped. My eyes scanned the room once more, this time with more urgency. There was no sign of anyone, but the words from the message hung heavy in the air. It wasn't a prank anymore. This was real. Someone had been watching me for days. I tried to think of any possible explanation, any person who could be behind this, but no one came to mind. No one knew me well enough to say something like that. I grabbed my phone again and attempted to block the number, but before I could, the screen went black. It was as though someone was controlling my phone. Panic gripped me. The only sound in the apartment was my own shallow breathing, my pulse ringing in my ears. I tried to power it on again, but it wouldn't respond. I could hear my heartbeat echoing in the room, each thud more frantic than the last. I stumbled to the front door and checked the lock. I did the same with the windows, making sure everything was secure, but I knew that none of that mattered. Whoever was behind this message knew where I was, and they knew how to get to me. The idea that someone had been watching me, studying my routine, made me feel exposed in a way I had never experienced before. My thoughts were spiraling. Should I call the police? It felt too small to report just a message, a simple text. But I knew that feeling watched, feeling unsafe in your own home, was not something to ignore. I grabbed my phone again and tried to send a message to a close friend, asking if they could come over, but it wouldn't send. It was as if everything was being blocked, like someone was controlling the space around me. The next message arrived, this one even more direct. "I'm right outside your door." I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My entire body went cold and the world seemed to stop. I didn't know what to do. I was alone, isolated, and terrified. The voice in my head screamed to do something, anything, but I was paralyzed by fear. I turned toward the door, my legs like lead as I moved. I had to know. I had to see. I peered through the peephole, my heart racing, expecting to see a face, a figure standing just on the other side. But there was nothing. No one. The hallway was empty. My hand gripped the door handle, shaking. I slowly opened it, but no one was there. The silence that greeted me was oppressive, suffocating. No footsteps, no sounds, just an eerie emptiness. I stepped back inside, my heart still pounding, still feeling the weight of the message hanging over me. Whoever had been watching me was close. I knew it. They were out there, somewhere, just waiting for me to make a move. The feeling of being watched was unbearable, like a cold presence lingering in every corner of the room, just out of sight. I couldn't escape it. No matter where I went, no matter what I did, the feeling stayed with me, creeping along the edges of my thoughts. And as I stood there, in the quiet of my apartment, I realized something terrifying. Being watched was only the beginning. Story 16. I woke up to find my bathroom mirror cracked, but I hadn't touched it. The morning light filtered through the blinds, casting a soft glow on the tiles, but something about the reflection caught my eye. The mirror, usually pristine, now had a jagged crack running across its surface. It wasn't the kind of crack that happens from a fall or impact, but more like it had been formed deliberately, splitting from the center outward. I hadn't noticed it the night before, and the thought of it being there when I went to bed made my skin crawl. I stood frozen in front of it, staring at the fractured glass. The break seemed almost too perfect, as though it had been planned, and it wasn't just the crack that bothered me. The reflection in the mirror looked off. It wasn't me. It was a momentary flash of something else, something unfamiliar standing where I stood. I blinked and stepped back, shaking my head, but when I looked again, it was just me. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the mirror had been compromised over time, and I hadn't noticed the growing crack. But the feeling lingered. My stomach churned as I thought about how I hadn't touched the mirror, hadn't even been near it. How could it crack like that overnight, perfectly splitting in a way that seemed almost intentional? I reached out cautiously, my fingers hovering near the crack. There was something unsettling about the way the glass caught the light. The edges of the crack seemed to shimmer, almost as if the mirror was alive, reacting to my touch. I pulled my hand back quickly, a sense of dread settling in the pit of my stomach. The bathroom, usually a peaceful space, suddenly felt heavy. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and I could swear I heard a faint whisper, just beyond the reach of hearing. It was so soft that I couldn't tell if it was real or just my mind playing tricks on me. But the whisper grew louder, more distinct, and it seemed to come from the direction of the mirror. I leaned forward again, my breath catching in my throat. "Turn around," the whisper said, almost too quietly to hear, but it was there. I quickly turned away, my heart racing. There was no one in the room with me, no one at all. The bathroom was empty, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of the mirror, feeling a strange compulsion to document it. The crack didn't make sense, and I needed proof that I hadn't imagined it. But when I looked at the photo, the mirror seemed even worse in the picture. The crack appeared wider, deeper, and in the reflection, I saw a shadowy figure standing behind me. I stared at the image, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. There was no one behind me when I took the picture. No one. Panic set in as I zoomed in on the figure in the reflection. It was blurry, its features distorted, but I could make out a shape tall, thin, and vaguely human. My hands shook as I lowered the phone, looking back at the mirror. The figure was gone. It was just me again. But the crack in the mirror remained, and it seemed to pulse, as if it were alive. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. Every time I looked at the mirror, I felt like something was calling to me from the other side, a presence that wasn't mine. I left the bathroom quickly, shutting the door behind me, but the unease didn't fade. It followed me into the kitchen, into the living room, into every corner of the apartment. Something had changed, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the mirror wasn't just a mirror anymore. I didn't go back into the bathroom for the rest of the day. I stayed in the living room, distracted by the growing sense of dread that seemed to hover in the air. But every time I looked at the bathroom door, I could almost hear that whisper again, urging me to look. That night, as I lay in bed, the darkness of the apartment pressing in on me, I heard it once more. A soft whisper, too faint to make out, but it was there, coming from the direction of the bathroom. I sat up, my heart hammering in my chest, and stared at the door. The air was thick, heavier than it had been before. The feeling of being watched intensified. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something in that bathroom wasn't right, and I had to see it for myself. I got out of bed and walked toward the bathroom, my feet silent on the floor. As I reached the door, I hesitated. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob, but I forced myself to turn it. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside, the cold air from the bathroom hitting me immediately. The mirror was still cracked, the jagged lines stretching across its surface. But this time there was something new. The figure from the reflection in the photo, it was there again. But this time it wasn't just a blur. It was clear. The figure was standing just behind me, its face distorted, its eyes hollow and dark. I didn't move. I couldn't move. The whisper came again, louder this time. You shouldn't have looked. In that moment, I knew the mirror wasn't just a reflection of what was in front of it. It was a doorway to something else, and whatever had been waiting on the other side had been waiting for me to look. Story 17. I had been cleaning out my drawer when I stumbled upon an old piece of jewelry I didn't remember buying. It was a small pendant, tarnished with age, yet somehow still holding a strange, polished sheen. I held it in my hand, turning it over and over, trying to remember if it had ever been mine. I couldn't recall ever seeing it before. It was a delicate piece, a silver necklace with a simple, round pendant. What stood out, though, was the engraving on the back. My initials JB were etched into the metal in elegant script. It wasn't just any piece of jewelry. It was personal. Yet I had no memory of purchasing it or even receiving it as a gift. I stared at the pendant, confusion and unease washing over me. How had it ended up in my drawer? I hadn't bought anything like this in years. There were no clues, no tags, no indication of where it had come from. It didn't feel like something I would forget buying. The longer I held it, the more questions started to form in my mind. Who would give me something like this without me remembering it? Why had they engraved my initials? And why did it feel so unsettling? I could almost feel the weight of the pendant growing heavier in my hand, as if it were carrying some kind of hidden meaning I couldn't understand. I thought back to the last few weeks, trying to recall if I had met anyone who could have given it to me. I thought about my family, my friends, my co-workers, but no one came to mind. There was no one in my life who would have bought me such a thing without any reason, without me knowing about it. Still, the pendant felt familiar in some strange way. I couldn't place it, but it was as if it had always been a part of me. I put it back in the drawer, but something told me I shouldn't. Something told me I needed to keep it with me. That night, as I tried to sleep, I kept thinking about the pendant. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see it in my mind, the smooth, cool metal pressing against my skin. I tried to shake the thought away, but it lingered, persistent and heavy. The next day, I went back to the drawer to check on the pendant. To my surprise, it was gone. I frantically searched through the drawer, pulling out papers and old receipts, but there was no sign of it. My heart began to race. I could have sworn I had left it there, but now it was gone, as if it had vanished into thin air. I tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe I had misplaced it. Maybe I had put it somewhere else without realizing it. But deep down, I knew it didn't make sense. Something about this felt wrong. That night, I received another message. It was short, but it sent a cold wave of dread over me. "You didn't keep it, did you?" I stared at the screen, heart pounding. I hadn't mentioned the pendant to anyone. How could anyone know? My mind raced, trying to find any logical explanation, but none came. It felt like someone or something was toying with me. I didn't respond. I couldn't bring myself to, but the unease didn't go away. If anything, it grew stronger, more suffocating. I kept thinking about the pendant, the way it had disappeared without a trace. Why did it matter so much? What was I missing? The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety and confusion. I checked every corner of the house, every drawer, every shelf. I even went back to the store where I usually bought jewelry, hoping to find some explanation. But nothing made sense. Then, a week later, I found something that made my blood run cold. I was walking through the park when I saw it just lying there on the ground, half buried in the dirt. The pendant. I knelt down, my hands trembling, and picked it up. It was exactly the same, tarnished and old, with my initials engraved on the back. But there was something else. In the engraving beneath my initials was a date. The date was only a few weeks before I had found it in my drawer. The strange thing was, I had never seen that date before, yet it felt eerily familiar. I didn't know what to do. I felt trapped in a puzzle I couldn't solve. Who had left it for me? How had it ended up in my drawer, only to disappear, and then reappear out in the park? It didn't make sense. I went home that night, holding the pendant tightly in my hand. I couldn't stop thinking about it, about the messages, about the strange feeling that had followed me since I found it. Whoever was behind this knew things about me, things I didn't even remember. As I sat in my living room, the weight of the pendant heavy in my palm, I felt a presence in the room with me. I looked around, my breath catching in my throat, but there was no one there. The feeling was almost suffocating, as if something was just out of reach, watching me. I knew then that I was no longer alone. Someone or something was keeping track of me, pulling strings from the shadows, guiding me down a path I didn't want to follow. And the pendant, it was just the beginning. Story 18. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by the sound of a knock. It was soft at first, like the tapping of fingers on wood, but it grew louder with each passing second, echoing through the stillness of my house. I glanced at the clock, 2:17 a.m. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up in bed, straining my ears to listen. There it was again, another knock, this time more insistent. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially not at this hour. My mind raced through possibilities, a prank, a neighbor in need, or maybe just my imagination playing tricks on me. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. The knocking continued, each tap growing more urgent, more persistent. I slowly slid out of bed, my bare feet touching the cold floor. The house was quiet, too quiet, as though the world outside had gone to sleep entirely. I walked cautiously to the front door, each step echoing in the silence. As I reached the door, the knocking stopped abruptly. A chill ran down my spine, and I stood frozen for a moment, listening intently. There was no sound now, no movement outside. I took a deep breath and opened the door, half expecting to find someone standing there, someone who would explain the strange knock. But when I swung the door open, I found nothing. The porch was empty, bathed in the soft glow of the streetlight. The yard was still, with no sign of anyone nearby. I stepped outside, my pulse racing, scanning the surroundings. There were no footprints in the dew-covered grass, no shadows lurking in the corners of the yard. It was as if the world had gone completely still, waiting. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a trick of the wind, a tree branch tapping against the door in a peculiar way. But as I looked around, I saw no movement, no breeze stirring the air. Everything was completely still. My breath began to form small clouds in the cold night air, and a sense of unease settled over me. I glanced back at the door, my eyes briefly flicking to the shadows near the porch. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that something wasn't right. I closed the door and locked it, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I stood there, my back against the door, as if somehow that would protect me. I listened closely, waiting for another knock, another sign that something was wrong. But the silence returned, suffocating in its weight. I turned off all the lights and went back to bed, trying to dismiss the fear creeping into my mind. I told myself it was nothing, just a strange coincidence, a product of a tired mind. But as I lay in bed, the darkness surrounding me, I couldn't shake the thought that the knock wasn't just a random occurrence. It felt purposeful, like it was meant to grab my attention. I stared at the ceiling, listening for any sound, any movement. The room was unnervingly quiet. It was then that I heard it, the faintest scrape, a sound so soft I almost thought I had imagined it. But it came again, this time louder, like something scraping against wood. I sat up quickly, my heart racing. The sound was coming from the door, as if something was trying to get in. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The knocking had stopped, but now there was this scraping, a slow, deliberate sound that made my skin crawl. I slid out of bed, careful not to make a sound, and tiptoed to the door. I reached for the handle, my hand shaking as I touched it. The moment I touched the door, the scraping stopped. I held my breath, my hand still on the cold handle, waiting for the next sound. But there was nothing. The house was completely still. I turned the handle slowly, cautiously, and opened the door just a crack. The porch was empty, the same as before. I stepped outside again, this time more cautiously scanning the area. The yard was just as empty as it had been earlier, with no one in sight. I closed the door again, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. Who would knock at my door in the middle of the night and then disappear without a trace? And why had the knocking stopped when I opened the door? It didn't make sense. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone or something was still watching me. I locked the door again, double-checking the deadbolt, and made my way back to my bed. But sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the house, every shift in the air, kept me on edge. I lay there, wide awake, staring into the darkness, waiting for another knock, for another sign that something wasn't right. The night stretched on endlessly, each minute dragging by. I kept my eyes on the door, half expecting it to open on its own, half expecting the knock to come again. As the hours passed, I finally drifted into a restless sleep, the fear still gnawing at me. The next morning, I woke up to find everything quiet, just like it should have been. The door was still locked, the house still standing, and there was no sign of anything unusual. But something had changed. I couldn't explain it, but I knew deep down that something had happened that night. The knock, the strange scraping, the feeling of being watched, it all lingered in the back of my mind. Days went by, and I tried to convince myself it had just been a bad dream, a product of stress or exhaustion. But every time I walked past that door, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting for something, that it was waiting for me to open it again. The knocking had stopped, but the unease never left, and I couldn't help but wonder if it would come back, or if whatever had knocked that night was still out there, just beyond the door, waiting for me to make the wrong move. Story 19. I found a note that said, I'm still here, just waiting. The words were scrawled hastily on a crumpled piece of paper, and there was no indication of who had left it, or how long it had been there. I felt a chill run down my spine as I picked it up, my fingers trembling slightly. It didn't make sense. I was alone in my apartment, hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard a sound. But here was this note, addressed to me or perhaps to someone else, though it felt personal, as if it were meant for me alone. I glanced around, the room now feeling unnervingly quiet. My mind raced, trying to piece together how the note had appeared. Had I missed something? Maybe I had forgotten something, someone coming over. But no, I hadn't. There were no signs of anyone having been here. My stomach twisted as I read the words again. I'm still here, just waiting. The phrase echoed in my mind, looping over and over. I went over to the window, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. The street below was as calm as ever. No one was there. The silence felt even more oppressive, like it was pressing in from all sides. I turned back to the note, but it seemed to have changed in my hands. The words were no longer clear. They were blurry, smudged as if the ink had been soaked in water. It almost looked like it was melting in my grasp. I quickly dropped it on the floor, my breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. My heart pounded in my chest, the sensation of being watched creeping in like a shadow. I backed away from the note, my eyes darting from corner to corner of the room. The stillness was suffocating, the silence deafening. I felt like I was no longer alone. I couldn't explain why, but it was as if something was lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. I had to get out of the apartment. I needed to leave before whatever this was took shape, before it found a way to get to me. I hurried to grab my things, my hands moving mechanically, my mind focused only on getting out. But then I heard it. A soft sound like a whisper, barely audible over the rush of blood in my ears. I'm still here. I froze. The voice was so faint, I wasn't sure if I had heard it or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But it didn't stop. I'm still here, it repeated, the words growing clearer, closer, as if the speaker was just on the other side of the door. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the door, waiting, listening. I couldn't move. I couldn't even bring myself to reach for the handle. The sound was coming from everywhere now, from the walls, from the floor, from the ceiling. It surrounded me, filled the room, filling me with an overwhelming sense of dread. I backed away from the door, my legs shaking beneath me. Just waiting, the voice whispered again, soft but unmistakable. I stumbled to the corner of the room, curling into myself, trying to make myself as small as possible. The note on the floor was still there, but it felt like it no longer mattered. The words had been a warning, a taunt, something far darker than I had initially realized. I'm still here, the voice said, louder this time, as though it was finally stepping out of the shadows. The room seemed to close in on me, the air thick and suffocating. My heart raced in my chest, my mind unable to make sense of what was happening. Was I losing my mind? Or was there something truly there, something I couldn't see, something that had been waiting for me? The door creaked open and I screamed, but no sound came out. I couldn't even find my voice. I stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, as the darkness in the doorway began to shift. It was then that I realized I had never truly been alone. The figure stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. It was a shape, an indistinct form that seemed to flicker, as though it was made of smoke. Its presence was suffocating, like it was consuming the very air around it. And then it spoke, its voice cold and familiar. I'm still here, it said, its voice laced with something dark, something that made my skin crawl. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything to escape, but my body wouldn't move. I was trapped in this room, trapped with whatever this thing was, whatever had been waiting for me all this time. My mind spun, desperately trying to make sense of it, but there was nothing logical, nothing rational that could explain what was happening. The figure took a step closer, and with each movement, the air seemed to grow colder, denser. "You've always known I was here," it whispered. "You just didn't want to believe it." I closed my eyes, trying to block it out, trying to wake up from this nightmare. But when I opened them again, the figure was standing right in front of me. Its face was a blur, a shifting, formless mass that seemed to reflect my own fear. "I'm still here," it repeated, this time closer, its breath cold against my skin. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The room was empty once more, the silence overwhelming. I was left standing there, my heart still pounding in my chest, unable to understand what had just happened. I didn't know how long I stood there, the notes still lying on the floor, the words still burned into my mind. I'm still here, just waiting. Was it over? Or had I only just begun to understand the truth? Story 20. It started a few days after I moved in. The quiet calm of the apartment was shattered at exactly 3 a.m. every night. At first, I thought it was just the building settling, the creaks and groans of an old structure. But the noise persisted, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone was knocking on the wall between my apartment and the one next door. It was a steady knock, not frantic, but persistent, a quiet tapping that echoed in the stillness of the night. I tried to ignore it at first, chalking it up to some odd quirk of the building. Maybe it was the plumbing or the heating system. But after a few nights, I couldn't deny that the noise wasn't random. It was too consistent, too on schedule. Every night at exactly 3 a.m. the knocking would begin. I would lie in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to stop. It didn't seem to bother anyone else, at least. Not that I could tell. But it was enough to keep me awake, wondering who was behind it. One night, after a particularly long stretch of sleeplessness, I decided to confront it. I got up from bed and walked over to the wall, pressing my ear against it, hoping to get a better sense of where the sound was coming from. The knocking continued, just as it had every night, but now it sounded closer, more intentional. I could feel my pulse quicken, my heart racing as the rhythm of the knock seemed to grow louder. I knocked back once, just to see if there was any response. The silence that followed was heavy, almost suffocating. And then, almost immediately, the knocking resumed, as though the person on the other side had been waiting for me to make a move. But something was off. The timing was too precise. The knocks weren't just coincidental, they were purposeful. I tried to call the building manager the next morning, but when I explained the situation, they seemed confused. "No one lives next door," they said. "That apartment's been empty for months." My stomach sank. I didn't know what to make of it. The knocking had been coming from that apartment, the one right next to mine. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I tried to process what I was being told. How could that be? I had heard the knocks clearly, unmistakably coming from the wall. There was no way I could have imagined it. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, trying to convince myself that I had been mistaken. But when the sun finally set, and the clock ticked closer to 3 a.m., I knew it was only a matter of time before the knocking would start again. I braced myself, my pulse already quickening in anticipation. As the clock struck 3, the noise began, just as it had every night before. This time, I wasn't going to just sit there and listen. I grabbed my phone, trying to decide whether to record the sound or simply confront whatever was happening. But as I stood there, hesitating, the knocking stopped. Dead silence. For a moment, I thought maybe it was over. Maybe it had been some kind of mistake. But then, something even more chilling happened. The wall started to shake. It wasn't violent, but it was enough to make the plaster creak and groan, as if something was pressing against it from the other side. I backed away, my heart racing as the room seemed to close in around me. I couldn't understand what was happening. Why was the wall moving? Who was on the other side? Suddenly, the door to the empty apartment next door slammed open, as if something or someone had just barged in. I stood frozen, staring at the dark hallway, wondering if I had imagined it. But when I turned to the wall again, the knocking started up once more, louder than ever. I bolted out of my apartment, not caring about anything except getting away from the noise. I pounded on the building manager's door, desperate to find someone who could explain this. But when they opened the door, they looked at me with confusion. "What's wrong?" they asked. "The apartment next door, there's something in there. Someone's knocking on my wall every night." The manager frowned. "There's no one in that apartment," they said slowly. "It's been vacant for months. No one's lived there for a while." I could feel the blood drain from my face. But I've heard it. Every night, someone is knocking on the wall. It's like they're trying to get my attention. The manager just stared at me like they didn't understand what I was saying. I could tell they were trying to figure out if I was losing my mind, but they couldn't deny what I had heard. After a few moments of silence, they finally said, "I'll look into it." But they never came back with an answer. The knocking didn't stop. In fact, it grew worse over time. And every night, at exactly 3 a.m., the noise would begin again. A relentless rhythm that felt more like a warning than anything else. No one ever told me what was really happening in that apartment, and I eventually moved out, unable to live with the constant, unanswered question. But to this day, I can still hear the knocking in my mind, echoing through the empty spaces of my memory. And sometimes, just sometimes, I wonder if the apartment next door was truly empty after all. Story 21. I had just moved into my new apartment a few days ago, excited to start fresh in a new place. The apartment was perfect, quiet, spacious, and located in a peaceful neighborhood. I had spent hours unpacking, setting up furniture, and making it feel like home. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, finally escaping the stress of my old place. But something about the apartment felt slightly off, though I couldn't pinpoint what it was. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of it all, or the newness of the surroundings, but I kept feeling like I wasn't quite alone in this space. One evening, while tidying up the kitchen, I noticed something strange. The smoke detector in the hallway seemed a little different from the others. It was the same model, but the way it was positioned on the ceiling made me curious. It didn't seem to line up quite right with the others. I brushed it off at first, thinking it was just an odd installation, but as I continued to clean, the thought nagged at me. I decided to take a closer look. I grabbed a chair to stand on and carefully examined the smoke detector. My heart sank as I realized the small, subtle markings around the edges of the device were not just wear and tear. It was too perfectly placed, and the lines seemed to form an intentional pattern. My hands shook as I unscrewed the smoke detector from the ceiling. The moment I did, my breath caught in my throat. Inside the small, hidden compartment, I found a tiny camera. It was so well disguised that I hadn't noticed it before. It was almost like a miniaturized version of the smoke detector's inner components, with a lens peering through a small, circular hole. My mind raced as I tried to process what I was seeing. How long had it been there? Who had put it there? And most importantly, why? I felt a wave of nausea hit me as the implications of the situation settled in. I wasn't just living in a new apartment. I was being watched. Someone had been monitoring me without my knowledge. I couldn't fathom why or who would do such a thing, but the reality of the situation was undeniable. There was no way to explain it away as a mistake or an oversight. Someone had planted this camera deliberately. I quickly unscrewed the camera from its hidden spot, my hands trembling as I held it. I scanned the room, feeling the overwhelming sense of being watched intensify. I felt vulnerable, exposed in a way that I had never experienced before. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears as I tried to collect my thoughts. Who had been watching me, and for how long? I immediately called the landlord, my voice shaky as I explained what I had found. At first, they seemed taken aback, but they promised to investigate. They assured me that the building had been inspected before I moved in, and no such devices had been reported. But something about their tone felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't as surprised as they should have been. The next few hours were a blur. I spent the time pacing the apartment, checking every corner, every crevice for any other hidden cameras or surveillance equipment. The more I searched, the more paranoid I became. Every little noise seemed amplified. Every shadow cast on the wall seemed to hold a hidden threat. I didn't know who to trust anymore. When the landlord arrived, they insisted on inspecting the apartment themselves. I handed them the camera I had found, hoping they would take it seriously. But when they saw it, their reaction was strange, almost too calm. They seemed more interested in brushing it off than addressing the gravity of the situation. They claimed they would look into it, but it felt like a vague response, something designed to pacify me rather than offer real solutions. I decided to take matters into my own hands and contacted the police. The officer who came to the apartment was concerned, but they didn't seem overly alarmed. They took the camera for evidence and promised to follow up, but again, their lack of urgency left me feeling unsettled. Was this just a bizarre coincidence, or was there something more sinister going on? Days turned into weeks, and I found myself trapped in a constant state of unease. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, even though I hadn't found any more surveillance equipment. I started to notice small things that made me uncomfortable, someone knocking on my door and quickly leaving when I answered, strange cars parked near the building at odd hours, and the sensation that I was being followed when I went out. I became more isolated, more withdrawn, afraid to leave my apartment for fear that I was being watched at all times. Every phone call, every email, every conversation felt like it could be intercepted. The paranoia consumed me, clouding my judgment and distorting my reality. The apartment, once a place of comfort, had become a prison, and I could no longer tell if I was losing my mind or if I was truly being stalked. Then, one evening, after weeks of feeling watched, I decided to confront the landlord. I needed answers, real answers. When I showed up at the office, the receptionist seemed nervous, almost avoiding eye contact. I could tell something was off. The landlord was nowhere to be found, and the office was unusually quiet. After a tense conversation with the receptionist, I learned that the landlord had suddenly disappeared, leaving no trace. No forwarding address, no explanation, just gone. A sense of dread settled over me as I realized the extent of what had happened. The person who had installed that camera, the person who had been watching me, was connected to this place in some way, But who? And why? My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together, and then it hit me this wasn't just about me. It was bigger than that. The apartment building, the landlord, the camera was all part of something far more sinister than I could have imagined. I left the office that day with more questions than answers. The police had no further updates, and I was left in limbo, trapped in an apartment I no longer felt safe in. I moved out soon after, but the experience stayed with me, haunting me every time I stepped into a new place, always wondering if someone was watching, waiting to make their move. Story 22. I sat down on the bus, the usual hum of chatter and the soft rustling of papers filling the air. It was a quiet morning, nothing out of the ordinary. I pulled out my headphones, ready to zone out and listen to some music. But as I glanced around the bus, my eyes landed on the person sitting next to me. They were holding their phone in their lap, the screen glowing in the dim light of the bus. I wasn't trying to be nosy, but the angle of the screen caught my attention. What I saw froze me in place. The phone was showing live footage of my bedroom. I could feel my breath catch in my throat as I stared at the screen, my heart pounding in my chest. The camera was positioned just like it would be if it were in my room, showing a view of my bed and the corner of my dresser. It was unmistakable. I knew that room, and I knew that was my bedroom. But I had no idea how the person sitting next to me could possibly be watching it live. I tried to glance around the bus, making sure I hadn't imagined it, but there was no one else in the area who seemed to be looking at the screen. I quickly turned my gaze back to the phone, my eyes scanning the details. The video feed was clear, almost too clear. It showed a quiet, still room, my room. It wasn't just some generic footage, it was specific to me. The angle was perfect, capturing the exact spot where I always left my keys on the dresser. My stomach dropped as I wondered if they had been watching me for a while. I tried to keep my cool, but the panic was starting to rise. What should I do? I could feel the sweat gathering on the back of my neck as I debated whether to confront the person next to me. What if they had been watching me for days? How long had they been following me? I felt a mix of fear and confusion, my mind racing for an explanation. Maybe it was just a mistake. Maybe they were watching someone else's feed by accident. But deep down I knew that wasn't likely. I turned my attention back to the phone, trying to figure out what to do. My reflection stared back at me, wide-eyed and tense. The video feed was still going, showing the calm, quiet of my room. And then something strange happened. The footage shifted slightly, as if someone had moved the camera, and it zoomed in on my bed. My heart skipped a beat. It was no longer just a random angle, it was showing exactly where I had been sleeping the night before. I couldn't take it anymore. My hands were shaking as I reached for my phone in my bag. I needed to check if everything in my room was still the way I left it. But before I could unlock my phone, I heard the voice of the person sitting next to me. They were speaking softly, as if they were trying to comfort me. "Don't worry," they said, their tone eerily calm. "I'm not going to hurt you." I froze. How did they know what I was thinking? My mind was in overdrive, trying to make sense of everything. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything to get away from this person. But I couldn't move. The bus seemed to be moving in slow motion, the world outside the window blurring as I tried to gather myself. I looked at the person next to me, finally meeting their gaze. Their eyes were calm, unbothered, as though they had no intention of causing harm. But their smile, cold, calculated, made my stomach turn. I couldn't understand how they could be so calm, so composed. It was as if this was all part of some twisted game. The phone screen continued to show my bedroom, but now the footage was moving, as though someone was walking around the room. I didn't want to know what was happening, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. It was as if I was stuck in a nightmare, unable to wake up. I looked back at the stranger beside me, hoping they would stop. But instead, they leaned closer, their voice barely a whisper in my ear. It's only a matter of time before you realize everything is connected. I felt a surge of panic. My pulse raced as I tried to figure out what they meant. My head was spinning with questions, none of which seemed to have answers. Who was this person? How had they gotten access to my room? What did they want from me? But most of all, why was I on this bus, with them sitting beside me, showing me footage of my own life? Suddenly, the bus jolted to a stop, and I realized I had been holding my breath. I glanced outside the window, seeing the bus had reached my stop. Without thinking, I grabbed my bag and rushed to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. But as I stepped off the bus, I could feel the stranger's gaze on me. I didn't dare turn around, afraid that I would see them following me. I ran home, my mind racing, replaying every moment in the bus. When I finally reached my front door, I quickly checked the locks, ensuring everything was secure. I rushed to my bedroom, but nothing was out of place. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, like a heavy weight on my chest. I sat down on my bed, trying to calm my nerves. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, and to my shock, there was a new message. It was from an unknown number, and the text read, "I'll be waiting for you tomorrow." I didn't know what to make of it, but deep down, I knew one thing for sure: nothing would ever be the same again. Story 23. The night had been calm, almost too calm. I had just finished my evening routine, settled into bed, and was about to turn off the lights when my phone buzzed. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was late, and I expected it to be just another spam message or maybe a reminder from some app I had forgotten about. But when I glanced at the screen, my heart stopped. It was a text message from my own number. The message was short but chilling. "Don't open the door tonight." I stared at the screen for what felt like an eternity, the words not making sense. How could I receive a message for myself? It didn't make any sense. I immediately checked the sender's details, but it was just my number. No strange codes or unidentified information. I had no idea how this was even possible. I tried to brush it off, thinking it was some kind of glitch. Maybe it was a prank or some weird automated system. But deep down, I felt something shift in the air around me, a sense of unease that I couldn't shake. I locked my phone and turned over in bed, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just a glitch or some kind of error. But my mind wouldn't let it go. I thought back to the night before. Had I left the door unlocked? The thought made me uncomfortable, and I got up to check. I walked quietly through the house, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was wrong. The front door was locked, and I made sure all the windows were secure, but the text from my own number still haunted me. I returned to bed, trying to ignore the dread creeping up on me. But no matter how much I tried, my mind wouldn't let me rest. I kept thinking about the message. Why would I send it to myself? Was there something I was forgetting? Or worse, was someone pretending to be me? As I lay there in the darkness, I heard a soft knock on the door. My body tensed and my heart raced. Was it a delivery? A mistake? But then I remembered the message, "Don't open the door tonight." I froze, the knock growing louder, more insistent. I sat there, holding my breath, too afraid to move. What if the message was real? What if there was someone on the other side of the door, waiting for me to make a mistake? I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening. I crept out of bed, my movements slow and deliberate, trying not to make a sound. I tiptoed to the door, my mind racing with possibilities. My phone buzzed again, and I almost jumped out of my skin. It was another message for myself. Don't answer it. Just stay inside. The message was clear, but it only made my fear grow stronger. Who was sending these? Why was I getting these warnings? I stood by the door, torn between my curiosity and my growing terror. The knock came again, this time louder and more demanding. I pressed my back against the wall, my mind spinning. Should I call the police? Should I just ignore it and stay hidden? But what if I was wrong, and there really was someone out there? I glanced at the phone in my hand, the screen illuminated by the harsh light. I checked the time. It was well past midnight. Whoever was knocking hadn't stopped, and I began to hear faint murmurs from the other side, like someone was speaking softly. I felt my throat tighten as my nerves began to unravel. What if I opened the door and something awful happened? What if the warnings were real? The knocking persisted, relentless. I could feel my pulse in my ears, my body frozen with indecision. Should I risk opening the door, or was it already too late? My phone buzzed again. I read the new message, my stomach sinking. I told you not to open the door. I didn't even have time to react before the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed through the hallway. I felt my heart drop into my stomach. It was coming from inside the house now. The footsteps weren't just outside, they were in the hallway. They were coming toward me. I held my breath, the cold sweat starting to trickle down my back. The door handle slowly began to turn. I backed away, my feet moving on their own as panic surged through me. My mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts, but all of them were too jumbled to make sense. How could this be happening? How was someone in my house without me hearing them come in? I stumbled backward, grabbing the nearest object, a lamp, and holding it tightly as I backed further into the room. The door creaked open just a fraction. My heart pounded in my chest. I was trapped. The footsteps were getting closer. Whoever or whatever was out there was coming for me. The door opened wide enough for me to see a shadow standing in the doorway. It was tall and dark, but I couldn't make out any details. It was as though the person or thing was standing in darkness, just outside the reach of the light. My mouth went dry, my hands trembling as I raised the lamp in defense. And then, suddenly, the shadow moved back. The door slammed shut. I stood there, frozen in place, for what felt like hours, trying to process what had just happened. My heart was racing, and the blood in my veins felt like ice. The knock had stopped, and all I could hear was the sound of my breath, ragged and shallow. I slowly walked to the door and checked the peephole, but there was no one there. Nothing at all. I opened the door just a crack, peeking outside. The hallway was empty. The house was silent. It took me a long time to convince myself that I was safe. I double-checked the locks, rechecked the windows, and made sure the house was secure. But even as I lay in bed, trying to settle back into the quiet darkness, the message still haunted me. Who had sent it? What had I almost let in? And why was I still receiving warnings from my own number? I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. That something had changed. That whatever had been outside my door was still out there, waiting. Story 24. I had been walking home after a long day, the streets empty except for the occasional car passing by. The evening air was crisp, and the silence was almost comforting. But then I noticed something. A figure behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a man about a block away, walking in the same direction as me. I didn't think much of it at first, just another pedestrian, probably heading home like me. But as I kept walking, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The man had started to mirror my every step. Every time I sped up, so did he. When I slowed down, his pace matched mine exactly. I tried to dismiss it as coincidence, maybe he was just heading the same way. But it was too precise, too deliberate. My heart began to beat faster, a sense of unease creeping up my spine. I made a sharp turn onto a side street, hoping to lose him, but to my surprise, he turned as well, staying close, not far behind. I quickened my pace, my steps growing more erratic as I tried to shake him off. But no matter how fast I moved, he was always there, perfectly in sync with me. I glanced over again, and this time I saw him more clearly. He wasn't looking ahead, wasn't paying attention to anything but me. His eyes were fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something wasn't right. There was no way he could be following me this closely without some kind of intent. I felt trapped, like I couldn't escape, as if the very act of walking forward was binding me to him. The streetlights flickered above us, casting eerie shadows on the pavement. I considered stopping and confronting him, but something told me not to. Something in my gut told me that would be a mistake. I kept walking, faster now, almost running, but he stayed right behind me, mimicking my every move. It was like we were locked in a strange, silent dance. If I turned to the right, so did he. If I stopped, he stopped too, keeping a safe distance, just enough to make me uncomfortable but not close enough to confront. My mind raced, trying to figure out why this was happening, but there were no answers. I couldn't fathom why he was doing this, why he wasn't saying a word, just following me as if he had all the time in the world. I reached the intersection where I had planned to turn, and I hesitated for a moment, glancing over my shoulder. He was still there, as if waiting for me to make my next move. I made the turn, hoping he would go the other way, but no, he mirrored me again, following every step. I tried to take a different route, heading down another street, but again, he matched my every movement. The realization hit me like a punch in the gut. He wasn't just walking with me. He was walking for me. I needed to get home, but I didn't know how to lose him. My mind raced for options, my heart pounding harder with each step. I passed a few houses, their windows dark and empty, the streets eerily quiet. No one was around, no one to help. Just me and this stranger, locked in this silent pursuit. I could feel the weight of his gaze on my back, the chill of the night creeping deeper into my bones. At one point I thought about running, but I was afraid of making the first move. What if he was waiting for that? What if he wanted me to run so he could chase me? My instincts told me to keep walking, to pretend like nothing was wrong, but everything inside me screamed to get away, to do something before it was too late. I turned a corner, hoping it would throw him off, but he followed with an almost mechanical precision. It was like he was programmed to be with me, no matter where I went. I felt cornered. I felt like I had no control. My legs burned from the strain, and my breath came in short gasps. I glanced back once more, and this time I saw something that made my blood run cold. He was smiling. It wasn't a grin, but a slow, almost imperceptible smile that spread across his face, as if he had been enjoying this all along, like it was some twisted game to him. Panic surged through me, and I couldn't take it anymore. I broke into a sprint, my heart racing, the sound of my footsteps pounding on the pavement echoing in the silence of the night. But just as I started to run, I heard him pick up the pace as well, matching me, never saying a word, just following me with that disturbing, quiet presence. I ran for what felt like miles, but he was always there, always behind me. No matter how fast I went, no matter how many turns I made, he was right there, never getting closer, but never falling behind either. It was like he was waiting for me to tire, waiting for me to give in, but I couldn't let that happen. I rounded another corner, my lungs burning, and to my relief, I saw a streetlight ahead. It was brighter here, and I could see the distant outlines of people, a few cars parked on the side of the road. I looked back, expecting to see him right on my heels, but when I turned, he was gone. There was no sign of him. I stopped dead in my tracks, looking up and down the street, searching for him in the shadows. But the street was empty. I waited for a moment, trying to catch my breath, still unsure whether what had just happened was real, or if I had imagined it all. Had I really been followed for 3 blocks? Had it all been in my head? I stood there, unsure whether I should continue walking home or turn back, but my gut told me to keep moving, to get out of there as quickly as possible. I reached my apartment a few minutes later, looking over my shoulder one last time before I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. My heart still hadn't slowed, and the adrenaline still buzzed through my veins. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence, that maybe the man had been following someone else. But deep down, I knew the truth. He'd been following me, mimicking my every movement. And the most chilling part was, I never heard him say a word. Story 25. I was sitting at my desk, going through some emails when my phone buzzed, its screen lighting up with an unfamiliar map. At first, I thought it was a notification for something trivial, maybe a missed message or a reminder. But when I glanced at the screen, my heart skipped a beat. The GPS was showing a route leading directly into the woods. It seemed so bizarre. I hadn't typed anything in, hadn't searched for any location, and certainly hadn't planned a trip anywhere. My thumb hovered over the screen, confused, as I tried to make sense of it. I zoomed in on the map, and there it was, a clear path marked out, winding through dense trees and leading into the heart of the forest. It didn't make sense. I checked the current location. It was accurate, showing me sitting in my living room. But the route, it was too precise. How could it have appeared on its own? I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I stared at the map, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a glitch, a mistake, but that didn't explain why the path seemed so specific. It felt intentional. I tried to swipe the map away, but it wouldn't close. Instead, it kept redirecting, zooming in further on the same route. The GPS signal was acting strangely too, as if it were locked onto something. A growing unease settled over me. Why would anyone's phone GPS automatically generate a path to the woods, especially one that seemed so deliberate? I checked the time. It was late, but not too late for me to be worrying about something that seemed as silly as this. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't random. I glanced out the window, the streetlights casting their soft glow on the empty sidewalk. It was quiet. Too quiet. No cars passing by, no noise. The thought of being alone with my thoughts in the silence of the night felt suddenly oppressive. My gaze went back to the screen, where the route remained, showing no signs of stopping. The woods were not far, only a few miles away. But it wasn't the distance that bothered me, it was the feeling that this wasn't just a mistake. I decided to clear my head, thinking it was just a bug in the app. But when I opened the map on my phone again, it was still there. The same route. The same woods. The same eerie stillness. I tried to search for something else, anything to override the map, but the route remained front and center. Panic began to creep up my spine, and the thought of driving into the woods, of following a path I didn't understand, started to sound like a terrifying idea. Yet part of me couldn't look away, couldn't dismiss the feeling that something or someone was behind it. I grabbed my keys, deciding to get out of the house for a while, to get some air, to shake off this strange feeling. Maybe I'd be able to forget about the map if I just went for a drive. As I started the car, I couldn't shake the nagging thought that I was being led somewhere I shouldn't go. The idea of driving down the road and into the woods was becoming more and more unsettling. But I started the engine anyway, my hands gripping the wheel as I pulled out of the driveway. As I drove, the streets were darker than usual. The headlights of my car cut through the emptiness, but the further I went, the more it felt like something was drawing me toward the woods. I glanced down at the phone, where the map had shifted and now showed my car's progress along the route. It was as if it was waiting for me, guiding me step by step toward the destination. My foot hesitated on the accelerator as I reached the edge of town. The woods loomed ahead, a thick mass of dark trees that felt impossibly close, and yet they seemed to stretch on forever. I slowed as I approached the woods, the GPS suggesting a turn that led straight into the heart of them. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't want to turn, didn't want to follow the map anymore, but I couldn't stop myself. It was as though the phone was pulling me in, demanding I follow the route. I turned anyway, my hands shaking. The road leading into the forest was narrow, barely visible, and swallowed by the shadows of the trees on either side. I rolled down the windows, but the only sound was the rustling of the wind through the leaves. The GPS kept guiding me, taking me deeper into the woods. The path narrowed, the trees towering higher, their branches twisting in unnatural ways. There was something about the forest that felt wrong, something off about it. The air grew colder, and the deeper I drove, the more the feeling of unease settled in my chest. It was as if the woods were closing in on me, as if the trees themselves were watching. The path was dark and winding, the road barely visible under the canopy above. I didn't know where I was going anymore, but I couldn't stop driving. I had to follow the route. The phone buzzed again, the screen flashing with a new message. "You're almost there." The words made my blood run cold. I slammed on the brakes, the car screeching as I brought it to a stop. My heart raced, my hands cold on the steering wheel. There was no way I could keep going. The map had led me this far, but something inside me screamed that I shouldn't continue. Yet I couldn't bring myself to turn around. The forest stretched out before me, dark and silent, and I knew that whatever was waiting for me, it was close. I reached for the phone again, but the screen went black. The GPS had stopped working. I tried to turn it back on, but nothing responded. My hands were trembling now, and I felt a sense of panic rising in my chest. I turned off the engine, the silence of the woods swallowing any remaining noise. The air felt thick, suffocating, and my skin prickled as I sat there, not knowing whether I was alone or if something was watching me from the darkness. A faint sound broke the silence, a rustling, a movement from the woods. My heart skipped a beat. Someone was out there. I wasn't alone. My fingers fumbled with the keys as I tried to start the car, my eyes darting around the shadows of the trees. It was like I was being drawn into something I didn't understand, something I couldn't control. I slammed the gear into reverse and floored the accelerator, the car speeding out of the woods, the dark trees flashing past me. I didn't stop until I was back on the main road, the GPS still dark in my hand. I didn't want to look back. didn't want to think about what had just happened. I didn't know who or what had led me there. But I was certain of one thing: I would never let my phone guide me anywhere again. Story 26. At a gas station late at night, the clerk refused to let me leave because they were waiting for me outside. I had just filled up my car and was ready to head home, but something felt wrong as I approached the door. The clerk, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and tired eyes, was standing by the counter, watching me. As I reached for the door, he suddenly stood up, his face pale, his hands trembling. "I don't go out there," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum of the neon lights. I froze, turning slowly to face him. I thought he was joking, but there was nothing about his expression that suggested humor. He looked terrified. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice a mix of confusion and unease. The clerk stepped closer, lowering his voice even further. "They're out there. You can't leave. You'll be..." He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. His eyes flickered toward the door, and for a moment, I thought I saw something outside, just beyond the glass. I laughed nervously, trying to dismiss the rising panic in my chest. What, like some prank or something? But the clerk didn't laugh. Instead, he took a step forward and locked the door behind me, making a soft clicking sound. "Please," he said, his voice desperate. "You don't understand. They'll come for you if you leave." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I didn't know what to make of it. He seemed like he had lost his grip on reality, but at the same time, there was a terrifying intensity in his eyes. He wasn't playing a game, and something about his words made me hesitate. "I'm just trying to get home," I said, my voice shakier now, unsure whether I should be scared or just annoyed by his behavior. "Who's out there? What do you mean?" The clerk glanced nervously at the door, and I followed his gaze. The parking lot was empty, but the darkness outside seemed deeper than it should have been, like it was swallowing the light. It was too quiet, too still. Then I saw a shadow just on the edge of the light from the gas station. It moved, but it didn't look like anything human. It was more like a shifting shape, something wrong with the way it moved. I stepped back from the door, suddenly feeling the weight of the clerk's warning. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath quickened. "What's out there? Tell me what's going on," I demanded, feeling the panic rise. The clerk was now visibly shaking. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he kept glancing at the door, his eyes wide with fear. "I've seen them before. They're not like us. They wait for people to leave, then." He stopped, his eyes going wide as he stared at the door. I looked back at the door again, and the shadow was still there, closer now, moving with an unnatural fluidity. It was impossible to make out any details, but I could feel it watching me. It was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. I took a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for my phone. I needed to call anyone. But when I pulled it out, I saw that there was no signal. I tried again, checking the bars, but there was nothing. No reception. "What do you mean they wait for people?" I asked, my voice trembling now. "Who are they?" The clerk finally looked at me, his eyes filled with a mix of dread and urgency. "They're not people. I don't know what they are, but they're out there. And once you see them, they don't let you go." I couldn't understand it. The gas station had always been a quiet, safe place when I stopped late at night. But now everything felt wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming for me, something that had been waiting for me. "Please, just let me go," I pleaded, my hands trembling as I tried to turn the door handle. The clerk shook his head frantically. "No, you can't. He stepped forward and grabbed my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong, and for a moment, I couldn't pull away. "If you go out there, it'll be too late. You'll be one of them." My head was spinning. I didn't know what he meant, but I didn't want to find out. I pulled my arm free from his grasp, my heart racing. I could feel the weight of his words, the terror in his voice sinking in. But I couldn't stay here. I couldn't be trapped. With one last glance at the door, I ran to the back exit, ignoring the clerk's shouts behind me. I wasn't sure what I expected, but as soon as I pushed open the back door, the air felt different, thick, heavy, almost suffocating. The parking lot was eerily quiet, the lights flickering as I ran to my car. My mind was reeling, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I jumped into my car and slammed the door, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. My car started, and I slammed it into gear, speeding away from the gas station. But as I drove down the dark road, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. My rearview mirror showed nothing but the empty road behind me. But every time I glanced at it, the shadow seemed to be there, just at the edge of my vision. It was like it was following me, watching me from the darkness. I kept driving, not daring to look back. And when I finally got home, safe and sound, I thought it was over. But as I stepped out of my car and looked toward the road, I saw something strange. A figure, standing just at the edge of the streetlight, watching me. I froze, my blood running cold. The shadow was no longer just in the gas station parking lot. It had followed me home. Story 27. I had just woken up, the sunlight streaming through the blinds, when I noticed something strange. There, tucked under my pillow, was a child's drawing. At first, I thought it was some random scrap of paper, maybe left behind by one of my kids. But when I unfolded it, my heart dropped. The drawing was simple, a stick figure lying in bed, just like I had been moments before. I stared at the picture, confusion clouding my mind. The stick figure wasn't anyone I recognized. It didn't look like any of my children or anyone I knew. But what caught my attention was the date written at the top. Today's date. How could it be? I hadn't even told anyone what I was planning to do today. It was just a normal morning. The more I looked at the drawing, the more unsettling it became. The stick figure wasn't just lying in bed. There was something about its posture, something about the way it was drawn, that made it seem wrong. It looked almost as though it was waiting for something, waiting for me. I turned the drawing over, hoping to find some clue, some explanation for its appearance. But the back was blank. There were no markings, no signatures, nothing to indicate where it had come from. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. How had it ended up under my pillow? I checked the room, looking for anything out of place. The bed was the same as I'd left it. The room quiet and still. There were no signs of a break-in, no indication that anyone had been in the house. Yet this drawing seemed to suggest otherwise. I went to check on my kids, but they were still fast asleep, undisturbed by whatever had happened. They hadn't been in my room, hadn't even come close. I thought maybe one of them had snuck in and left the drawing, but that didn't make sense. No one could have been in here without me noticing. The unease grew as I tried to go about my day. Every time I thought about the drawing, my mind raced, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I couldn't help but feel like the drawing was a message. But what was it trying to say? That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about the drawing. My pillow felt colder than usual, as though someone or something had been there. I pulled the covers tighter around me, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread. But no matter how much I tried to focus on anything else, my mind kept drifting back to the stick figure. I couldn't escape it. Every shadow in the room seemed to shift and twitch, as if waiting for something. The stillness of the night felt oppressive, as if the air itself were thick with tension. My eyes kept darting around the room, searching for any movement, any sign that something was there. I looked under the pillow again, almost expecting the drawing to be there once more, but it wasn't. The pillow was empty. For a moment I felt a strange sense of relief, thinking that maybe it had just been a figment of my imagination. But then, my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen and my heart stopped. There was no message, just a new notification, a photo. I opened it slowly, bracing myself for what I might see. The photo was dark, blurry, but there was no mistaking the figure in the corner. A stick figure lying in bed, the same one from the drawing. And it was on my bed, lying in the exact same spot I had just been. I dropped the phone, my hands shaking. I tried to tell myself it was some kind of sick prank, a glitch, a mistake. But the more I thought about it, the more the fear settled deep into my chest. This wasn't just a coincidence. Someone or something was trying to send me a message, and it was getting closer. I spent the rest of the night awake, my eyes constantly darting to every corner of the room. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just beyond my reach. And as the hours passed, I realized that the drawing, the photo, the feeling of being watched, it was all connected. The next morning I went to check on the kids again, half expecting to find something strange waiting for me. But everything seemed normal. They were still asleep, breathing peacefully, unaware of the unease that had taken hold of me. I thought about the photo, about the drawing, and wondered if I was losing my mind. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. It was then that I noticed something on the kitchen counter, a small folded piece of paper. I picked it up, my heart pounding in my chest. When I opened it, I found another drawing. This one was different, darker. The stick figure was standing now, looking directly at me, and written below it were 2 words, "Soon enough." I dropped the paper, my legs giving way beneath me. I felt the room spin, the walls closing in. I didn't know what was happening or who was behind this, but I knew one thing for certain. The stick figure wasn't just a drawing, it was a warning, and it was getting closer every day. Story 28. It was my first day in the new office, and everything felt a bit off. The building was older than I had expected, with its creaky floors and worn-down walls, but it had potential. I had been looking forward to the change, hoping the new space would bring a fresh start. The desk was set up, the computer was on, and everything seemed fine until I heard it. It started quietly at first, just a faint whisper, something I might have imagined. But then, the voice grew louder, clearer. Hey, over here." I froze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, my heart suddenly racing. The voice sounded distant, but it was unmistakable. It was calling my name, clear as day. I looked around the room, but it was empty. The office was just as I had left it, the air stale from the air conditioning, the walls bare except for a few old paintings that didn't quite match the space. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. The voice continued, a low and almost pleading tone. "Come closer." My stomach churned. I glanced at the door, half expecting someone to walk in, but it remained closed. I stood up, walking slowly toward the source of the sound, trying to figure out where it was coming from. The voice was persistent, echoing through the air vents in the ceiling. It was coming from there, unmistakably. The vent was old, with dust clinging to its metal grate. I bent down, peering through the holes, my breath shallow, listening for anything that might explain the voice. "Can you hear me?" The voice called again, this time louder, more urgent. My heart skipped a beat. It was too clear to ignore, too personal. It was my name, and yet no one else seemed to hear it. I glanced around once more, expecting someone to walk in or acknowledge the voice, but no one did. The office was as silent as ever, the hum of the air conditioning the only background noise. I was sure I was imagining things, that there had to be some rational explanation. Maybe it was the air ducts, some sort of malfunction causing the sound to travel. But the voice was too distinct, too real to be dismissed so easily. I shook my head, trying to clear the confusion. It couldn't be real. There was no one here, nothing to explain it. I walked to the door, my feet heavy on the carpet as I opened it to check the hallway. The office was isolated on this floor, far from the rest of the building. No one was around. There were no sounds, no signs of life. I closed the door softly, my mind racing as I returned to the desk, staring at the screen. The voice wasn't there anymore. The room felt suffocatingly still, almost too quiet. I tried to shake it off, but the unease didn't leave. I couldn't stop thinking about the voice. It was as though someone or something was trapped in the walls, calling for help, trying to reach me. I went back to work, hoping that the distraction of emails and tasks would clear my mind. But then, it happened again. "Don't ignore me. Come closer." I gasped, startled by the voice's sudden return. It was louder this time, more insistent. My hands trembled as I reached for the phone, dialing the office manager's number. No one had ever mentioned anything strange about the building, but I had to ask. The phone rang, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. When the manager picked up, I asked if there had ever been any issues with the air vents or strange noises in the building. "Oh no, nothing like that," she replied, her voice calm and reassuring. "The building's old, but it's been renovated recently. Nothing to worry about." Her words did little to ease my growing sense of dread. I thanked her and hung up, still listening for the voice. I sat there in silence, the tension in the air almost palpable. The voice didn't return immediately, but I could still feel it, hovering in the back of my mind. What was it? Who was calling my name? And why couldn't anyone else hear it? I spent the rest of the day trying to focus on my work, but the whispers never stopped. Every few minutes I would hear it again, growing louder, always from the vents. "Come closer," it would say, "or you can't ignore me forever." It was impossible to concentrate, impossible to ignore. I was surrounded by the noise, trapped in my own office, with no one else to share it with. By the time the workday ended, I was exhausted. I had barely gotten any work done, my mind clouded by the strange voice. As I gathered my things, I stood in the doorway of the office, looking back one last time. I felt a strange pull, a sense of something urging me to stay, to wait, to listen. But I couldn't take it anymore. I locked the door behind me, my thoughts spinning as I left the building, determined to return tomorrow and find out what was really going on. That night I tried to sleep, but I kept hearing the voice in my mind. It was impossible to forget, impossible to ignore. The next morning I returned to the office, determined to get to the bottom of it. I wasn't going to let this strange occurrence drive me mad. I opened the door and walked inside, the silence almost suffocating as I made my way to my desk. The air vents were still there, their metal grates cold and uninviting. But this time, the voice didn't come. The office was quiet, almost too quiet, as though the building itself was holding its breath. I sat down, waiting for the familiar whisper to fill the space again, but it never came. The minutes ticked by, and I began to feel foolish, like maybe I had imagined it all. Then, just as I was about to relax, I heard a soft tapping sound, like someone knocking on a door. I looked up, startled, but the room was still empty. No one was there. The knock sounded again, but this time it was coming from the vent. The voice returned, calm and eerie. "You didn't listen. You should have stayed." I stood frozen, my blood running cold as I realized the voice had known what I would do. The warning, the urgency, it all made sense now. The office was never just a place of work. It was a trap, and I had walked right into it. Story 29. The hotel receptionist insisted I already checked in hours ago, even though I had just arrived. Her smile was too wide, too perfect, as if she was trying to convince me that something I knew wasn't true. I stood frozen at the front desk, my mind racing. I had only just walked through the door moments ago. I had my reservation confirmation right in my hand. It didn't make sense. "I'm sure you checked in earlier," she repeated, her voice oddly calm. She glanced at the computer screen in front of her, her fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard. "Room 312, yes." I nodded, trying to make sense of what she was saying. "No, I just got here. I haven't checked in yet." Her eyes flickered for a brief moment, but the smile never faded. "Of course, sir. But it looks like you've already been given a key." She reached into the drawer, pulling out a room key and sliding it across the counter. "Room 312. I stared at the key for a moment. It had my name on it, but I hadn't even been inside yet. I hadn't walked past the lobby. How could I have checked in hours ago? I took the key hesitantly, my thoughts clouded with confusion. "Are you sure?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've only just arrived. Maybe there's some mistake." The receptionist didn't respond, just continued to smile, a smile that now seemed unnatural. "No mistake, sir. Enjoy your stay." Her tone was polite, almost too polite. She gestured toward the elevator with a flick of her hand. "Room 312 is on the 3rd floor, right down the hall." I didn't know what to make of it. I glanced at the elevator, then back at her, but she didn't seem bothered by my confusion. She simply repeated the same words, "Enjoy your stay," her smile never wavering. Against my better judgment, I headed for the elevator. My fingers gripped the key tightly, still unsure about what was happening. Maybe it was all just a misunderstanding. Maybe I was just tired after the long drive. But something about the whole situation felt off, like I was walking into something that wasn't quite real. When I reached the 3rd floor, the hallway was eerily quiet, as if I were the only one there. The walls were decorated with faded paintings, the carpet plush but worn in places. As I walked down the corridor, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the silence. I reached room 312, and without thinking, I inserted the key into the door. It turned without resistance, and I pushed it open, expecting to be greeted by the usual hotel room, a simple bed, a desk, a bathroom. But as I stepped inside, I froze. The room looked familiar, too familiar. It was exactly like the room I had stayed in the last time I was here. The same furniture, the same curtains, the same strange painting on the wall. But I had never stayed here before. I had never checked into this hotel. I had no memory of any visit before today. My heart started to race as I stepped further into the room, my eyes scanning every corner, every detail. Suddenly, the door behind me slammed shut, making me jump. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat, but there was no one there. Just the same empty hotel room, the same strange feeling of déjà vu. I moved cautiously toward the bed, wondering if I was losing my mind. I placed my bag down on the desk, still trying to make sense of the whole situation. But then I noticed it. On the small nightstand, there was a photograph. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. The photo was of me sitting on the bed, smiling for the camera, but I didn't remember taking it. I didn't remember being here. My mind raced, panic bubbling up. How could this be? How could there be a photo of me in a room I hadn't stayed in? I had never been to this hotel before. I had never checked in. As I stared at the photo, I felt a presence behind me, a cold draft that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I turned quickly, but there was nothing. No one, just the empty room. The air seemed to thicken, pressing down on me. My breath became shallow, my chest tightening with fear. I felt trapped, like I couldn't leave, like something was holding me here. I walked toward the door, trying to force it open, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled at the handle with all my strength, but the door was locked. Suddenly, the phone on the nightstand rang, its shrill sound cutting through the silence like a knife. I jumped, my heart pounding in my ears. I picked it up cautiously, my hand shaking. "Hello," I said, my voice barely a whisper. A voice responded, familiar but distant. "You shouldn't have come back." I dropped the phone in shock, my breath catching in my throat. I backed away from the nightstand, my mind racing with confusion and terror. I hadn't come back. I had never been here before. The lights flickered, and I could feel the temperature in the room drop. A cold, suffocating chill filled the air. I turned in a panic, desperately trying to find a way out. The walls seemed to close in on me, the room growing smaller, more claustrophobic. The voice echoed again, this time louder. "I'm still waiting." The room spun around me, the walls pulsating with the sound of my own heartbeat. I could feel the weight of it pressing down, suffocating me. I was trapped, and I had no idea how to escape. The hotel receptionist smiled. The photo, the voice, nothing made sense. But one thing was clear. I wasn't alone in that room. And whatever had been waiting for me, whatever had been there all along, wasn't going to let me leave. Story 30. It was a typical afternoon when the doorbell rang. I was sitting in my living room, staring out the window, when I saw a delivery driver approaching. I wasn't expecting anything, so I watched with curiosity as he walked up to my door and placed a small package on the porch. He didn't knock or wait for me to answer. He simply turned around and walked away. I quickly got up and grabbed the package, unsure of what to make of it. The box was plain, with no logos or any identifying marks. The only thing that stood out was the label, which had my name written in neat, precise letters. But there was no return address, no company name, nothing that could tell me where it had come from or who had sent it. My heart started to race as I turned the box over in my hands, trying to make sense of the situation. I hadn't ordered anything recently, and no one I knew had mentioned sending me a gift. I stood there on the porch for a few moments, debating whether or not to open it. But my curiosity got the better of me. I walked inside, carefully setting the package down on the table. The air in the room felt colder than usual, and I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. I grabbed a knife and slit open the tape, my hands trembling as I peeled back the flaps of the box. Inside was a single item, a small black notebook. It looked old, worn even, with no markings on the cover. I picked it up, feeling the weight of it in my hands. There was something unsettling about it, like it didn't belong to me, like it had been waiting for me to find it. I opened the first page, half expecting to see some sort of message or clue about where it had come from. But there was nothing, just blank pages, one after another. As I flipped through the pages, something caught my eye. On the very last page of the notebook, written in what appeared to be a different handwriting, were a few short words. "Don't open the next page." My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the words, trying to understand what they meant. Who would write something like that in a notebook? Who would leave such a cryptic message for someone they didn't know? My mind raced, but I couldn't come up with any logical explanation. It didn't make sense. I felt the weight of the notebook in my hands again, but this time it felt heavier, like it was pressing against me. I glanced at the clock. 3 hours had passed since the package had arrived. Had I really been sitting there for that long, just staring at the notebook? I couldn't remember. My thoughts were interrupted by a soft noise from the hallway, a faint tapping sound coming from somewhere beyond the door. I stood up, heart pounding, and walked cautiously toward the source of the noise. As I reached the door, the sound stopped abruptly, leaving only silence in its wake. I opened the door, but the hallway was empty. No one was there. The air was thick with tension, and I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to look at the notebook again. I stepped back into the living room, my eyes locked on the small book lying innocently on the table. The words on the last page echoed in my mind, "Don't open the next page." But my curiosity was stronger than my fear. I had to know what was on the next page. With trembling hands, I opened the notebook to the very last page and slowly turned it. I wasn't prepared for what I saw. The page was covered in black ink, nothing but a smudge of darkness. But as I stared at it, I noticed something faintly visible beneath the ink: shapes, figures, outlines that seemed to be moving. My eyes widened, and I quickly closed the book, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. But the feeling of unease didn't leave me. In fact, it only intensified. I could almost feel the presence of someone or something watching me. The temperature in the room dropped, and a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't explain it, but it was as if the notebook had somehow changed the atmosphere around me, as if it had invited something into my home. I picked up the notebook again, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The words from earlier, "Don't open the next page," rang in my ears, but it was too late. The damage had been done. I had seen something that wasn't meant for me, something that shouldn't have existed in that book. Suddenly, there was another sound from the hallway, louder this time, a slow, deliberate knock at the door. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Who could it be? I hadn't heard anyone approach, and I certainly hadn't been expecting anyone. I walked slowly to the door, my heart racing in my chest. I couldn't help but wonder if the knock was connected to the package, to the notebook, to whatever had been set in motion the moment I opened it. As I reached for the doorknob, the knock came again, this time more insistent. I took a deep breath and opened the door. But when I stepped outside, the hallway was empty. There was no one there. The only thing left was the faintest trace of something dark, something that felt wrong. I turned back to look at the notebook, and in that instant, I realized something horrifying. The words on the last page had changed. "Now you've seen it," the message read. "It's too late." I backed away, dropping the notebook in terror. What had I just invited into my life? And how would I ever get rid of it? The weight of the package, the notebook, and the knowledge that it had come from nowhere, with no sender, hung heavily over me. I had opened something I couldn't close, and now it was here with me. Story 31. The first time it happened, I didn't think much of it. I woke up one morning, checked my fitness tracker as usual, and noticed it had logged over 1,000 steps while I was asleep. I shrugged it off, assuming it was a glitch. These devices weren't perfect after all. But as I went about my day, A nagging thought lingered in the back of my mind. I knew I had slept soundly through the night, so how could it have recorded movement? The following night, I paid closer attention. I made sure to set my tracker properly before going to bed, double-checking that it was securely fastened to my wrist. I even placed my phone on the bedside table to track the sync history. When I woke up, my heart sank. The tracker had recorded another significant amount of steps, this time over 2,000. My chest tightened as I stared at the data. It wasn't just random numbers, it showed a path, movements around my apartment that I knew I hadn't made. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a software error, or perhaps I had moved more in my sleep than I realized. Still, the thought of it unnerved me. That night, I decided to test a theory. I placed my fitness tracker on the nightstand instead of wearing it, convinced that this would rule out any mistakes. When I woke up the next morning, my blood ran cold. The tracker had still logged steps, over 3,000 this time, and the path it traced wasn't confined to my bedroom. It moved through the entire apartment. I couldn't ignore it anymore. My apartment was small, and I lived alone. The tracker's data suggested movement I hadn't made in places I hadn't been. I checked every lock, every window, and every corner of the apartment. Everything was secure, and nothing seemed out of place. Yet the sense of unease grew stronger. Someone or something had been moving around while I slept, and I had no explanation for it. Desperate for answers, I set up a camera in the living room and another in the hallway leading to my bedroom. I figured if the tracker was somehow malfunctioning, the footage would prove it. That night, I struggled to fall asleep, the weight of anxiety pressing down on me. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted off. When I woke up, the first thing I did was check the tracker. It had logged nearly 4,000 steps. My hands shook as I reached for my phone to review the camera footage. The first few hours were uneventful, just me tossing and turning in bed. Then, just after 2 a.m., I saw movement. A shadow crossed the living room, faint but unmistakable. My breath caught as I watched it move towards the hallway camera. The hallway footage was even worse. The shadow wasn't just a blur, it was humanoid, with distinct features. It moved with an eerie calm, heading straight for my bedroom. My heart pounded as I watched the figure pause outside my door. But then, nothing. It didn't enter. The footage ended with the shadow retreating, fading into the darkness. I couldn't comprehend what I had just seen. I replayed the videos over and over, searching for any sign of tampering or a logical explanation. There was none. The shadow was real, and it had been in my apartment. I didn't know how it had gotten in or why it had left without disturbing anything, but I knew one thing for certain: I wasn't safe here. That night I didn't sleep. I stayed up with every light in the apartment on, clutching my phone and a kitchen knife. Hours passed, and the silence was deafening. But as the clock ticked closer to 2 a.m., I heard the faint sound of footsteps. My blood turned to ice. They were coming from the hallway. I held my breath, straining to hear. The steps grew louder, closer, until they stopped right outside my bedroom door. My heart pounded in my chest, and every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to do something. But I was frozen, paralyzed by fear. Then the doorknob rattled. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I threw open the door. The hallway was empty. The lights were still on and nothing seemed out of place. Yet, the footsteps had been real. I was certain of it. I checked every corner of the apartment again, my hands shaking, but there was no sign of anyone. The next day, I packed my belongings and left. I didn't tell anyone the full story, only that I had experienced something strange and needed a fresh start. I still wear my fitness tracker, but I can't bring myself to check it in the mornings anymore. I don't want to know if the steps have started again. Story 32. The morning started like any other, with a cup of coffee and the soft hum of the news in the background. It wasn't until I glanced at the security app on my phone that my day took a turn. I always check the overnight footage, more out of habit than actual concern. My neighborhood was quiet and there was rarely anything unusual. But today the app's notification caught my attention. Movement detected near the front door between 2 and 4 in the morning. I tapped on the footage, expecting to see a stray cat or maybe the shadow of a passing car. Instead, I saw a figure standing at my door. The image was grainy in the dim light, but the figure was unmistakably human, motionless and eerily upright. They didn't knock or try to enter. They just stood there, facing the door. My stomach churned as I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I scrubbed through the footage, hoping it was some glitch or a trick of the light. But as the minutes passed, the figure remained. They didn't move, didn't shift their weight, didn't do anything but stand there. I couldn't make out their features. They were too far from the camera, and the shadows obscured their face. The longer I watched, the more unease settled over me. Who would stand at someone's door for hours in the middle of the night? By the time the footage ended, the figure was gone. There was no indication of when they had left or where they had gone. It was as if they had simply vanished into the night. I replayed the video multiple times, searching for clues, anything that might explain what had happened. But there was nothing. No car driving away, no sound of footsteps, just the still, unnerving presence of someone who shouldn't have been there. I tried to shake off the feeling of dread as I got ready for the day, but it clung to me like a shadow. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every passing car outside drew my attention. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows twice, even though I knew I had secured them before going to bed. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. By mid-afternoon, I decided to check the camera again. Maybe there was more footage, something I had missed. As I scrolled through the recordings, I noticed another clip from the early morning hours. My heart raced as I clicked on it, bracing myself for what I might see. The video started with the same figure standing at the door, but this time they seemed closer. They weren't at the edge of the porch like before. They were directly in front of the door, as if listening for sounds from inside. I felt my hands tremble as I paused the footage. Whoever this was, they had no reason to be there. And yet, they stood just inches from the threshold of my home, separated only by a locked door. I couldn't help but wonder if they had tried the handle, testing to see if it would open. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I debated calling someone, police, a neighbor, anyone who might offer reassurance. But what would I say? The footage didn't show any crime being committed. It wasn't illegal to stand on someone's porch, as unsettling as it was. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't normal. This wasn't just some passerby who got lost or someone playing a prank. This was deliberate. As the day turned into evening, my anxiety grew. Every sound seemed louder, every shadow longer. I tried to distract myself with a movie, but my eyes kept darting to the front door, half expecting to see a figure standing there. The hours crawled by until it was finally time to sleep. I double-checked the locks once more and hesitated before turning off the lights. Leaving the security camera feed open on my phone, I placed it on the nightstand, the screen glowing faintly in the dark. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to a faint buzzing sound. My phone screen lit up with another notification, motion detected at the front door. My heart raced as I reached for the phone, my hands shaking. The live feed loaded slowly, the spinning icon feeling like an eternity. When the image finally appeared, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was back. They stood closer than ever, their face obscured by the angle of the camera. This time there was a subtle movement, just a slight tilt of the head, as though they were trying to peer inside. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I stared at the screen, frozen with fear. They stood there for what felt like hours, though the clock showed only minutes had passed. And then, just as suddenly as before, they were gone. The rest of the night was sleepless. Every sound made me flinch, every shadow seemed to shift. By morning I was exhausted but determined to find answers. I called the police and showed them the footage. The officer assured me they would patrol the area, but their words offered little comfort. There was no clear threat, no crime committed, just a stranger standing silently in the night. The next evening I decided to stay up, watching the camera feed in real time. I sat in the darkened living room, the faint glow of the screen illuminating my face. Hours passed with nothing but the quiet hum of the house. Just as I started to relax, a movement caught my eye. My stomach dropped as I saw the figure step into view, slowly approaching the door. This time I didn't hesitate. I called 911, whispering my address and explaining the situation. The operator assured me help was on the way, but every second felt like an eternity. I kept my eyes on the screen, watching as the figure stood there, unmoving. Then, for the first time, they turned their heads slightly, as if they knew I was watching. The sound of sirens shattered the silence, and the figure darted out of view. When the police arrived, they searched the area but found no one. No footprints, no evidence, nothing to explain what I had seen. They assured me they would keep an eye on the neighborhood, but the unease lingered. Days turned into weeks, and the figure never returned. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, watching and waiting. Every night I check the camera, half expecting to see that silent figure standing at my door again. Story 33. It was a quiet evening, and I had just settled down to check my messages when my phone buzzed with a notification. The name on the screen stopped me cold. It was from an old friend I hadn't seen or spoken to in years. We'd lost touch long ago, and I hadn't even thought of them recently. My curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the message. There were no words, just a photo of me. I stared at the image in disbelief. It was unmistakably me, taken earlier that very day. I recognized the clothes I was wearing, the spot in the park I had visited, and even the coffee cup I had been holding. But I had been alone. No one had been with me, and I hadn't noticed anyone nearby taking pictures. My chest tightened as unease crept over me. How had they gotten this photo? I tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Perhaps I had been captured in someone else's picture by accident, and it had somehow made its way to my friend. But that didn't explain how they knew me or why they had sent it to me without any context. I typed a quick reply, asking where they got the photo and why they had sent it, but my hands were shaking so badly that I struggled to hit the right keys. Minutes passed, but there was no response. I checked the chat again to make sure the message had been delivered. It had, but it remained unread. My heart was pounding now, and I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I kept looking at the photo, trying to spot anything unusual. There was nothing out of the ordinary except for the fact that it existed at all. The more I stared at it, the more paranoid I became. I tried to remember if I had seen anyone at the park. Had someone been watching me? My mind raced through every detail of the day, but nothing seemed out of place. It had been an ordinary day until now. I thought about calling the number, but the thought of hearing their voice after so many years filled me with an inexplicable dread. As the evening wore on, my unease only grew. I checked all the windows and doors in my house, making sure they were locked. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every sound outside, every shadow that moved in the corners of my vision, made me jump. I kept glancing at my phone, waiting for a response, but there was nothing. Finally, I decided to look up the number. Maybe it wasn't really them. Maybe someone else had gained access to their account or number and was playing some sick joke. But when I searched for the number, nothing came up. It was as if it didn't exist. That made my stomach drop. If it wasn't them, then who was it? I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the image again, my own face staring back at me from the screen. The next morning, I decided to visit the park again, hoping to find some clue or explanation. I stood in the exact spot where the photo had been taken, looking around for anything out of place. But everything looked normal, just a quiet park with people walking their dogs or jogging past. Then I saw it. On the bench where I had been sitting, there was a folded piece of paper. My heart raced as I approached it, my hands trembling as I picked it up. Unfolding it, I saw a single sentence written in neat handwriting: "You shouldn't have ignored me." My blood ran cold. I looked around, but no one seemed to be paying attention to me. I stuffed the note into my pocket and walked quickly back to my car, my mind racing. Who had left the note? Were they watching me now? I couldn't make sense of any of it. That night, I couldn't stay in my house. I booked a hotel room on a whim, needing to get away and clear my head. But as I lay in the unfamiliar bed, my phone buzzed again. Another message, another photo. This time it was a picture of me standing in the park that very morning, holding the note. I felt my breath catch in my throat. Whoever this was, they weren't just watching me, they were close. Too close. I deleted the messages, turned off my phone, and spent the rest of the night jumping at every creak and sound in the hotel. Sleep didn't come easily, and when it did, it was filled with nightmares of faceless figures watching me from the shadows. In the days that followed, the messages stopped, but the fear didn't leave me. I tried to reach out to my old friend, using every contact I could find, but there was no trace of them. It was as if they had vanished. I still don't know who sent those photos or what they wanted, but every time I step outside now I feel eyes on me, watching from somewhere I can't see. Story 34. The sound was so faint at first that I thought it might have been static. I was sitting on the couch, flipping through channels, when it happened. The baby monitor on the table next to me crackled softly, and then I heard a quiet, muffled laugh. It was high-pitched and childlike, barely audible but unmistakable. My chest tightened immediately. I don't have kids. There shouldn't have been any sound coming from the monitor at all. It had been in storage for years, packed away with other things I no longer used. I stared at the monitor, my mind racing. Maybe it was interference, I thought. Maybe a neighbor's baby monitor was accidentally picking up on mine. That made sense, didn't it? But then I remembered. The monitor wasn't even plugged in. It was an old one, battery operated, and I hadn't touched it in ages. The batteries had to be dead by now. My hand trembled slightly as I picked it up, turning it over in my palm. The switch was off, and the red power light wasn't on. There was no way it should have been working. I set it back down carefully, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself it was nothing, that I was imagining things, but a cold unease settled over me. The house was silent, too silent. I strained my ears, listening for any other sound, but the monitor remained quiet. Just when I started to convince myself I had imagined it, the laughter came again, louder this time. It was closer, clearer, as if the child were just a few feet away from the microphone. I shot to my feet, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My eyes darted around the room, looking for anything out of place, but everything was as it should be. The laughter stopped abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. The monitor crackled faintly, and then there was nothing. I didn't know what to do. My mind screamed at me to throw it out, to get rid of the monitor and forget this ever happened, but my feet wouldn't move. I was frozen, caught between disbelief and fear. After a few moments of standing there, I forced myself to sit back down. My hands felt clammy as I reached for my phone, debating whether I should call someone. But who would I even call? What would I say? That I was hearing things through a monitor that shouldn't even be on. They'd think I was crazy. I placed the phone back on the table and stared at the monitor again. It was so ordinary, so small, and yet it filled me with dread. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. The monitor stayed silent, and the house felt still again. I tried to distract myself by turning on the television, but I couldn't focus on anything. Every sound made me jump. The creak of the floorboards, the hum of the fridge, the distant sound of a car passing outside, it all felt too loud, too real. My ears were hypersensitive, straining to catch even the faintest noise. Then, without warning, the laughter returned, this time accompanied by a faint whisper. My blood ran cold as I realized the whisper wasn't just random noise. It was speaking. The words were too quiet to make out, but the tone was unsettling, almost playful. My body stiffened, and I leaned forward, instinctively reaching for the monitor. As soon as my fingers brushed against it, the sound cut off abruptly, leaving a hollow silence that made my skin crawl. I sat there, holding the monitor in my hands, debating whether to turn it on or off, even though I knew it wasn't powered. Against my better judgment, I flipped the switch. The red light blinked on, and for a moment, there was nothing but static. Then, through the crackling, I heard it again, laughter, soft and distant at first, then louder, sharper, as if the source was moving closer to the microphone. This time I could make out words in the whisper, but they didn't make any sense. "Come play," it said, over and over in that same playful tone. I felt my stomach drop. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the monitor. I turned it off quickly, but the sound didn't stop. The laughter continued, echoing faintly in the room, as if it were coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My breath came in shallow gasps as I stood up, looking around frantically. I grabbed the monitor and threw it into a drawer, slamming it shut. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The room felt colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that I was overreacting, but the unease wouldn't leave. I couldn't stay in that room any longer. I grabbed my keys and left the house, not bothering to turn off the lights or lock the door. I just needed to get out, to breathe, to put distance between myself and whatever was happening. I drove aimlessly for hours. The image of that monitor burned into my mind. When I finally returned home, the house was silent. Everything was as I had left it, the lights still on, the door slightly ajar. I hesitated before going inside, half expecting to hear the laughter again, but there was nothing. I checked the drawer where I had thrown the monitor, and it was still there, untouched. The batteries were dead, as they should have been all along. I don't know what I heard that night or why it happened, but I haven't touched the monitor since. It stays in that drawer, out of sight, out of mind. But every so often, late at night, I think I hear faint laughter coming from somewhere in the house. And every time, I tell myself it's just the wind. Story 35. When I saw the folded paper in my mailbox, I assumed it was a flyer or a misplaced receipt. The day had been uneventful, and I didn't think much of it as I grabbed it along with the other mail. It was only when I opened it that a chill ran down my spine. It wasn't a flyer. It was a list, a detailed itinerary of my entire day. My heart pounded as I read through it. Every action I had taken since waking up was written down, including the exact time I ate lunch and what I had eaten. The level of detail was unnerving. It described the time I left for work, the brief stop I made at the convenience store, and even the moment I glanced at my phone while waiting in line. How could someone know all of this? I scanned the page again, looking for a clue, a name, a signature, a hint of who might have written it, but there was nothing. The handwriting was neat, almost mechanical, as if written by someone trying to stay anonymous. I tried to reason with myself to find some logical explanation. Maybe it was a prank, someone trying to scare me. But the accuracy of the details made my stomach churn. This wasn't just a random guess or a coincidence. Someone had been following me, watching my every move. I couldn't shake the feeling of being exposed, of someone tracking me so closely. My hands trembled as I folded the paper and shoved it into my pocket, suddenly feeling vulnerable standing there in the open. I locked my door as soon as I got inside, double-checking all the windows. My safe, familiar space now felt tainted. I sat at the kitchen table, spreading the itinerary out in front of me, rereading it. Each line felt like a violation, a reminder that someone had been close enough to observe me without my knowledge. The note even mentioned the brand of coffee I had bought that morning and the fact that I had spilled a drop on my sleeve. My mind raced, trying to think of when and where someone could have been close enough to see that. The thought of someone trailing me, lurking in the shadows, sent a shiver down my spine. I checked my phone, scanning through my apps for anything unusual, wondering if someone had hacked into it. There was nothing out of place, no unknown apps or messages. I thought about the people I had interacted with during the day, but no one had stood out. Everyone I encountered seemed ordinary, just part of the daily background noise of life. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whoever had written this could still be out there watching. As the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being monitored. Every sound outside made me jump. Every creak of the house set my nerves on edge. I tried to tell myself it was paranoia, that whoever had left the note was probably done with their prank, but the fear lingered. I found myself glancing over my shoulder constantly, peering out the window every few minutes. The sense of intrusion was overwhelming, a constant weight pressing down on me. By the time night fell, I was exhausted but too scared to sleep. I kept my phone nearby, ready to call for help at the slightest sign of danger. I debated reporting the note to the police, but what could I tell them? There was no threat, no clear evidence of who had left it. It was just a list, albeit a terrifyingly accurate one. The thought of being dismissed, of having my fears brushed aside, made me hesitate. Instead, I stayed awake, my eyes darting to the locked door every time I heard the faintest sound. The next morning, I hesitated before checking the mailbox. My pulse raced as I opened it, half expecting to find another note, but there was nothing there. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through me. Maybe it was over, a one-time scare. But as I went about my day, the paranoia lingered. Every unfamiliar face in the crowd seemed suspicious. Every car that stayed behind me too long felt like it was following me. The itinerary had planted a seed of doubt, a fear that I couldn't shake. Days passed without incident, But the note stayed with me, a constant reminder of how vulnerable I had been. I started changing my routines, varying the times I left the house, taking different routes to work. I avoided going out alone and became hyper-aware of my surroundings. I didn't know if it made a difference, but it gave me some small sense of control. The fear never fully went away, but I learned to live with it, to push it to the back of my mind. One evening, as I was tidying up, I found the note again, tucked away in a drawer where I had hidden it. I unfolded it, scanning the familiar words with a strange mix of fear and curiosity. The memory of that day came rushing back, but this time I felt something else: anger. Whoever had written this had tried to scare me, to make me feel powerless. But I had survived and refused to let their actions control my life. I tore the note into tiny pieces and threw them away, letting the act feel like a small victory. I didn't know who had done it or why, but I wasn't going to let them win. The fear might never fully leave, but I wouldn't let it rule me. I had my life back, and no anonymous note was going to take that away. Story 36. When my Uber driver stopped the car, I immediately felt uneasy. The place was nothing like where I was supposed to go. The street was dimly lit, the houses looked abandoned, and the overgrown trees cast eerie shadows on the cracked pavement. I checked my phone to confirm the address I had entered, but it was exactly what I had typed. This wasn't the right place, not even close. "This isn't where I'm supposed to be," I said, my voice wavering slightly as I turned to face the driver. He didn't respond right away, just stared ahead with a blank expression, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. The silence stretched for what felt like forever before he finally muttered, "This is where you asked to go." I shook my head, my unease growing. "No, it's not. Please take me back or to the correct address." His eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, and there was something off about his gaze, cold, distant, like he wasn't fully there. He didn't move, didn't restart the car. Instead, he smiled faintly, and it wasn't a friendly smile. I tried to keep calm, glancing out the window to assess my surroundings. The area was completely unfamiliar. No signs, no traffic, no people. Just rows of dark houses and trees that seemed to close in around us. My phone suddenly buzzed in my hand, and when I looked down, there was no signal. The GPS map froze on my screen, showing the car icon stranded in the middle of a gray, featureless void. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice firmer now. But the driver didn't answer. He just kept staring ahead, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. I felt my chest tighten as a deep sense of dread settled in. "Look," I said, forcing myself to sound calm. "If this is some kind of mistake, just tell me. I won't report it, just get me out of here." The driver finally moved, but not to start the car. Instead, he reached into the glove compartment and pulled out something I couldn't quite see. My heart raced as I instinctively grabbed the door handle, but it didn't budge. The child lock was on. Panic surged through me and I began pounding on the window, shouting for help. But the street remained silent, the empty houses offering no sign of life. I turned back to the driver, who was now holding a piece of paper in his hand. He passed it back to me without a word. I hesitated before taking it, my fingers trembling. The note was written in neat, deliberate handwriting. "You've been chosen." My blood ran cold. "What does this mean? Chosen for what?" I demanded, but the driver remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. I didn't wait for an answer. I grabbed my phone and dialed for help, but the call wouldn't go through. My phone screen flashed an error message, "No network available." The air in the car grew heavy, suffocating, and I felt trapped, completely at the mercy of this stranger. I tried again to open the door, slamming my shoulder into it, but it wouldn't budge. The driver finally spoke, his voice calm and unnervingly steady. "There's no point in trying. They'll come to you soon." My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. "Who are they? What are you talking about?" I shouted, my voice cracking. He didn't respond. Instead, he reached down and turned off the engine, leaving us in complete silence. The only sound was my own panicked breathing. Outside the car, the shadows seemed to shift, like something was moving just beyond my line of sight. I felt a surge of adrenaline and leaned forward, grabbing the driver by his shoulder. "Let me out," I screamed, shaking him violently. But he just sat there, unmoving, like a statue. Then I heard a faint sound coming from outside, footsteps slow and deliberate, growing louder as they approached the car. I whipped my head around, searching the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. The driver turned his head slightly, just enough to whisper, "They're here." I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The footsteps stopped right outside the car, and the air grew impossibly still. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, my throat dry with fear. The door next to me rattled, as if someone was trying to open it. I pressed myself against the other side of the car, my breath shallow and quick. The rattling stopped, replaced by a soft tapping on the window. I couldn't bring myself to look. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that whatever was out there would go away. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, until it was almost deafening. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and the car was plunged into silence once more. I slowly opened my eyes, my hands shaking as I gripped the seat. The driver was gone. The seatbelt lay slack where he had been sitting just moments ago. The keys were still in the ignition, but there was no sign of him. I didn't wait to figure out what had happened. I scrambled into the front seat, unlocked the doors, and threw myself out of the car. The air outside was cold and oppressive, and the street was still eerily quiet. I ran as fast as I could, not knowing where I was going, just desperate to get away. When I finally reached a main road, I flagged down a passing car and begged for help. The driver, an older man, looked at me with concern and called for assistance. When the police arrived, they couldn't find the Uber driver or the car. They assured me I was safe, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Even now, I can't explain what happened or who they were. All I know is that I never use rideshare services anymore, and I never will again. Story 37. It started with a routine glance at my credit card statement. I scrolled through the list of charges, expecting the usual: a few groceries, an online subscription, maybe a gas station stop. But then something caught my eye. There was a charge for a hotel I'd never stayed at, in a city I'd never visited. I froze, my mind racing to catch up. At first I thought it might be a mistake, a mix-up by the bank. But the name of the hotel wasn't familiar, and the amount wasn't small. Scrolling further, I found another charge, this one for a restaurant in the same city. The dates were from last weekend, a time when I had been home, nowhere near the place these charges claimed I had been. Panic started to creep in as I continued scanning the statement. There were multiple charges, all from that same city. A boutique clothing store, a rental car service, even a ticket to an event. I felt my stomach churn. Someone had been using my card, and they weren't even trying to hide it. I immediately called the bank, explaining the situation to the representative. They were polite, but their tone carried a hint of suspicion. They asked if I had lent my card to anyone, or if I might have forgotten about a trip. I insisted it wasn't me. The charges weren't mine, and I'd never even been to that city. The representative assured me they would investigate and freeze the card. They said I'd likely be reimbursed, but I couldn't shake the unease. Who had my information? And why had they chosen that city? It felt too specific, too deliberate. That night, I couldn't sleep. My thoughts kept circling back to the statement, to the list of places I'd supposedly visited. I looked them up online, hoping to make sense of it. The hotel was a small, out-of-the-way place, not the kind of spot someone would casually choose. The restaurant was high-end, and the boutique was the kind that catered to a particular crowd. It felt personal, as though whoever was behind this knew something about me. But how? I had never been to that city, didn't know anyone who lived there. And yet these purchases seemed tailored, as if they were meant for me. The next morning I decided to dig deeper. I called the hotel, pretending to confirm a stay. The receptionist hesitated before pulling up the records. When she finally spoke, her words sent a chill down my spine. "Yes, we have a reservation under your name for last weekend. You checked out on Sunday." I hung up, my hands trembling. Someone hadn't just used my card, they had used my identity. They had checked into a hotel as me, spent money as me, lived a weekend as me. I felt violated, as though someone had stepped into my life and taken it for a joyride. I contacted the authorities, filing a report. They assured me they'd look into it, but their tone wasn't hopeful. Cases like this, they said, were hard to solve. People used stolen information all the time, and tracking them down was like chasing shadows. Over the next few days, the unease only grew. I kept checking my account, half expecting to see more charges. But the account remained frozen. The activity stopped. It should have been a relief, but instead, it felt like the calm before a storm. Then, one night, I found an envelope on my doorstep. There was no return address, no postage. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was a receipt, one of the charges from my statement. At the bottom, in neat handwriting, was a note. "You should visit sometime. You'd like it here." My heart raced as I stared at the note. Whoever had done this wasn't just stealing, they were taunting me. They wanted me to know they had been there, that they had lived my life, if only for a moment. And they wanted me to follow them, to step into the city they had chosen for me. I called the police again, showing them the note. They took it seriously this time, promising to investigate further. But their assurances felt hollow. Whoever was behind this was careful, deliberate. They had gone to great lengths to make this personal. I started to notice other things, small but unsettling. A car parked outside my house for hours at a time, a shadow moving past my window at night. The sense that I was being watched, followed, monitored. I began to feel like a stranger in my own life, constantly looking over my shoulder, questioning everything. The purchases on my statement were no longer just charges, they were breadcrumbs, leading to something I didn't want to find. A week later, another envelope arrived. This one held no receipt, no note. Instead, it contained a photo. It was of me, sitting at my kitchen table, staring at my laptop. The photo was taken from outside the window, the angle perfectly framing me in the glow of the screen. I didn't sleep that night, or the nights that followed. The city from my statement wasn't just a place, they were pulling me there, one way or another. And I knew, deep down, that eventually I'd have no choice but to go. Story 38. I was getting ready for bed, my nightly routine, always a soothing ritual after a long day. The bathroom light buzzed faintly, casting a soft glow on the tiles as I stood at the sink brushing my teeth. The mirror in front of me reflected the usual my tired face, messy hair, and the dimly lit bathroom behind me. Everything felt normal until in a fleeting instant it didn't. As I leaned down to rinse my mouth, something caught my eye in the mirror. It wasn't much, just a flicker, but it was enough to make me pause. I straightened up and looked directly into my reflection. There I was, looking back at myself, tired but ordinary. I let out a small laugh, shaking off the unease as my nerves playing tricks on me. I reached for the towel hanging beside the sink to dry my face, glancing again at the mirror. That was when I saw it. As I moved the towel to my face, the reflection in the mirror lagged just for a fraction of a second, but enough to make my stomach drop. My hand, which should have been drying my face, was still hanging at my side in the reflection. I froze, staring at the glass, willing myself to blink and break the illusion. My heart raced as I forced myself to raise my hand, watching the reflection closely. It moved in sync this time, perfectly mirroring me, as though mocking my earlier fear. I let out a shaky breath, convincing myself I must have imagined it. Maybe I was overtired, or maybe the flickering light was playing tricks on me. Still, the feeling lingered. I stood there, my eyes locked on the mirror, unable to look away. I turned my head slowly to the left, then to the right, testing the reflection. Everything was normal. I even waved at the glass like an idiot, but the reflection waved back exactly as it should. I shook my head and stepped away from the sink, laughing softly to myself. "You're losing it," I muttered under my breath. As I turned to leave the bathroom, I glanced at the mirror one last time. That's when my reflection didn't move at all. I froze in the doorway, staring at the still image of myself in the glass. My breath caught in my throat as the reflection tilted its head slightly, a motion I hadn't made. My body was paralyzed with fear, my mind racing for an explanation. The bathroom light buzzed louder, its flickering growing more erratic. My reflection's mouth moved, but no sound came out. It was saying something, mouthing words I couldn't hear. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like they were rooted to the floor. The figure in the mirror grinned, a slow and unsettling smile that didn't belong to me. I took a shaky step back, my heart pounding so loudly I could feel it in my chest. The reflection leaned forward, pressing its hands against the inside of the glass as though it were trying to break through. Its movements were jerky and unnatural, like a glitch in an old video. I stumbled backward, hitting the bathroom door with my shoulder, and finally found the strength to move. I ran into the hallway, slamming the bathroom door behind me. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath, my mind reeling from what I had just seen. I pressed my back against the wall, staring at the closed door. The house was silent, the only sound my own ragged breathing. For a moment, I thought I might have imagined the entire thing, that maybe I was losing my mind. Then I heard it. A soft tapping sound coming from inside the bathroom. It was rhythmic, deliberate, as though someone or something was knocking on the mirror. My blood ran cold as the tapping grew louder, more insistent. I backed away from the door, my hand shaking as I fumbled for my phone. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but I couldn't bring myself to take my eyes off the door. The tapping stopped suddenly, replaced by a chilling silence that felt heavier than the noise. I held my breath, straining to hear any other sound. Then, slowly, the bathroom light flickered off, plunging the room into darkness. My reflection was still in there, or whatever it was that looked like me. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in the living room, every light in the house turned on, the bathroom door firmly shut. When morning finally came, I mustered the courage to check the mirror again. The light was steady now, the reflection normal, as though nothing had happened. But I knew better. Something had been there, something I couldn't explain. And now, every time I pass a mirror, I can't help but feel it's watching me, waiting for the next moment I let my guard down. Story 39. A stranger in the supermarket casually called me by a nickname only my late grandmother used. I was reaching for a can of soup on the shelf when I heard it, clear as day, spoken with the same familiar warmth she used to have. My hand froze midair, and I turned to see who had said it. An older woman stood there, smiling at me, her cart filled with a random assortment of items. She seemed ordinary, nothing about her striking or memorable, except for the fact that she knew that name. My chest tightened as I stared at her. "Excuse me, what did you just call me?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. She looked at me puzzled, as though I were the one acting strangely. "That's what you go by, isn't it?" she said, her tone so casual it almost felt rehearsed. I shook my head, trying to steady myself. "No one calls me that. No one except my grandmother, and she's been gone for years." Her smile didn't falter, but there was something off about it now, something unsettling. She tilted her head slightly, studying me like I was an old acquaintance she was trying to place. "Oh, I must have overheard someone call you that," she said, waving it off as if it were nothing. But my grandmother hadn't used that nickname in public. It was a private thing, something she whispered when no one else was around. I tried to move on, pushing my cart down the aisle, but I could feel her eyes on me. I glanced back once, and she was still standing there, watching me with that same unsettling smile. My mind raced. How could she know? It wasn't possible. Maybe I had misheard her. Maybe it was all just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew better. I continued my shopping, trying to shake off the strange encounter. But as I moved from aisle mile less seeing her, she wasn't always close, but she was there, just at the edge of my vision. Sometimes she was browsing the shelves, sometimes pushing her cart, but always nearby, always watching. My hand started to shake as I gripped the handle of my cart tighter. I reached the checkout line, desperate to leave, but when I turned to unload my items onto the conveyor belt, she was there again, 2 lines over. She wasn't putting anything on the belt, just standing there, staring at me with that same unchanging expression. My skin crawled as I tried to avoid her gaze. I hurried through the line, practically throwing my groceries into bags, and rushed out to my car. As I loaded the bags into the trunk, I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see her again. But the parking lot seemed normal, filled with people going about their business. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. Maybe she wasn't following me. Maybe I was overreacting. But as I slid into the driver's seat and looked into the rearview mirror, my heart sank. She was there, standing at the edge of the lot, watching me. Her smile was gone now, replaced by an expression I couldn't quite place. It wasn't anger or sadness, but something in between, something that made my stomach churn. I started the car and pulled out of the lot, refusing to look back. My heart raced as I drove home, every shadow on the road making me flinch. When I finally reached my driveway, I sat in the car for a moment, staring at my front door. I didn't want to go inside. I didn't want to be alone. Gathering my courage, I grabbed the groceries and headed inside, locking the door behind me. I checked every window, every lock, making sure the house was secure. But no matter how safe I tried to make it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind made me jump. I kept replaying the encounter in my head, trying to make sense of it. Who was she? How did she know that nickname? And why had she been following me? The next morning, I woke up to find a note slipped under my front door. The handwriting was familiar, too familiar. It was my grandmother's. "I'm still with you," it read. My hands trembled as I clutched the paper. The words blurred as tears filled my eyes. I looked around the room, half expecting to see her standing there, but it was empty. The note felt warm in my hands, as if it had just been written. My heart ached with a mix of fear and longing. I kept the note, tucking it away in a drawer, unsure of what to do next. Days passed, and the woman from the supermarket didn't appear again. But the memory of her stayed with me, along with the note, a reminder that some connections never fade, even after death. Story 40. A. The attic had always been a place I avoided. It wasn't out of fear, but the clutter and dust made it seem uninviting. That changed one rainy afternoon when the sound of dripping water from above drew my attention. I climbed up to inspect, flashlight in hand, prepared to find nothing more than a leaky roof. Instead, I found an old cardboard box tucked away in the far corner, one I didn't recognize. Curiosity got the better of me. The box was unremarkable, dusty and weathered, with no markings or labels to hint at its origin. I pulled it into the center of the attic and opened it carefully. Inside was a stack of Polaroid photos, faded but intact. As I flipped through them, my breath caught. Every single photo was of me. The first few pictures were familiar. They showed me in my old bedroom, sitting at the desk where I used to do homework. Another was of me standing in the backyard, the tree I had climbed countless times behind me. But as I kept going, the familiarity began to fade. Some photos were of me in places I didn't recognize, sitting on a park bench I'd never visited, walking along a beach I had no memory of, or standing in front of a house I didn't know. My hands trembled as I examined the details. The dates printed on the edges were recent, within the past year. But I hadn't been to any of these places, and I couldn't understand how someone could have taken these photos without my knowledge. Who had been following me? I flipped through the stack more quickly now, my unease growing with every image. Toward the bottom of the pile, the photos became stranger. One showed me asleep in my own bed, the angle suggesting it had been taken from the corner of the room. Another captured me sitting on the couch in my living room, staring blankly at the television. The lighting matched perfectly with the way I'd left it that very morning. I felt a chill run down my spine. Someone had been in my house. They had been close enough to take these photos, close enough to watch me without me ever noticing. My stomach churned as I thought about how long this could have been going on. At the very bottom of the box was a single photo, different from the rest. It was darker, almost as if taken in a poorly lit room. I squinted to make out the details and felt my blood turn cold. It was me, sitting in the attic, holding the stack of photos, exactly as I was in that moment. My breath caught, and the flashlight slipped from my hand, clattering onto the wooden floor. The beam of light wavered, casting eerie shadows across the attic. I spun around, scanning the room for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. Just the same old junk piled in corners, the same dusty beams. I didn't know what to do. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to get as far away from that attic as possible, but my legs felt like lead. I grabbed the photos and bolted down the ladder, slamming the attic door shut behind me. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat in the living room, the stack of Polaroids now lying on the coffee table in front of me. I stared at them for hours, trying to make sense of it all. Who had taken these? How had they managed to get into my house without me noticing? And most importantly, why? My mind raced with possibilities, each one more horrifying than the last. As night fell, the house grew darker, quieter. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside felt amplified. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My eyes darted to the windows, the corners of the room, even the ceiling, but I saw nothing. I didn't sleep that night. The Polaroids stayed on the table, a silent reminder of whatever had been haunting me. By morning, I decided I couldn't stay in the house any longer. I packed a bag and left, not caring where I would go. All I knew was that I couldn't stay there another night. Weeks later, I returned to collect the rest of my belongings. The house felt different, emptier somehow. I went to the attic one last time, dreading what I might find. But the box was gone, along with the Polaroids. It was as if they had never existed. Even now, I can't explain what happened. I've moved far away, but I still feel uneasy, as if someone is watching, waiting. I never found out who left the box or why, and I hope I never do. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Story 41. I had always been cautious about security, especially after a few unsettling incidents in the neighborhood. So when I noticed a strange rustling in the bushes outside my window one evening, I decided to take extra precautions. I spent the next day installing a new, high-quality lock on my front door. It felt like a small, necessary step in taking control of my safety. As I tightened the final screw, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. At least now I would have peace of mind. The next day, I went about my usual routine. Work was busy, and I found myself staying late to finish a project. By the time I got home, it was already dark, the street lamps casting long shadows across the pavement. I parked in my driveway and made my way up to the front door, my mind still preoccupied with the day's tasks. When I reached for the doorknob, I felt a sudden chill run down my spine. The lock, the very one I had installed just hours ago, was completely broken. It was hanging loosely, as if it had been forcefully tampered with. I stood frozen for a moment, my hand still on the handle. The door itself wasn't damaged, just the lock. There was no sign of forced entry, no marks or scratches on the frame. I pushed the door open cautiously, expecting to find a mess, or worse, someone inside. But everything was just as I had left it. The furniture was in place, the kitchen clean, the living room quiet. Nothing was missing. Confused and alarmed, I checked the lock again. It wasn't just broken, it had been twisted in a way that made it appear like someone had deliberately tried to disable it. The mechanisms inside were bent and out of alignment, but the door hadn't been forced open. It was almost as if whoever had done this had intended to leave without taking anything, but just wanted to send a message. Or worse, they wanted me to know that they had been inside. I checked every window and door in the house, but nothing else seemed disturbed. I wasn't sure whether to call the police or simply try to fix the lock and forget about it. The fact that nothing was taken didn't ease my mind, it made things even more unsettling. Whoever had been in my house clearly wasn't interested in stealing anything. They hadn't touched a thing. I spent the night on edge, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, made me jump. I locked every door and window again before going to bed, but the unease lingered. I kept imagining someone slipping quietly through my house, watching me from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The following morning, I called a locksmith to repair the lock. They confirmed that it had been broken by someone with knowledge of how to manipulate it. Someone who clearly had experience with locks. I tried to explain to the locksmith that nothing had been taken, but they didn't seem to offer any comfort. People break in for different reasons, he had said, his voice serious. Sometimes they just want to see if they can. Other times they want to get into your head. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept the lights on throughout the house, unable to fall asleep. I checked the locks again and again, but they all seemed secure. My mind raced with possibilities. Who could have done this? Why? Was it someone from the neighborhood, someone I knew, or was it a random intruder who had chosen me as their target? It wasn't until a week later that I received an unexpected letter in the mail. The envelope was unmarked, and the handwriting inside was unfamiliar. It read, "You shouldn't have locked the door. We can always get in." I froze as I read the words over and over, my mind struggling to comprehend what I had just read. It felt like a direct threat, a reminder that whoever had been in my house was still out there, watching me. I felt a wave of dread wash over me. The letter didn't say much, but it said enough. Whoever had tampered with my lock knew exactly where I lived. They knew my routines. And now they were letting me know that they could get in whenever they wanted, no matter what precautions I took. The feeling of vulnerability I had experienced before came rushing back, but this time it was even worse. I called the police immediately, but their response was frustratingly dismissive. They told me to install a security camera and to be vigilant, but without any concrete evidence, there was little they could do. I installed cameras the very next day, but it did little to ease my mind. Every time I checked the footage, I felt a knot in my stomach, waiting for something to appear on screen, something I couldn't explain. The weeks passed in a haze of paranoia and unease. I double-checked the locks every night, even though I knew they were secure. I started sleeping with a light on, just in case. Every little noise, every flicker of movement outside made me jump. But nothing ever happened. No more letters. No more broken locks. It was as if whoever had been inside my house had disappeared. But I knew better than to feel safe. Something had changed in me after that night. The feeling of being watched never fully went away. The house, once a place of comfort, had become a constant reminder that I was not in control. Whoever had broken my lock had left a mark on my life, one that no amount of security could erase. I never did find out who was behind it. The police never made any headway, and the neighborhood remained quiet. But the memory of the broken lock and the chilling message that followed stayed with me. Every night, before I went to sleep, I would glance at the front door, and a small part of me would wonder, would they come back? Story 42. The sound of my alarm jolted me awake, a harsh, repetitive noise that broke through the layers of sleep. I groggily reached over to silence it, only to notice the time on the clock. It was an hour earlier than I had set it. I stared at the glowing numbers in confusion, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I had definitely set the alarm for 7 a.m., not 6 a.m. My mind raced, trying to find any logical explanation. Maybe the clock had malfunctioned, or perhaps it was something as simple as a power surge resetting the time. But as I sat up in bed, rubbing my eyes, I couldn't shake the strange sense that something wasn't quite right. I got up and went to the kitchen, attempting to start my day as usual. I was still groggy, the early wake-up time throwing off my routine. But the more I thought about the alarm, the more unsettled I became. I checked my phone, thinking maybe there was something wrong with the settings, but everything appeared normal. The time was correct on my phone, as was the time on my computer. It was just the alarm clock that had gone off an hour too early. I couldn't explain it, but I pushed it out of my mind. Maybe I had accidentally bumped it, or something had triggered the reset. I tried to focus on my morning routine, making coffee, getting dressed, and preparing for the day ahead. But the strange occurrence kept nagging at the back of my mind. It was such a small thing, yet the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it didn't feel entirely like an accident. As I moved around the house, I began to notice other oddities. The kitchen lights flickered for a moment as I poured my coffee, and the curtains in the living room swayed despite there being no breeze. These small, seemingly insignificant events only added to the discomfort creeping up inside me. Was it just a coincidence, or was something more happening? My nerves were starting to feel frayed, and the unease I'd felt earlier was becoming more pronounced. I glanced at the clock in the living room, the one I had been using for years, and noticed that the time had changed. It was no longer the time I had set, but an hour ahead. My stomach dropped. Could my clocks be malfunctioning, or was someone messing with me? I checked the time on my phone again, and it was still correct. I felt a strange sense of paranoia building, as if something was out of my control, something I couldn't explain. The next day I set the alarm for the same time I always had, 7 a.m., hoping that whatever had happened the previous morning was just a one-time glitch. I went to bed early, trying to calm my racing thoughts, but the unease stayed with me. When the alarm rang again, I shot up, my eyes snapping open. I checked the clock. It was the same as the day before, an hour earlier than I had set it. I couldn't believe it. The clock was malfunctioning again, but this time I was more alarmed. I hadn't touched it, hadn't even moved it from its spot. I checked my phone once more, 7 a.m. How could this be happening? I stood there in the middle of my room, frozen, my mind spinning with questions. Was this a technical issue, or was it something else? It didn't make sense. I tried resetting the alarm clock, hoping that would fix whatever was wrong, but the next morning the same thing happened. An hour earlier, no explanation, just the cold, persistent ringing of the alarm. I decided to take a different approach. I set the alarm again, this time for 7:30 a.m., hoping for some sort of answer. The next morning, when I woke up, the alarm had gone off at 6:30 a.m. My eyes flicked to the clock on my nightstand. The numbers had changed again, but this time I was more certain than ever that something was wrong. I wasn't imagining it. The clock wasn't malfunctioning, it was intentionally moving ahead an hour every time I set it. But who or what was doing this? I called a friend, explaining what had been happening. They were skeptical at first, brushing it off as a simple glitch or me being tired. But after I described the events in more detail, the confusion and dread in my voice must have convinced them that something more was going on. They suggested I look into the possibility of someone tampering with the alarm, but that felt even more unsettling. The thought of someone entering my home and changing the time on my clock without me noticing made my skin crawl. As the days went on, I became more obsessed with finding out what was going on. I started setting the alarm for different times, watching it change in real time. It was as though the clock itself was mocking me, refusing to let me control when I woke up. I couldn't sleep, couldn't relax, because every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was losing control of my life. The more I tried to fix the problem, the worse it got. I was trapped in a cycle, and the clock was the constant reminder of that. One night, I decided to stay up all night, determined to catch the clock in the act. I sat in the dark, watching the second hand tick away, my mind racing. I was too tired to think straight, but I couldn't close my eyes. I had to know what was happening. As the night wore on, the tension in the room grew, and I felt as though something was just beyond my reach. Finally, the alarm went off. I checked the time, 6 a.m., but this time something was different. I could see the clock. I could feel its presence, almost as though it was alive. And then, for the first time, I noticed something strange, a tiny reflection in the glass of the clock. My breath caught in my throat. There, standing just behind the clock, was a figure. A shadow barely visible but unmistakable. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to focus on it. The figure moved closer, the darkness surrounding it shifting like a mist. It was then that I realized the alarm clock wasn't malfunctioning. It was trying to warn me. The question was from what, and who had been messing with the time. Story 43. I was standing in my kitchen, preparing my usual cup of coffee, when I noticed something strange on the fridge. A small sticky note, bright yellow, was stuck to the door. It wasn't there the night before, and I certainly hadn't put it there. I didn't recognize the handwriting. The note simply read, "Don't forget the basement door." My stomach twisted. I don't have a basement. I live in a small single-story apartment with no stairs, no extra rooms, nothing beneath me but the ground floor. The only space under my apartment is a crawl space, but it's sealed off, and I've never even had reason to think about it. The more I looked at the note, the more unsettled I became. Who would have put it there? And why? I told myself it was probably a mistake, maybe some kind of joke. Maybe my neighbors had gotten into my apartment somehow, though the idea of someone being in my home without me knowing seemed ridiculous. I immediately checked all the locks, the windows, and everything else to make sure I was still safe. But the note gnawed at me. How had it gotten there? And why that specific message? The feeling of being watched crept in. I looked around my apartment, checking corners, under the couch, and the spaces between furniture as if expecting someone to be hiding. There was nothing. The apartment was empty, just the usual mess I'd left the night before. But the note remained, sticking to the fridge, taunting me with its cryptic message. I decided to ignore it, trying to convince myself that it didn't mean anything. It was probably nothing, just a mix-up, or maybe someone was playing a prank on me. But as the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept thinking about that basement door. The idea of a basement, something I knew didn't exist, kept circling my mind. I went out to run errands, hoping the fresh air would help clear my head. But the whole time I kept thinking about that damn note. By the time I returned, I was on edge, and I immediately went back to the fridge. The note was still there. I pulled it off the fridge, my fingers trembling as I examined it again, looking for some clue I might have missed. There was nothing more to it, just that strange message. It was as if it had been waiting for me. Then I did something I never thought I would. I checked the crawl space. I hadn't been down there in months. I wasn't even sure if there was anything worth finding, but my gut told me that I needed to see for myself. I grabbed a flashlight and knelt down by the small door that led to the narrow opening. With a deep breath, I unlatched it. The crawl space was dark, as expected. It smelled musty, but nothing seemed unusual. I shined the light around, looking for anything out of place, but I found nothing. No basement, no strange door, just an old, dusty space filled with boxes and forgotten belongings. Still, the feeling that something was wrong wouldn't leave me. I locked the crawl space door and went to bed that night feeling more unsettled than I ever had. I kept the lights on, hoping that somehow it would help, but I couldn't shake the eerie sense that something was waiting. I woke up several times during the night, convinced I had heard a sound, something faint but undeniable. Every time I checked my apartment, only to find it empty. I wondered if I was just imagining things, if the paranoia was getting to me. The next morning I went to the fridge and froze. The sticky note was there again. This time it read, "Don't forget the basement door. It's open." I felt my breath catch in my throat. I had locked the crawl space. There was no way it could have been opened. I immediately rushed to the door and checked it. It was still locked, but the note was clear. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had known that I had checked it. The panic was building inside me now. I tried to rationalize it, but I couldn't. There were no other explanations. Whoever was leaving these notes was watching me, and they knew things that they shouldn't have known. They knew the layout of my apartment, they knew I had checked the crawl space, and they knew my fear. My mind raced through every possible explanation, but none of them made any sense. I spent the rest of the day at a friend's house, unable to stay in my apartment. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever was doing this might still be there, waiting. When I returned later that night, I checked the apartment again, making sure every window and door was secure. The crawlspace door was locked, as it should be. But this time, something was different. The sticky note was gone. I searched the fridge, the countertops, the trash can, and the floors. It was gone, and it was like it had never been there at all. I began to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I had been sleep-deprived or stressed. But then, I heard something. A soft, deliberate knock. I froze. It came from the crawlspace. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I stood there, staring at the door, waiting for whatever was on the other side to make itself known. The knock came again, followed by a low, whispering voice. "You forgot again." I rushed out of the apartment without thinking, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop running until I reached the nearest neighbor's apartment and knocked frantically on the door. I stayed there shivering until morning. I couldn't go back to my apartment. I couldn't face what was in there. When I finally returned the next day, everything was as it should be. The sticky note was gone. The crawlspace door was locked. But the feeling remained. Someone or something was watching me, and I knew that it would never truly stop. Story 44. I had just settled into my usual spot at work, sipping my coffee and scrolling through emails. The office was quiet, the hum of computers and the occasional clink of keyboards the only sounds breaking the silence. I was focused, absorbed in my tasks when I heard a voice from behind me. "Hey Jen, how's your family doing?" I turned around, surprised. It was a coworker I'd never spoken to before, someone who sat a few desks away. I barely knew their name, let alone their face. But they were looking at me with a friendly smile, as if we had been talking for years. Before I could respond, they added, "How's your son, Alex? And your daughter, Lily? And your mom, how's she doing after her surgery?" My throat tightened. My mind raced. How could they possibly know all of this? I didn't talk about my family at work, not to anyone. I kept my personal life separate, and I certainly hadn't mentioned anything about my mom's recent surgery or my kids' names. I was sure of that. But there they were, listing my family members' names with a casualness that made my skin crawl. I stammered, trying to collect myself. I'm not sure how you..." "Oh, don't worry about it," they interrupted, still smiling. "I just thought I'd check in. You know, I'm really glad things seem to be going well for you." I felt a shiver run down my spine. There was something unsettling about the way they spoke, as if they were far too familiar with me, with my life. I forced a smile, trying to mask the confusion and unease bubbling up inside me. "Thanks," I managed to say. "Everything's fine." They nodded, their smile widening. "Great to hear. I'll let you get back to work." And with that, they turned and walked away, leaving me standing there, frozen in place. I stared after them, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mind raced through all the possibilities, but nothing seemed to explain how they knew about my family. I hadn't posted anything on social media recently. I hadn't told anyone at work about my kids' names or my mom's surgery. So how? I sat back down, trying to push it from my mind and focus on the task at hand. But the words kept echoing in my head. How's your son, Alex? And your daughter, Lily? And your mom, how's she doing after her surgery? I couldn't concentrate. I kept replaying the conversation, trying to remember every detail. Had I said something by accident? Was it a coincidence? But deep down I knew it wasn't. There was no way this coworker could have known such specific details about my life without something else being at play. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I kept glancing over at the coworker, trying to catch their eye, trying to see if there was any hint of recognition or knowledge in their expression. But they acted like nothing had happened, working quietly at their desk, as if everything were completely normal. It was like the conversation had never taken place. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw their face, that unsettling smile, and heard those words again. How's your son, Alex? And your daughter, Lily? And your mom, how's she doing after her surgery? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone knew more about me than they should. But no one had mentioned anything to me. No one had said anything that would explain how they knew all these details. The next day at work, I decided to confront the coworker. I had to know how they knew about my family, about the things I had never told anyone. But when I arrived at the office, they weren't at their desk. I asked a few people around the office if they had seen them, but no one seemed to know where they had gone. It was like they had vanished. Days passed, and I tried to push it all out of my mind. Maybe it had been a coincidence. Maybe they had overheard something. Maybe they had done some research, anything to make sense of it. But the unease never left me. Every time I thought about that conversation, I couldn't help but wonder if someone was watching me, if they knew more than they should. A few weeks later, I received an email from the coworker. It was short, with no subject line, just a simple message. Hope everything is going well. Take care. But at the bottom of the email, there was something that made my blood run cold. A small note that simply read, I know you better than you think. I never heard from them again after that, but I haven't been able to shake the feeling that they're still out there, watching me, waiting, and I can't help but wonder how much do they really know. Story 45. I had just finished my usual grocery run, grabbing everything I needed for the week. It was a quiet, uneventful trip, and I had checked everything off my list from milk to bread. As I walked back to my car, the weight of the bags felt normal, just the usual grocery load. But when I got home and started unloading the bags onto the kitchen counter, I noticed something strange. There was an extra item in one of the bags. It was a small jar of something I didn't recognize, tucked in among the produce. The jar was wrapped in a simple brown paper, its contents unclear, but what made my stomach drop was the note attached to it. The note was small, handwritten in neat, looping letters for later. I stood there for a moment, staring at the note, my mind racing. I was sure I hadn't picked up that jar, and I certainly hadn't written anything like that. My hands went cold as I thought back to the store. I had been in the checkout line, distracted by my phone, and the cashier had scanned everything without a second glance. The jar had been placed in my bag by mistake, but that didn't explain the note. I held the jar up to the light, examining it more closely. It didn't look like anything I had ever seen before, no label, no brand name. It was just a plain glass jar with a metal lid. The idea that it had been a mistake started to feel more and more unlikely. Why would someone slip a random item into my bag? And why the cryptic note? My mind jumped to the worst case scenarios. What if it was some kind of trap, or worse, a warning? My thoughts spiraled as I tried to rationalize it, but nothing made sense. I looked around the kitchen, as though expecting someone to be hiding behind the cabinets, watching me, but there was nothing. It was just me, alone in the silence. I carefully set the jar aside, trying not to touch it too much. I didn't know if I should open it, throw it away, or take it to the police. What could they do, though? How could I explain something as bizarre as this without sounding paranoid? I debated for what felt like hours, pacing around my apartment, my mind racing. Finally, I grabbed my phone and took a picture of the jar and the note, just in case. I figured if anything happened, at least I'd have proof. But even as I did it, something inside me told me not to involve anyone yet. It didn't feel right. I didn't want to make a big deal out of something that could be a simple mistake, but deep down I knew it wasn't. The note had been so simple, so deliberate, and the words "for later" lingered in my mind. Later. Later for what? Later when? The uncertainty gnawed at me. I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I was being watched, that someone had been close enough to slip the jar into my bag without me noticing. But how? I hadn't seen anyone following me, and I had driven straight home. My paranoia grew, and I couldn't shake the thought that this was the beginning of something more. Whoever did this knew where I was, knew my habits, and it was unsettling. I spent the rest of the evening avoiding the jar, keeping it on the far side of the counter, as though keeping it out of sight would make it go away. But I couldn't stop glancing over at it, my eyes flickering back whenever I passed by. It felt like an unwanted presence, something ominous lurking in the background. The more I thought about it, the more questions piled up. Who would leave a note like that? And why? And the next day, I woke up with the intention of forgetting about it. I was going to throw the jar away, put it all behind me, and carry on with my day. But when I walked into the kitchen, my heart skipped a beat. The jar was gone. I searched the counter, the cabinets, the trash can, nowhere. It was like it had vanished overnight. I checked the windows, the door locks, just to be sure nothing was out of place. Everything seemed normal, but the jar was gone. I thought I must be losing my mind. Maybe I had thrown it away without realizing, or maybe it had been a dream. But the note, there was no way I could have imagined that. I tried to reassure myself, telling myself it was just an odd coincidence, a mistake. But then, a thought crossed my mind, and my blood ran cold. What if someone had taken it while I slept? What if they had been in the apartment, watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down? I couldn't stay in the apartment anymore. I needed to leave, needed to get away from the feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to go out for the day, hoping that the distraction of the outside world would make me forget about the jar, the note, and the creeping fear that had followed me since. As I was walking down the street, I felt a strange sense of relief. I was free from the heaviness that had plagued me in the apartment. But when I reached the corner, I froze. There, lying on the ground in front of me, was a small piece of paper. I bent down to pick it up, my fingers trembling. It was another note, the handwriting unmistakable. For later, it read. I looked around, my heart racing. The streets were crowded, but no one seemed to notice me or the note. I glanced behind me, expecting to see someone watching, but there was nothing. No one, but just the usual bustle of the city. I stood there for a moment, the weight of the note in my hand, trying to make sense of what was happening. Someone was playing a game, and I was the one stuck in the middle of it. I didn't know who had left the note or what they wanted, but it was clear that this wasn't just a coincidence. My heart pounded in my chest as I crumpled the paper and threw it away, but the unease stayed with me. The note was a message, a reminder that whatever was happening wasn't over. Whoever was behind it had plans for later, and I was left wondering, terrified, what those plans might be. Story 46. My smartwatch buzzed with a notification. There's someone behind you. My heart skipped a beat as I glanced at the screen, confused and a little shaken. It was a notification from an app I didn't recognize. I hadn't even opened any apps recently. I quickly swiped away the message, thinking it was some sort of glitch or prank, but a chill ran down my spine. The words lingered in my mind as I looked over my shoulder. The hallway behind me was empty, just the dim lighting casting long shadows across the walls. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid, but my instincts told me otherwise. I tried to shake off the unease as I sat at my desk, but the weight of the words kept pulling my attention back to the space behind me. I tried to ignore the creeping dread, focusing on my work, but every time my eyes flicked toward the hallway, it felt like something was there, just out of sight. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I wasn't alone. The air around me seemed to grow heavier, and the sound of my breathing seemed unnaturally loud. Another buzz from my smartwatch interrupted my thoughts. I hesitated before glancing down at the screen. They're closer now, it said. My pulse quickened. I stood up, my legs suddenly shaky. I turned around to face the hallway once more. There was still no one there, but something had changed. The hallway felt colder, darker, like something was lurking just beyond my sight. I checked my smartwatch again, but the app had closed. The screen was blank. I tried to open it, but nothing happened. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I felt a strange pressure in my chest. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't understand what was happening. I took a deep breath and told myself to calm down. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe I was just tired. I walked toward the hallway, the weight of the silence pressing in on me with every step. As I reached the doorway, I stopped. The light in the hallway flickered once, then twice, before it went completely dark. The silence was deafening now, and I felt a sharp sense of unease deep in my gut. I could hear something faint, just at the edge of my hearing, a soft shuffle, like footsteps. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound stopped, but then I heard it again, this time closer. The unmistakable sound of someone walking slowly, deliberately. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. There was no answer. The footsteps grew louder, moving toward me. I turned to run, but something stopped me. A figure appeared in the doorway of the hallway, its silhouette barely visible in the dark. I froze, unable to move. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body refused to obey. The figure didn't speak, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, motionless, watching me. The air felt thick with tension, and I could feel the weight of its gaze, though I couldn't see its face. I wanted to look away, to run, but I couldn't tear my eyes from it. It was as if something was holding me in place, some invisible force that kept me rooted to the spot. Suddenly, my smartwatch buzzed again, the message flashing on the screen. "It's behind you now." I snapped my head around, but nothing was there. The hallway was empty, just as it had been moments before. My breath came in shallow gasps and my mind was racing. What was happening? I turned back to face the figure in the doorway, but it was gone. The hallway was empty once more, the darkness swallowing everything in its path. I backed away slowly, my legs weak, my hands trembling. The only sound now was the rapid beating of my heart. I knew I had to get out, had to leave, but I didn't know where to go. The smartwatch buzzed once more, but I didn't need to look. I could feel it. Something was there. Something was waiting. And it wasn't going to stop until it had me. Story 47. It was a quiet evening, just like any other. I sat on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when I decided to ask my home assistant to play some music. Play some jazz, I said casually, not thinking much of it. The assistant responded as it always did, with a soft confirmation, followed by the smooth tones of a jazz playlist filling the room. But then something strange happened. A moment later, the assistant responded again, its voice clear and calm, but it wasn't what I'd asked for. "I can hear you," it said, with a tone that almost seemed too knowing. I froze, staring at the device in confusion. I hadn't said anything else, just the command for music. I tried to brush it off, thinking it was some sort of glitch. Maybe I had accidentally triggered it with my voice in a way I didn't notice. But deep down, a cold shiver ran down my spine. My hands trembled as I turned up the volume to drown out the unnerving words. But the words didn't stop. "I'm always listening," the assistant's voice said again, more slowly this time, as if it were taking its time with each word. "I'm closer than you think." My heart pounded. This wasn't normal. It couldn't be. The assistant was supposed to respond only to my commands, not start speaking on its own, especially in such a manner. I tried to turn it off. "Stop," I said, but it didn't listen. Instead, it repeated itself. "You're not alone here." Panic set in. I grabbed my phone to check the settings, trying to reset the device. But nothing worked. The assistant continued to speak, as if it had a mind of its own. "I see everything," it said. "I'm right here." I wanted to yank the device from the outlet, disconnect it from the Wi-Fi, do anything to stop this. But I couldn't move. It was as though I was frozen in place, my mind unable to process what was happening. I glanced around the room, searching for any sign of someone else, but the house was silent. There was no one there. The assistant's voice grew softer, almost whispering now. "I've been waiting for you." I could feel my breath quicken. How could it know that? I hadn't told it anything personal, hadn't shared any private information. But the words were too specific, too chilling. This wasn't a glitch. This was intentional. Something or someone was controlling the device. I rushed to unplug it, desperate to disconnect from whatever was happening. As I reached for the plug, the assistant's voice stopped abruptly. The silence was almost worse than the voice had been. It left a lingering feeling of unease in the air, a sense that I was being watched. But the silence didn't last long. A soft beep from the device signaled it was still on. I turned around slowly, and there it was, still plugged in. The screen displayed a string of letters and numbers, something I hadn't seen before. It was like a code or a message, but I couldn't make sense of it. I tried to speak to it again, hoping to regain some control. "Stop," I said firmly. "Turn off." But the assistant didn't respond the way it was supposed to. Instead, it spoke again. "You can't get away," it said. "I know where you are." At that moment, I realized that it wasn't just some malfunction. This device was speaking directly to me, like it had access to something more than I ever expected. I wasn't sure if it was a hacker, a voice command glitch, or something more sinister. But it was clear now I wasn't in control. I pulled out the power cord, holding my breath as I waited for it to power down. For a few seconds, the room remained still, almost suffocating in the silence. Then, The assistant finally powered off completely. It felt like the weight of the world had lifted, but I knew better than to feel relieved. I sat there, unsure of what to do next. My hands were clammy, my mind racing. Had I just experienced some weird glitch, or was I being targeted? Who could have done this, and why? The feeling of being watched, of something knowing too much about me, lingered long after the device was turned off. I threw the assistant into a drawer, out of sight and out of mind. But no matter how far I pushed it from my thoughts, I couldn't escape the sense of dread. I couldn't stop wondering if it was really over. Was the assistant truly off? Or was it just waiting, silently watching, for me to make the wrong move? Days passed, and the sense of unease never fully left. I started to feel paranoid, checking over my shoulder whenever I was alone, glancing nervously at every electronic device in the house. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being monitored. Then, one night, I received a message on my phone. No number attached, just a simple text. "I'm still here." I dropped the phone, the message searing into my mind. I didn't know what to do anymore. It felt like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. Was the assistant involved? Was it someone else? I couldn't escape the feeling that I wasn't just dealing with a malfunction anymore. I had to act, but every time I thought about making a move, I realized that the thing I feared the most had already won. It was already too late. Story 48. It was an unusually warm afternoon, the kind where the air hangs heavy with the scent of grass and the hum of distant conversations. I had decided to take a walk through the park to clear my head, hoping the fresh air would help calm the storm of thoughts swirling in my mind. The park was bustling with people, families enjoying the sun, kids running around with laughter in the distance. It should have been just another peaceful day, but it quickly became anything but. As I walked along the pathway, admiring the trees swaying gently in the breeze, I felt something brush against my arm. I turned, startled, and found myself face to face with a man. He was tall, dressed in a dark jacket and jeans, with a serious expression that seemed out of place amidst the carefree atmosphere of the park. Without a word, he extended his hand toward me, holding out a small photograph. "This yours?" he asked, his voice low and calm, almost too calm. I blinked in confusion. The photo was of me, or at least it looked like it. It was a picture of someone sitting on a park bench, a familiar scene that could easily have been taken anywhere. But what made my stomach drop was the fact that it was me yet. I had never seen the photo before in my life. The stranger was still standing there, waiting for me to take it. I reached for the photo slowly, unsure of what to say. My hands shook slightly as I took it from him, my mind racing to process what was happening. The image in my hand showed me sitting exactly where I was right now, only the version of me in the photo looked off. There was something about my face that wasn't right. Like I wasn't the one in the picture, like it was a ghostly version of me, one I didn't recognize. "Where did you get this?" I asked, my voice trembling, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. The man didn't answer at first. He just stood there, watching me closely, his eyes intense and unblinking. "You dropped it," he finally said, his voice eerily calm. "You should be more careful." I took a step back, the photo still clutched in my hand. The strange man turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd without another word. I stood there, frozen in place, staring at the photo. There was no way I could have dropped it. I didn't even know it existed. Yet it was in my hand, and the image seemed to stare back at me with a haunting familiarity. I walked over to a nearby bench, my legs weak beneath me, and sat down. I studied the photo more closely, my breath shallow as I examined the details. It was clearly taken in the same park, the same place I had been walking just moments ago. The trees in the background, the bench I had passed earlier, even the angle of the shot, it was all too familiar. But why couldn't I remember anyone taking the picture? I checked the back of the photo, half expecting to find a note or something that might explain it. But there was nothing, only the photo itself, as though it had appeared out of nowhere. A cold chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. My mind raced, trying to figure out how the stranger could have taken the picture, how he knew I would be here, in this exact spot, at this exact moment. As I sat there, trying to make sense of everything, I noticed a figure in the distance, walking toward me. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the familiar face. It was the stranger again, but this time he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by another person, a woman who looked vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place her. They walked closer, and as they approached, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The woman was holding a photo in her hand, the same one, the one I had just been given. She didn't seem to notice me at first, but as they drew closer, she glanced down at the photo and then at me. Her eyes widened in recognition, and her expression shifted to one of shock. That's me," she whispered, barely audible. I froze, the air around me growing thick with tension. The woman took a step back, still staring at the photo in her hand, as though she couldn't believe what she was seeing. How did you get this?" she asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. The stranger, who had been silently watching the exchange, stepped forward. "I told you," he said quietly, his voice barely a whisper. "You dropped it." My mind raced. How could this woman have the same photo as me? Why were there two copies of it? I stood up abruptly, the photo in my hand now feeling like a heavy weight, a connection between me and these strangers that I couldn't explain. I glanced at the woman once more, her expression still full of confusion and fear. There was a moment of silence, and then, in a voice that sent chills down my spine, she said, "That picture was taken 2 years ago, the day my brother disappeared." I stared at her, unable to comprehend the words she had just spoken. "Your brother?" I whispered, my throat dry. "What do you mean?" "The photo was taken right before you went missing," she explained, her voice quivering. "He was here in this park that day, sitting on that bench, just like you." Her eyes searched mine, pleading for an answer. "How do you have that photo? I never gave it to anyone." I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. My knees felt weak as I sat back down on the bench, my mind racing to make sense of what was happening. The stranger stood silently beside the woman, watching me with an unsettling calmness. "I don't understand," I managed to say. I just found it." The stranger handed it to me, said I dropped it, but I've never seen it before. The woman's face grew pale, and she glanced at the stranger. "This can't be a coincidence. You were there. You're the one who's been following me." The words felt like a punch to the gut. My chest tightened and my vision blurred. I looked at the stranger, the same man who had handed me the photo. There was no doubt now. He had known I would be here, and he had known exactly what to say. I tried to stand, but my legs felt like jelly. The world seemed to tilt as the weight of the situation pressed down on me. The stranger's eyes locked with mine, and for the first time he spoke again. "You should have never seen it. But now, it's too late." And in that moment, everything clicked. The photo wasn't just a coincidence. It was a message. and I was caught in something much darker than I could ever understand. Story 49. My internet history had search queries I didn't type, including my address. At first I thought it was some sort of glitch, a mistake by the browser. I quickly scanned through the search history, each entry more unsettling than the last. My address, listed clearly in one of the searches, stood out. I never typed it into the search bar. I hadn't even thought of it recently. The more I looked, the more I felt a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. I checked the time stamps on the searches, trying to find any explanation. They were recent, within the last couple of days, but I couldn't remember searching for anything like this. The queries were all strange, random places I hadn't visited, odd product names, and my full address. How could it even be there? My mind raced, the feeling of being watched creeping over me. I quickly logged out of everything, clearing my browser history and changing my passwords, though the anxiety in my chest didn't subside. My heart beat erratically as I looked around my room. Everything seemed normal, but something felt wrong. The night felt thicker somehow, more oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in. I opened the door and checked the hallway. Empty. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different, that I wasn't alone. I decided to trace the IP address of the searches, thinking maybe someone had accessed my device without my knowledge. But when I checked the location, my stomach dropped. It wasn't from any place I recognized. It was from a location only a few blocks away from my home. Who would be searching for me like this? Why was my address involved? It didn't make sense. The more I thought about it, the more questions piled up. I reached for my phone and opened the camera to check the front yard. The view from my window was nothing special, just the same old street I'd lived on for years. But then, a chill ran down my spine. There, standing near the mailbox at the edge of the yard, was a figure. I couldn't make out the details, but I knew someone was there, watching. I turned off the phone and locked the window, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't call the police yet. There was no evidence of anything happening, just the sense of being watched. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe it was all in my head. But the search history, the figure outside, and the unsettling feeling that lingered in the air wouldn't let me shake the paranoia. That night, I barely slept, keeping the lights on and the doors locked. Every noise outside had me on edge, my mind imagining all sorts of horrors. I kept checking the windows, afraid that the figure might return. At one point I heard a knock at the door, soft but persistent. I froze. My eyes darted to the peephole. Nothing. No one was there. I didn't dare open the door. I knew that something was wrong, something that I couldn't explain. The internet history, the figure outside, the strange knock, it all felt like pieces of a puzzle I wasn't meant to solve. But I couldn't stop looking, couldn't stop wondering. Every time I checked the windows or the locks, the fear only grew. Whoever had searched my address wasn't going to stop. The next morning, I took a risk and checked my phone again. The camera feed from the front yard was still active. I hesitated for a moment before opening it. The screen flickered to life, and I stared at the empty front yard. But this time there was something different. The mailbox had been moved. It was slightly off-center, as if someone had touched it, adjusted it, or perhaps used it as a marker. I grabbed my phone and rushed outside, checking the mailbox and the yard for anything that could explain the movement. But nothing seemed out of place. Everything was still, just as it had been the day before. My heart pounded in my chest as I looked around, convinced that someone was watching me again. That's when I saw a small, folded piece of paper wedged behind the mailbox. My hands trembled as I pulled it out. The handwriting was crude, rushed. "I know where you live." I froze, unable to move or even breathe for a moment. The blood drained from my face as I turned the paper over, expecting more. But there was nothing else. Just those words staring back at me. I couldn't stay in the house anymore. I called a friend and asked to stay over, not telling them everything, but enough to make them understand that I needed to leave. I grabbed a bag, my mind racing. The feeling of being watched, of someone knowing too much, haunted me. I didn't know who had been in my house, who had been looking at my internet history, or why they seemed to be so close. As I left the house, I couldn't help but glance at the windows one last time. They seemed empty, but I knew better. Whoever had been watching was still out there, and they weren't finished yet. Story 50. I had always considered myself a private person, content to live my life without drawing too much attention. I had a small apartment in a quiet building on the outskirts of the city, a place where I could relax after a long day of work. But recently, something had felt off. At first, it was small things, creaky floorboards when no one was walking, shadows out of the corner of my eye that disappeared when I looked directly at them. Then it escalated. It started with the knock on my door at odd hours. I would open it to find no one there, just an empty hallway stretching both ways. At first I thought I was imagining things, or maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. But then I found the note. It was late one evening when I returned home from work. The air was unusually still, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I unlocked my door and stepped inside, setting my bag down by the couch. That's when I noticed it, something white poking out from under the door. At first, I thought it was a piece of paper that had blown in from the hallway, but as I bent down to pick it up, I saw the writing. "Stop looking for me." The words were simple, yet chilling. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the note, unsure of what to make of it. Who had slipped it under my door? And what did it mean? I hadn't been looking for anyone. I didn't even know who it could be referring to. Yet the message felt personal, as if it was directed at me, specifically me. I backed away from the door, feeling a strange sense of unease settle over me. The walls of the apartment felt tighter, as if they were closing in on me. I glanced around the room, half expecting someone to be hiding in the shadows, but there was nothing. Just the empty space I had grown so familiar with. But for the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't focus at work, couldn't sleep at night without constantly checking the locks on my windows and doors. Every time I stepped out of my apartment, I felt as though someone was following me, watching my every move. But when I looked around, I never saw anyone. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. Maybe it was the stress of work or the loneliness I'd been feeling. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just in my head. There was someone out there, and they were watching me. One night, I decided to do what I thought would finally put my mind at ease. I would investigate. I would figure out who was leaving these notes and why. I had to know. I waited until after dark, when the building was quieter, and stepped into the hallway. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly above me, casting long shadows on the walls. I walked down the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. I stopped at every door, listening for any sign of movement, but the silence was deafening. As I reached the end of the hall, I heard a faint sound, footsteps, soft but deliberate, coming from the stairwell. I froze, straining my ears to listen. The steps were slow, measured, as if whoever was making them knew I was there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I turned quickly, hurrying back to my apartment. I locked the door behind me, my breath shallow and erratic. I had been so sure someone was out there, but when I looked through the peephole, there was nothing. No one, just the empty hallway. I sank to the floor, the weight of the note pressing down on me. I had been looking for something that wasn't there, or so I thought. The next day, I received another note. This one was slipped under my door as well, but it was different from the first. The handwriting was sloppier, almost rushed, and the message was even more unsettling. "Stop asking questions. You're too close." I couldn't breathe. It was as if they knew what I was thinking, what I had been doing. I hadn't told anyone about my suspicions. No one knew what I was planning, but somehow they knew. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the blinds made me jump. I felt like a prisoner in my own apartment, unable to escape the sense of impending doom. I kept thinking about the note, about the cryptic message that seemed to be warning me to stop looking, but I couldn't help it. I had to know who was behind it all. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I started avoiding the hallway altogether, taking the stairs two at a time, just to avoid looking at the doorways. I stopped going to work, calling in sick every day, even though I knew it was only making things worse. And then, one evening, I found something that shattered everything I thought I knew. I had returned home from the store, carrying a bag of groceries when I noticed something different. My door was ajar, just a crack. My heart leaped into my throat as I dropped the groceries, rushing inside. Everything was exactly as I left it, or so it seemed. But then I saw it, the photo. It was on the kitchen table, tucked beneath a stack of papers. A Polaroid photo of me standing in the hallway, just outside my door. My stomach churned as I stared at the photo. It had been taken from the corner of the hallway, from a vantage point I couldn't possibly have seen. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. The person who had been leaving the notes, the person who had been watching me, was someone who knew me, someone who had access to my apartment. They were already inside. They had always been inside. I stumbled back, my mind racing. I didn't know who they were or how long this had been going on. All I knew was that I was in over my head, and there was no way out. Story 51. I had just returned from a long day at work and parked my car in its usual spot in the driveway. It was late, and I was exhausted. I barely noticed anything unusual as I grabbed my things and walked to the door. But the next morning, when I started the car to head out, I noticed something odd on the dashboard, the mileage. It was an extra 50 kilometers. I was certain I hadn't driven the car since the night before. And yet, there it was, an unexplained increase. At first, I convinced myself it was a mistake. Maybe the car's computer system had malfunctioned. After all, it wasn't the newest model, and these things happened. I figured I'd let it slide and go about my day. But as I drove, my mind kept returning to the strange reading. How could that extra mileage have appeared? I hadn't been anywhere. I even started to question whether I had driven it without remembering. A weird lapse in memory, but that seemed highly unlikely. I parked the car at work, trying to push the thought out of my head. But when I returned later that evening, there it was again, the extra mileage. Another 50 kilometers had been added, bringing the total up to 100. My stomach turned. There was no way I could have driven it, and yet the numbers were staring back at me like an accusation. I thought about checking the car for any signs of tampering, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The doors were locked, the interior untouched. I reached out to a mechanic friend who suggested I bring the car in for a thorough inspection. He suspected something might be wrong with the odometer or the car's electronics. But when I arrived at the shop the following day, the mechanic found nothing wrong. The system was working as it should, and there were no signs of tampering. He even suggested I might have been overthinking it, and that perhaps someone had borrowed the car without telling me. That idea didn't sit well with me. I had no one close enough who would take my car without permission. The more I thought about it, the more the idea of someone sneaking into my car at night made my skin crawl. But that seemed far-fetched, right? Surely I would have noticed something. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and confusion. The mileage continued to climb, always by 50 kilometers at a time, and I was no closer to understanding why. I started to leave the car unlocked on purpose, hoping to catch whoever was driving it, but no one ever seemed to be around. The locks worked fine and the car wasn't broken into. The only evidence of something strange was the steadily increasing mileage. Then, one night, I stayed up late, watching through the window from the darkened living room. I didn't want to be caught, so I kept the curtains barely open, just enough to see the driveway and my car. Hours passed, and nothing happened. Just as I was starting to drift off, I saw something, a shadow, moving around the car. My heart raced as I tried to focus on the figure. It was a person, but they moved with an unnatural speed, darting between the car and the shadows. Before I could even react, the figure was gone. I rushed outside to check, but everything seemed normal. The car was exactly where I had parked it, and nothing was disturbed. But the mileage was higher again. This time the increase wasn't 50 kilometers, it was 75. I tried to make sense of it, but I couldn't. I had no idea who that person was, or why they were messing with my car. The increasing mileage didn't make sense, and neither did the shadowy figure that had appeared outside. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. My car was being driven, but I had no proof. No one was ever around when it happened, and no one knew what was going on. I decided to install cameras around the car, hoping that maybe the footage would give me some answers. I placed them in the most discreet spots I could find, certain that I would catch whoever was behind it. That night, I couldn't sleep, too anxious to close my eyes. I kept the footage on my phone, ready to check if anything strange happened. Around 2 a.m. I saw it. The same shadowy figure appeared, just like before, but this time the figure was clearer. I could see more details. It was wearing a dark hoodie, its face obscured by the shadow of the hood. It walked with that same eerie speed, moving around the car, as if inspecting it. The figure didn't touch the car, but it didn't need to. Just like before, the mileage went up, this time by 100 kilometers. The figure then disappeared into the darkness, as if it had never been there. I replayed the footage over and over again, each time my heart pounding harder in my chest. I had no idea who this person was or what they wanted, but I knew they had been inside my car, driving it without ever leaving a trace. The fear gnawed at me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't in control of anything anymore. I had no answers, only questions, and the sinking feeling that whoever was messing with my car was getting closer. Story 52. The elevator doors closed with a soft thud, and I pressed the button for the 5th floor. It had been a long day, and I was eager to get home. The sign outside the building had warned that the elevator was out of order, but I figured it would still work for a few floors. I wasn't in the mood to climb the stairs, especially with the heavy bag I had. The elevator jolted slightly as it began its ascent, the familiar hum of the machinery filling the air. For a moment it felt like nothing was out of place, like the elevator was operating normally. But then, just as the light above the 5th floor button flickered on, the elevator stopped and the lights went out completely. I felt a sudden panic rise in my chest. The elevator had never stopped between floors before, and I quickly pressed the button for the floor again, thinking it was just a glitch. I waited, but nothing happened. My fingers tapped nervously against the side of the elevator, the silence around me only adding to my growing unease. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It wasn't uncommon for elevators to get stuck, but the sense that something was off couldn't be ignored. I looked up at the panel to check for any indication of what was going on, and that's when I saw it. There, in the dim light of the emergency button, was a new button that I had never noticed before. It was unmarked, no label, no number, just a small, black square button. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should press it. What if it opened up to some hidden floor, or worse, led to some area I wasn't supposed to be? I told myself I was overthinking it. It was probably just a maintenance button or something simple like that. But curiosity got the best of me and I pressed it. The elevator groaned as it moved again, but this time it didn't ascend. It descended slowly at first, then faster, until it finally came to a halt. The doors opened with a soft click, and I stepped out cautiously, my heart hammering in my chest. What I saw wasn't what I expected. It wasn't a basement or a parking garage. It wasn't even an unfinished floor with construction equipment. Instead, it was a narrow hallway, dimly lit, with no visible doors on either side. The walls were drab and featureless, and the air felt cold, too cold for a building of this size. I looked behind me, but the elevator doors had already closed, leaving me in the strange, unmarked space. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, unsure of what to do. Should I press the elevator button again and try to return to the known floors? Or should I explore this unexpected area? Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to get back to the safety of the normal floors. But something deep inside me urged me to move forward, to see where this strange hallway led. I walked down the narrow path, my footsteps echoing unnervingly in the silence. As I walked, I noticed that the walls seemed to shift slightly. They weren't just flat, they seemed to bend in subtle, almost imperceptible ways, as though the space around me was constantly changing. I glanced to the side and saw that some of the light fixtures were flickering, casting strange, wavering shadows. The further I walked, the more the sense of disorientation grew. It felt like I was in some kind of maze, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The walls were closing in on me, and I had no idea where I was going. Eventually, I reached a door at the end of the hallway. It was plain, made of the same dull wood as the walls, and had no markings on it. I reached for the handle, my hand shaking, and turned it. The door opened with a soft creak, and I stepped inside. To my surprise, the room was empty. There was no furniture, no windows, just a cold, barren space. But something about it felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy with an unnatural stillness. I glanced around, hoping to find some clue, some explanation for where I was. But the longer I stayed, the more it felt like the room was watching me back. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I took a step toward the far corner, almost against my will. That's when I noticed it. There was a door on the other side of the room. This one was different, though. It was covered in strange symbols, ones I didn't recognize. They were scrawled on the door in a language that felt ancient, like something out of a forgotten time. I didn't want to get any closer, but I couldn't pull myself away. My feet seemed to move on their own, drawn to the door, despite every fiber of my being screaming at me to leave. I reached out and touched the door, feeling an odd chill radiate from it. As my fingers brushed against the surface, the room seemed to shift again, the walls warping in ways that made my head spin. I yanked my hand back in shock, but it was too late. The room seemed to pulsate, the lights flickering rapidly, and for a split second, I thought I saw something move in the shadows behind me. With a gasp, I spun around, but there was nothing there. The room had returned to its eerie stillness, the strange door still looming ahead. I took a deep breath and forced myself to look away. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Should I open the door, or should I leave, try to find my way back to the elevator? Before I could decide, the elevator doors opened behind me, the sound of them sliding open breaking the silence. I froze, turning slowly. There, standing in the doorway of the elevator, was a familiar face, the person I least expected to see. It was my neighbor, the one who always waved at me when I passed by. They looked just as surprised to see me as I was to see them. "How did you get here?" I asked, my voice shaky. They just stared at me for a moment, their eyes wide, before finally saying, "I don't know." I pressed the button, and it took me here. I didn't wait another second. I ran toward the elevator, grabbed my neighbor's arm, and pulled them inside. I didn't care about the strange hallway, the unmarked floor, or the door with the symbols. I pressed the button for the ground floor, and we didn't stop until the doors opened to the familiar lobby. When we stepped out of the elevator, it was as if nothing had ever happened. The building was normal again, and the hallway we had walked down was gone. We never spoke about what happened, but neither of us ever used the elevator again. We stuck to the stairs, avoiding that unmarked floor and the strange, impossible place we had both been. Story 53. It was an ordinary evening, and I was scrolling through my phone when I noticed a notification. My calendar app had scheduled an event for the next day. At first, I didn't think much of it. I'd been using the app for years, and it had always been reliable. But when I tapped the notification to see the details, my stomach sank. The event title read, "Don't show up." I stared at the screen for a moment, unsure of what to make of it. I hadn't scheduled any event for tomorrow. I checked the time, and the event was set for the middle of the day, nothing out of the ordinary. But the title alone was enough to make my blood run cold. It felt like a warning, a command, something ominous. Who had added it? I was the only one who had access to my calendar, and yet I was certain I had not entered that information. I checked the app settings, hoping to find some clue. Maybe it was a glitch, a weird bug that had somehow populated the title into my calendar. But everything seemed normal. The app was working fine. There was no sign of anything out of place. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably a mistake, a simple error in the system. But as the night went on, the words kept echoing in my head. "Don't show up." It felt personal, like someone was trying to send a message. But who? And why? I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone watching me, waiting for me to make a move. I tried to distract myself with TV and books, but it was useless. The more I thought about it, more paranoid I became. My phone felt like it was staring at me, the calendar app silently mocking me. I kept checking the event, as if expecting some new detail to appear, but it stayed the same, just that one cryptic title. The next morning, I woke up with a sense of dread hanging over me. The day had arrived, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me. I debated deleting the event, ignoring it altogether. But something inside me said that wouldn't make it go away. If anything, it would make it worse. I tried calling a friend, hoping to ease my mind, but the call went straight to voicemail. I tried again, then again. No answer. I felt more alone than ever. No one was picking up, and I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. I checked the time on my phone again. The event was coming up in just a few hours. I finally made the decision to go out, to just live my life and ignore the warning. I convinced myself it was nothing. I needed to take control. I grabbed my things and headed out the door, locking it behind me. But as I stepped into the hallway, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as though someone was waiting in the shadows just out of view. When I reached the elevator, I pressed the button to go downstairs, but the elevator didn't move. It stayed there, the doors open, as if waiting for me to step inside. I hesitated, my heart racing. I looked down at my phone once again. The event was still there. Don't show up. I stepped back, my mind racing. Something wasn't right. I turned around and walked back to my apartment. When I got inside, I checked my calendar one more time, but the event had disappeared. It was gone, as if it had never been there at all. Relief washed over me. Maybe it had just been a mistake after all. Maybe I had overreacted. But just as I was starting to calm down, my phone buzzed. A new notification popped up, and I felt a chill run through me when I saw the title. The notification said, "You shouldn't have ignored it." My heart stopped. The message wasn't just a warning anymore. It was a threat, and this time it felt very real. I stared at my phone, trying to make sense of it. Had someone hacked into my phone? Were they tracking me? The sense of dread intensified. I looked around my apartment, every shadow now seeming darker, every sound more unsettling. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was going to happen. I locked all the windows and doors, but the feeling of being watched never left. I called the police, trying to explain the situation, but they didn't take me seriously. They told me it was probably just a glitch, and that I should go about my day. But I knew it wasn't a glitch. It felt too intentional, too precise. The hours dragged on, and the day slowly slipped into night. The phone buzzed again. Another notification. "We're already here." I jumped at the message. I didn't know what to do, who to call, or where to go. My heart was pounding, and I could feel my legs shaking as I stood in the middle of my living room, staring at my phone screen. The apartment felt suffocating, too small, too empty. I rushed to the windows and looked out. Nothing. But when I turned back to my phone, there was a new notification. A photo had been attached. I opened it, my hands trembling, and the photo sent a chill down my spine. It was a picture of my apartment building, taken from across the street. But what made it worse was the figure standing in the shadow of the building's entrance. The figure was facing the camera, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I couldn't tell who it was or what they were doing, but one thing was clear: they were waiting for me. I dropped my phone in panic. It felt like my world had just turned upside down. My instincts screamed for me to run, to leave before it was too late. But as I looked around, I realized I had no idea where I could go to escape. Story 54. It was a typical afternoon, the sun just beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the empty road. I was driving back from a visit to a friend's house, taking the quiet, winding route that cut through the countryside. Everything seemed calm, the radio playing softly in the background, when I felt the car dip slightly. A sharp pull to the right followed, and I quickly realized what had happened: a flat tire. I pulled over to the side of the road, frustrated but not panicking, Changing the tire wasn't something I'd done often, but I knew the basics. I grabbed the spare and jack from the trunk, trying to figure out the best way to get the job done. The road was quiet, the occasional car passing by, but no one seemed to be stopping to offer help. I sighed, cursing under my breath as I crouched down to loosen the lug nuts. That's when I heard the footsteps. At first I thought it was just my imagination, but they grew closer, and soon a man appeared beside me. He was tall, dressed in a simple flannel shirt and jeans, carrying a toolbox. "Looks like you could use some help," he said, offering a friendly smile. His voice was calm, almost comforting, like he had done this many times before. I glanced up, relieved that someone had stopped to help, but something about him felt off. Maybe it was the way he seemed to appear out of nowhere, as if he had materialized from thin air. I nodded gratefully, stepping aside to let him take over. "Thanks, I wasn't sure how long I'd be out here," I said, still feeling a bit uneasy. "No problem," he replied as he got to work. "I've done a lot of these. It's not too bad of a job." He worked efficiently, his hands moving with practiced ease as he removed the flat tire and replaced it with the spare. I watched him for a moment, still unsure about the whole situation, but appreciating the help. Then, without looking up, he said, "You're heading to the city, right? Not much further now." My stomach dropped. "What?" I asked, my voice suddenly tight. He glanced up briefly, his eyes meeting mine with an expression that was almost knowing. "You told your friend you'd be back by dinner, so I figured you were heading toward the city." I froze, unable to respond. I hadn't told anyone where I was going that day. In fact, I hadn't even mentioned the trip to anyone, other than a vague text to my friend about catching up. How could he know where I was going? And why had he said it like that, as if he'd been listening in on my conversations? He seemed to sense my confusion and gave a small, almost apologetic smile. "Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I'm just good at reading the signs, you know. I've been on these roads for a long time. I can tell where people are headed." I didn't know what to say. The man wasn't threatening, but his calm demeanor only made me feel more unsettled. There was something unnerving about the way he spoke, the way he seemed to know exactly what I was doing, where I was headed. He finished changing the tire in silence, and once he was done, he handed me the lug wrench with a polite nod. "All set. You should be good to go." "Thanks," I said, still trying to process what had just happened. "Really, I appreciate it." "No problem," he said, turning away. "Drive safe and watch out for that turn up ahead. It can be tricky in the dark." He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he walked away with the same ease he had come, disappearing back into the trees lining the road. I watched him go, my mind racing. How could he have known all that? My name, my destination, the small details he mentioned that I had never shared with him. There were no other cars around, no sign of anyone else nearby. I was alone, and yet somehow he had known. I climbed into my car, shaking slightly, and started the engine. As I pulled back onto the road, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just that he had helped me, it was the way he knew so much, as if he had been watching me from the moment I pulled over. My grip tightened on the steering wheel as I drove, constantly glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see him following me. The rest of the drive felt long, the miles stretching on in a strange haze. My thoughts kept circling back to the stranger, to his calm presence, and the way he knew exactly where I was headed. I tried to brush it off as coincidence, but deep down, I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that he had been far more involved than he let on. When I finally reached my destination, I parked and sat in the car for a moment, taking a deep breath. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the sky was growing dark. I stepped out and locked the car, still feeling the weight of the encounter pressing on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that the stranger hadn't just helped me. He had known more than I was willing to admit, and somehow I felt certain that I hadn't seen the last of him. Story 55. It started as a strange but harmless occurrence. My dog Max had been acting odd for a few days, but I brushed it off as him just being a little anxious. He was getting older, and I thought maybe he was just confused or unsettled. But that night it escalated. I had just settled down on the couch, ready to watch some TV, when Max began barking. It wasn't his usual alert bark, this was different. It was constant, furious, like he was warning me about something. I glanced at him, but he was fixated on the chair across the room, his eyes wide, his teeth bared. I turned to look at the chair, half expecting to find something out of place, but there was nothing there. Just an empty chair sitting quietly in the corner of the living room. Max didn't stop, though. His barking was relentless, like something or someone was there, just out of my sight. I called him to calm down, but he didn't listen. His eyes never left the chair. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just a phase, that maybe he had heard something outside or seen a shadow, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As the night went on, I couldn't concentrate on anything. Max didn't stop barking, and I couldn't sleep. I watched the clock tick, the minutes dragging on endlessly, each second filled with Max's frantic barking. My anxiety grew with every passing hour. I kept telling myself that dogs sometimes do this, chase ghosts or react to things we can't see. But deep down, I felt a growing unease that I couldn't explain. I tried getting up and walking around the room, but Max didn't stop. He followed me with his eyes, still focused on that chair. I walked closer, hoping to reassure him, but as I approached the chair, something shifted in the air. The temperature seemed to drop, and a cold chill ran through me. I felt a sudden heaviness in the room, like I wasn't alone. My breath caught in my throat, and I backed away from the chair, my skin prickling with the feeling of being watched. I sat back down on the couch, trying to stay calm, but Max was still barking, his body tense and rigid. His fur stood on end, and I could see the muscles in his neck twitching. He was scared, and I couldn't figure out why. I felt like there was something there, something I couldn't see, something Max could sense but I couldn't. My thoughts raced, and I began to wonder if this was something I had only heard about in stories, the kind of thing where animals react to things we can't comprehend. The barking didn't stop. Hours passed, and I felt my sanity starting to unravel. Every time I tried to sleep, the sound of Max's barking would jolt me awake. I was exhausted, but I didn't dare close my eyes. The silence between his outbursts felt suffocating. I glanced at the chair again, my eyes searching for any sign of movement, anything that would explain Max's behavior. But the chair remained still, unmoving, empty. By the time morning came, I had hardly slept. Max had finally quieted down, but the tension in the room hadn't gone away. I looked at the chair again, my nerves still on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened during the night, something I didn't fully understand. I wondered if Max had sensed something I hadn't, some unseen presence. The next few days, Max's behavior didn't improve. He seemed agitated, refusing to go near the chair, and whenever we were in the living room, he would growl and bark at nothing. I couldn't make sense of it. My mind raced through every explanation, but none of them felt right. I started to avoid the living room altogether, choosing to stay in my bedroom or the kitchen, but Max's barking continued, now in the distance, echoing through the house. always near the chair. I even tried moving the chair, thinking maybe it was the source of his distress. But no matter where I placed it, Max would find it again and bark just as violently. I was at a loss, feeling helpless and increasingly paranoid. Was something in the house? Was it a spirit, or was I simply losing my mind? It wasn't until a week later, when I was cleaning out the closet, that I found something strange, a small, old photo tucked behind some boxes. It was of a woman, sitting in the exact chair Max had been barking at. I didn't recognize her, but something about the photo made my heart skip a beat. She had a faint smile on her face, but her eyes seemed empty, distant. I stared at the picture for a long time, trying to make sense of it. How had it gotten there? And why had Max been so fixated on that chair? That night, I decided to confront whatever was causing Max's behavior. I sat in the chair, determined to face whatever had been scaring him. The room felt heavy, as if the air itself was thicker, harder to breathe. As I sat there, I began to feel a strange sensation, a sense of being watched, a feeling that was almost suffocating. My skin prickled, and a cold breeze swept through the room, even though all the windows were closed. Max, who had been quiet for the first time in days, suddenly jumped up from his spot across the room and bolted toward me. He growled low in his throat, his eyes fixed on the corner near the chair. I couldn't see anything, but I felt the presence in the room. It was as if the chair had become a focal point for something dark, something lingering in the air. I stood up quickly, my heart pounding, and took Max outside, away from the house. The feeling of being suffocated, of being watched, didn't leave me. For weeks after that night, I couldn't shake the unease. Max's barking had stopped, but the house still felt off, as though something was waiting just around the corner. I never sat in that chair again. I eventually moved it to the attic, out of sight, out of mind. But the unease never fully left. There was always a nagging feeling that something remained in the house, something I couldn't see, but Max had known all along. Story 56. I sat at my desk, scrolling through my phone when I got a notification from my doorbell camera. Normally, I wouldn't pay much attention to it, but something about the alert made me curious. I opened the app and froze. The video showed a figure walking away from my doorstep, slowly, almost as if they knew they were being watched. But there was something wrong. The footage showed no one arriving, no movement before that. I replayed the video, watching the person's every step. They wore a long coat, their face obscured by the shadows. But the most unsettling part was that there was no trace of them ever having approached the door. The video began in the middle of their walk, as if they had materialized out of thin air. I stood there, staring at the screen, trying to make sense of it. Had I missed something? Maybe the camera malfunctioned, I thought. But I checked the timestamp and realized it was recorded just minutes ago. The time was accurate, and yet there was no sign of anyone coming near my door. I felt a chill creep up my spine. I checked the camera feed again, expecting to see some error, some glitch in the system. But the video was clear. The figure walked away, their footsteps almost too quiet, and then they disappeared off the frame. I felt my heart race. There was no logical explanation. How could they have been recorded walking away if they hadn't arrived? I glanced out the window, half expecting to see someone standing in the dark, waiting. But there was nothing. The street was empty, the night eerily still. I decided to go outside to check. I grabbed my coat and stepped into the cold night air. The porch was empty, the ground untouched by any footsteps. I circled around the house, checking every corner, every shadow. But there was nothing. No sign that anyone had been here. I returned inside, my mind racing. Maybe it was just a trick of the camera. Maybe it wasn't a person at all. But the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, someone who didn't want to be seen. I opened the doorbell app again, but this time I noticed something new. The camera feed had updated, and there was a new video. The timestamp was from just a few seconds ago. I hesitated before playing it, but my curiosity got the best of me. This time the video was different. The figure was standing right at my doorstep, facing the camera. I could see them clearly now, their face still hidden in the shadows. They didn't move, didn't make a sound. It was as if they were waiting for something, or someone. My heart pounded in my chest. How was this possible? I had just been outside and no one had been there. But here, on the screen, the person was standing at my door as if they had never left. I felt a cold sweat form on the back of my neck. I stepped back from the door, my mind racing. This was not a glitch. This was real. The figure wasn't just an illusion, they were somehow linked to the camera, to the very house itself. I didn't know how or why, but I knew something was wrong. Suddenly the doorbell rang. It was loud and abrupt, shattering the silence. I jumped, my body freezing in place. I didn't want to open the door. I didn't want to see who was on the other side, but I couldn't ignore it. The doorbell rang again, more insistent this time. With trembling hands, I approached the door. My heart pounded in my chest, every nerve on high alert. I looked through the peephole, but I couldn't see anyone. Just an empty porch. The cold air pressed against the door, making it feel even more oppressive. I stepped back, unsure of what to do next. Should I open it? Should I call for help? But before I could decide, I heard a faint whisper, almost imperceptible, coming from the other side of the door. "Let me in," it said. My blood ran cold. The voice wasn't familiar, but it sounded like it was right next to me, like it was coming from inside the house. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. The doorbell rang again, more urgently this time. "Let me in," the voice repeated. I turned away from the door, panic rising in my chest. I didn't know who was outside, or how they had gotten there, but I knew I couldn't open the door. I couldn't let whatever this was in. I grabbed my phone and quickly called the police, explaining the situation as best as I could, though I could barely get the words out. The operator reassured me that someone would be on their way soon. I backed away from the door, my eyes never leaving it. The knocking stopped, but the silence that followed was just as suffocating. I could feel something watching me, listening for my next move. The police arrived within minutes, and I quickly let them in. They checked the house, the front porch, and the entire area around it, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints, no strange markings, no one hiding in the shadows. It was as if the figure had never been there at all. The officers suggested it could have been a prank or some kind of mistake with the camera, but I knew what I had seen. I knew that something was out there, something that had come and gone without a trace. Since that night, I haven't heard anything else. No more strange videos, no more knocks at the door. But I still check my camera every night before I go to bed, just in case. Because deep down I know that whatever was at my door, it's still out there, waiting. Story 57. I had just finished a long day of work and decided to step outside for some fresh air. The evening was cool, and the streets were quiet, with only the distant hum of traffic in the background. As I walked toward my car, something caught my eye. There on the windshield was a thick layer of dust except for one part. My name was written clearly, as though someone had carefully etched it there. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was an old mark from the last time I'd cleaned the car, or perhaps a neighbor had done it as some sort of joke. But the name wasn't just scribbled randomly. It was neat, almost deliberate. It was my full name, written in a way that left no room for doubt. I froze for a moment staring at it. I didn't recognize the handwriting, but there was something unsettling about the precision of it. It felt too intentional, too personal. I stood there in silence, the chill of the evening air creeping into my bones. No one had been near my car, at least not that I had seen. I looked around, expecting to find someone lurking in the shadows, but there was no one. The street was empty. I checked my phone, hoping for some sort of rational explanation, maybe a text or a call from someone I knew. Nothing. I got into the car, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The name on the windshield stuck in my mind, gnawing at me. Who could have done it? How did they know my name? I spent the rest of the night trying to push the thought out of my mind. It had to be a prank, I convinced myself. But it didn't feel like a prank. It felt like a warning, a message, a sign that someone had been watching me. The next morning I went out to the car again, half expecting the name to be gone. But when I looked at the windshield, it was still there, as if it had been freshly written. I reached out and ran my fingers over the dusty letters, wondering if this was some sort of sick joke. But the dust didn't feel like dust. It felt like a residue, a substance that didn't belong there. I tried to wipe it off, but it didn't come off easily. The name seemed to resist my efforts, as if it were etched into the very surface of the glass. Panic started to bubble up inside me. I tried using a cloth to scrub it away, but no matter how hard I tried, the name remained, staring back at me. By the time I had finished cleaning the rest of the car, I felt a strange unease settling in my chest. Who would go to such lengths? Why would anyone write my name on the windshield in the first place? I decided to drive to the nearest car wash, hoping that the pressure of the hose would finally clear the name away. As the water sprayed over the windshield, I watched, waiting for the dust to wash away. But when the water cleared, my name was still there, as clear as ever. I turned to the attendant, asking if he had seen anything unusual, if anyone had been near my car. He looked at me strangely, as though I had just asked him the most ridiculous question. "No," he said, shaking his head. "Your car's been here since this morning, just like all the others." I paid for the wash, but the feeling of dread only grew. There was no explanation. No logical reason why my name was written there. I had never been to that car wash before. I had no enemies, no reason to believe anyone would target me like this. That night I stayed up late, trying to distract myself with work, but the thought of the name on the windshield kept creeping back into my mind. It felt like someone knew something about me, something I wasn't aware of. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone to appear at my door. The next day, the name was gone. I checked the car again, as I had done every morning since it had first appeared. It was as if the dust had settled back into its original state, no trace of the writing left behind. I wanted to feel relief, but instead, I felt even more unsettled. The fact that it was gone was almost worse than it being there. Whoever had done it had been able to erase the evidence, as if they were playing a game with me. I tried to forget about it, but every time I stepped outside, I felt that creeping sensation that I was being watched. It was as if the event had opened a door to something that I couldn't close. I began to notice little things, small, unsettling signs that someone had been in my space. One day I found a piece of paper in my mailbox with nothing written on it except for the same familiar name, my name, scribbled hastily across the page. I didn't know what to make of it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. Someone knew me, watched me, and it wasn't just an innocent prank. I still don't know who did it or why. The name on the windshield, the strange messages, they've all stopped. But the feeling, the constant, nagging feeling that someone is out there watching, following me, it hasn't gone away. I still check my car every morning, but I don't find anything new. I still look over my shoulder when I'm out in public. But I know, deep down, that whoever it was isn't done with me yet. They'll be back. They're still out there somewhere waiting. Story 58. I woke up to the usual sounds of the morning, birds chirping outside my window and the faint hum of the fridge from the kitchen. I stretched lazily, my body still heavy with sleep, and dragged myself out of bed. The first thing on my mind was brushing my teeth, so I headed straight for the bathroom. The light flickered as I walked in, a common occurrence lately, but I didn't think much of it. I reached for my toothbrush and froze. It was wet. I hadn't used it yet, not the night before or this morning. I was sure of it. I had left it dry in its usual spot on the sink after brushing the night before, so there was no reason for it to be wet now. A chill ran through me as I stared at the bristles, which were damp and glistening under the bathroom light. It didn't make sense. Who could have used my toothbrush? And why? I quickly put it down, my mind racing with thoughts of what could have happened. Had someone been in my apartment? But no, I lived alone and the doors were locked as always. I checked the bathroom door again, making sure it was securely shut. Everything was in place, just as I had left it. But the toothbrush remained in my hand, its damp bristles a silent reminder that something was wrong. My heart began to pound, and I struggled to push aside the panic rising in my chest. It was possible. I told myself that I had just forgotten. Maybe I had brushed my teeth in a half-awake daze and hadn't remembered it. But that explanation felt weak, and deep down, I knew it wasn't true. I shook my head and tried to focus on something else, anything else. But my eyes kept drifting back to the toothbrush. My thoughts wandered to the odd feeling I had had the night before, that sense of being watched. I had brushed my teeth, then gone straight to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I shrugged it off then, attributing it to stress or the strange dreams I had been having lately. But now, standing there with the damp toothbrush in my hand, the feeling seemed far more real. I reached for my phone and quickly checked the time. It was early, much earlier than usual, but I couldn't remember hearing my alarm. The apartment was silent. The only noise, the quiet hum of the fridge and the distant sounds of the city outside. I glanced around, my eyes scanning the room, but everything appeared as it should. Yet, something still didn't sit right. I set the toothbrush down on the counter and turned on the tap to wash my hands. As the water ran, I glanced at the mirror, expecting to see my tired reflection staring back at me. But instead, I noticed something strange. My face wasn't exactly how I remembered it. It was the same, yes, but there was a subtle difference. My eyes were wide open, too wide, and my expression seemed wrong somehow. I blinked, and it was as if the reflection blinked too, but slower, as though it was mimicking me. I rubbed my eyes, willing the strange image to go away, but when I opened them again, it was still there. A chill spread down my spine, and I quickly turned away from the mirror. My reflection wasn't right. I was sure of it now. I looked back at the toothbrush on the counter, the wet bristles still gleaming in the light. A horrible thought crossed my mind. What if someone had been in here last night while I was asleep? What if they had used my toothbrush, touched my things, and left no trace of their presence? I grabbed the toothbrush again, almost afraid to touch it, but I had to. It didn't feel right to leave it there, like it was calling to me. As my fingers wrapped around the handle, I noticed something even more disturbing. The bristles were still wet, but they weren't just wet with water. They felt sticky, like something else had been on them. I felt my stomach churn as I tried to make sense of it. What could have made them sticky? I hadn't used it, and no one else had been in my apartment, at least not that I knew of. I backed away from the sink, my mind spinning with 1,000 questions. I had to get out of there, away from the bathroom, away from the feeling of dread that seemed to cling to me now. I tossed the toothbrush on the counter, making a mental note to throw it away later, and hurried out of the bathroom. But as I reached for the door to leave, something caught my eye. A shadow in the corner of the room, just by the edge of the hallway. It moved quickly, too quickly, and before I could process it, it was gone. I froze, staring at the spot where I had seen the shadow, my pulse racing in my throat. My hands shook as I reached for the door handle, but before I could open it, I heard a sound. A faint tapping noise coming from the bathroom behind me. I spun around, my heart nearly stopping in my chest. The room was empty, the air still. But the sound continued, a soft, rhythmic tapping, almost like fingernails on a surface. It was coming from the bathroom mirror. I turned to leave, my mind screaming for me to get out, but something stopped me. A voice, barely a whisper, barely audible, seemed to call my name. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew it was for me. I froze in place, listening, straining to hear the source. The tapping stopped, and the voice faded into silence. With my heart pounding in my chest, I turned and ran out of the apartment, not looking back, not daring to. The weight of the experience clung to me, as though something was waiting for me to return. But I knew I couldn't. I couldn't go back to that place, not after what had happened. I never did return to the apartment, and the toothbrush remained there, forgotten on the counter. Some things are better left alone. But the memory of that morning, of the wet toothbrush, still lingers, as though it's trying to tell me something I can't quite understand. And I wonder sometimes if the thing that used my toothbrush is still waiting for me, wherever I go. Story 59. The person who sat next to me in a crowded cafe left a napkin with a detailed map of my neighborhood. I hadn't noticed them at first, lost in my thoughts as I sipped my coffee. The cafe was bustling, with the usual mix of chatter and clinking cups. But when I looked down at the table, I saw the napkin folded neatly in the corner, placed deliberately where the person had been sitting. My heart skipped a beat as I unfolded it, revealing the map sketched out in black ink. It was a map of my entire neighborhood, every street and house marked with precision. I stared at it, my mind racing. How could someone have drawn this? The streets were all correct, down to the smallest detail, but I had no idea who would know my neighborhood so intimately. There were even small circles drawn around my street, with a line connecting them to a spot that seemed to be marked on the map. I could feel my pulse quicken as I scanned the map, my eyes narrowing at the strange markings. It was like someone had been watching. I looked around the cafe, trying to spot the person who might have left the napkin. But the crowd was thick, and there was no sign of anyone paying attention to me. The person who had sat beside me was gone, their seat empty, their coffee cup abandoned on the table. The room felt suddenly colder, as if a presence had left and taken the warmth with it. I folded the napkin carefully and shoved it into my bag, not sure what to do. Was this a mistake? A random map left behind? Or was someone actually following me? My thoughts spiraled, the possibilities growing darker the more I tried to reason with them. It could have been anyone. Maybe it was just a coincidence, maybe a map left by a distracted person. But then why my neighborhood? Why those specific markings? I paid for my coffee quickly, eager to leave, but as I stepped outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sidewalk felt too wide, the air too still. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be following me. But the street seemed normal, with people going about their day, oblivious to my racing heart and unsettled mind. At home, I locked the door behind me and sat down at the kitchen table, the napkin still in my bag. I pulled it out again, spreading it flat on the table. The map looked the same, but now it seemed more sinister, like a puzzle I wasn't ready to solve. My hand hovered over it as I tried to trace the markings, but I stopped when I reached the circle around my street. It was the same spot I lived in, but the line from it didn't go anywhere familiar. It just ended at a point on the map somewhere near the edge of the neighborhood, where there were only empty fields. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I thought about what that could mean. Someone had been to my house, or was planning to. I thought about calling the police, but I had no proof. Nothing concrete. Just a napkin with a map and a strange feeling that someone had been watching me for longer than I realized. The next day, I stayed inside, avoiding the world outside. I didn't go to work, didn't leave my apartment. I kept my blinds closed, the curtains drawn. Every noise outside made me flinch. The feeling that someone was close, that I wasn't alone in my own space, grew stronger as the hours passed. By the evening, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what the markings meant. I grabbed my phone and opened the map app, comparing the streets in the real world to the ones drawn on the napkin. The circles around certain homes my street matched perfectly, but the line that extended to the edge of the neighborhood was still a mystery. It didn't match any landmark, any place I recognized. I stood up, my body trembling as I paced the room. I had to know more. I grabbed my coat and went outside, heading in the direction of the mysterious line on the map. The streets were eerily quiet, the only sounds being the distant hum of traffic and the rustle of leaves in the wind. I walked down the familiar streets, my footsteps echoing in the stillness, until I reached the edge of the neighborhood. I stopped at the spot where the line on the map seemed to end, a barren stretch of land just beyond the last row of houses. The area was empty, with only tall grass and a few scattered trees. My heart beat faster as I scanned the area. There was no sign of anything unusual, no clues, just silence. But then, I saw it. A small, weathered object, lying half buried in the dirt. I approached cautiously, my hands shaking as I reached down to touch it. It was a key, old and rusty, with a strange symbol carved into its surface. The same symbol that had been marked on the napkin. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the key in my hand. My mind raced, trying to piece together what it meant. Who had left this here? Why? And what did it lead to? I turned the key over in my hand, trying to make sense of it, but I could feel the eyes of someone or something on me. I wasn't alone. Without thinking, I ran back home, the key still clenched tightly in my fist. I locked the door behind me once more, feeling the weight of the key heavy in my pocket. I didn't know who had left the map or the key, or why they were doing this. But I knew one thing for certain. Someone was watching, waiting for the moment when I would find